Well, of course, it's the new map that we're going to be looking at in a moment. We can see that Big Ben now is counting down to the hour. Of course, the hour is on the first bong, which counts out the time, not the music which precedes it. But this is the moment when the election campaign of 2005 comes to an end, when Big Ben chimes. You're watching Sky News Vote 2005. It's 10 o'clock on the night of the 5th of May. The polls have closed, the people have voted. One of these men will be making history tonight. The very latest polls still point to a third term for Tony Blair, but it's only the real votes that matter, and the counting of those is only just beginning.
Around the country, more than 40,000 ballot boxes are being taken to the counting centres as we speak. From the Skycopter high above the city of Sunderland, Sky's Kay Burley is there.
Julie, Adam, a very good evening to you. Welcome to the skies above Sunderland. The ballot is now over for the election in 2005. As you were saying, those ballot boxes are now being whisked to a sports centre near you. The candidates will be biting their nails, the supporters will be blowing up balloons, and those counters are on standby. No one more so than here in Sunderland South. They hold the record for the fastest count in the last 3 elections. 43 minutes is all it took last time for that ballot to be counted and Chris Mullin to be returned to Westminster. You'll be able to see below me there's an X that marks the spot, and that is the first car that will carry the first ballot box to the sports centre where they will be starting to count. Okay, let's have a look at that, and as you can see, it's already on its way. We're being told that the police have actually changed the one-way system on many of these roads so that that vehicle can make the journey from Burn Park Methodist Church. It's probably a journey of about 2 or 3 minutes to Crowtree Leisure Centre. Roads, as I said, have actually been closed, and it does also have a police escort. We're going to monitor it throughout for you. Once this box and each of 30 others have actually reached the leisure centre, teams of school children will be racing them to the counters. There'll be 120 of them in total, made up of teams of 4. Get that car out of the way. Tellers from local banks are there, building societies as well, and also financial institutions. Some of the people that are working on the count tonight have actually done this for the last 25 years. They've held the record, as I said, for the last 3 counts. 43 minutes it took in total in 2001. They beat Hamilton South by 37 minutes. I was actually on the ground last time in 2001. No one could believe that actually it had counted quite so quickly. It was a low turnout, it has to be said, but nevertheless it took them just 43 minutes. Back in 1997 they beat Hamilton South again, that time by 20 minutes. And in 1992 they beat Torbay down there on the south coast by 5 minutes. Some of the other counts are suggesting that there is an element of unfair competition, should we say. Certainly not cheating, but unfair competition. Why? Because they doubled the number of counters. That's the first ballot box being taken out now. It's going to be rushed, as I said, by that child, as you can see, from the local school, running that ballot box in, and David Bowden is on the ground. David.
Yeah, here it comes, the race is on. You can cut the atmosphere in here with a knife. Darren is going to carry it over to the table for us, and we will see the first votes spill out for Sunderland South. Remember, they've got to beat 43 minutes. That was the record last year. They've beaten it 3 times in a row so far. They want to make it 4. As Kay told you, they're going to double team the ballot. Twice as many people counting these ballots as everywhere else in the country, so that they think they can do it much more quickly. There you have it. The first ballots are out. Right, I'm going to try and have a chat now with returning officer, the man who has orchestrated all of this.
Good evening.
Jed Fitzgerald, the starting gun's underway now. Are you going to beat the record?
Well, we're aiming to, and we'll obviously wait for more ballot boxes to come in and then see how quickly we can turn them around.
Come on, tell us the secrets. We've got special weight ballot papers and the whole military precision here. Take us through it.
Well, there's a lot of detail behind the scenes, actually, is one set of secrets. We work very hard on the logistics. We've got a good set of people that have had the continuity of doing these things over the years. We do look at fine details like how the ballot paper is actually put together, and even the folding of the ballot paper, and those kind of things make all the difference. And then what we do is look critically at the performance 2001, see how we can streamline it, how we can tighten it up. But the absolute bottom line always is to make sure that we do it fairly, equitably and properly.
Do you have kind of tests of counting procedures? I mean, some of these people presumably have been training for weeks, haven't they, with their fingers?
Yeah, well, we employ people that have done the job before. We've got people that are used to handling volumes of paper, sort of cashiers or bank tellers or post office staff, those kind of folk. And they make a big difference in terms of being able to actually flick through papers very quickly and sort them very quickly.
Are you nervous?
Slightly.
All right, well, we'll let you go off and mastermind the rest of this count. Let's see how they're getting on, Carl, very, very quickly. I don't know whether they're doing it quicker than last time or not, but they seem to be making a pretty good job of it. We will tell you in about 40 minutes or so time whether we've got a new record for the first declaration here in Sunderland South.
No pressure then with David Bowden leaning over his shoulder. So we can see counting well underway there, and the three men at the heart of tonight's story have all retired to their homes to await the results. The Prime Minister is with his family at his home Marabella in his Sedgefield constituency. He faces a long night ahead, watching carefully along with the rest of the country as the first results begin to trickle in. He and Cherie voted at about 10 o'clock this morning, but they had no word for waiting reporters about the poll. With them, their sons Ewan and Nicky, both first-time voters. So Mr Blair will see the early results from his home before going down to his own count. There it is, live in Sedgefield. The result expected there. A bit longer to wait, I'm afraid, at 2 a.m. Tomorrow is Tony Blair's 52nd birthday. How much will he be celebrating?
Michael Howard is at the other end of the country, at home in Folkestone. He'd begun the day in Birmingham, hitting the phones to Conservative candidates, a break with precedent that. By 2 o'clock, he was back in his constituency, where he voted in Lynn Village Hall in Hythe. With him were his wife Sandra and his daughter Larissa. And it's bound to be a long night for Mr Howard as well. His constituency result isn't due until almost 4 a.m.
Charles Kennedy is at his home too, his croft in Fort William. He'll be spending the night there with his wife Sarah and 3.5-week-old son Donald. Mr and Mrs Kennedy voted early in his Rosscar and Locarno constituency, geographically the largest in Britain. So don't expect a result there before 3 o'clock. They've got a long night ahead. Another sleepless night, of course, for Mr Kennedy, but as a new doubt, he's used to that by now.
Yes, there's plenty of excitement ahead, and we'll be bringing it to you on the most comprehensive election results programme ever seen on British television. I've never seen pictures like that before, Julie, coming from Sunderland, certainly.
Every move, haven't they? Yeah. They feel pretty self-conscious, I think, those people counting those votes in Sunderland. We're staying with them. We'll take you there, of course, as soon as there's news. They're still racing in and out of ballot boxes as we speak. Well, we've built a special election night screen to ensure that you get all the election news whenever you want it. Let's show you now how it works. Down there in the left-hand corner of the screen, the seat counter for each party. The polls have closed, so we've set that to 0. Remember, whichever party gets the magic 324 seats will form the next government. Our ticker across the bottom of the screen will give you the latest information on the national share of vote, the gains, the losses, and, of course, the turnout, crucially. And above that, the Sky News video printer, a constant stream of results as they happen every count from every constituency in the country. The first result probably a little over half an hour away now if they keep those fingers moving in Sunderland. Well, once we've had that, plus a few more results, we'll be making the Sky News forecast. It's not a poll, but a prediction based on real results made by our expert Michael Thrasher, the top election analyst in the business. He's poised and ready to go. And along the side of the screen here, all the latest election news, the vote split by region, the big names to fall, and of course, those surprise winners.
And throughout the night, our constantly updating war table will show you how the national picture is going at a glance. Let's see it with the political map of Britain after the 2001 election. And then let's adjust it so that each constituency takes up just one square, because, of course, they vary in geographical size. Now let's wipe it clean, ready to colour in the new look of Britain in political colours as the results come in tonight. And if that's not enough, there's 16 more screens at the flick of the red button on your digital remote control for live pictures of more counts, the party headquarters, leader cam, even us at work here at Sky Centre. 8 screens available at the first press of your button, and another 8 if you select the button at the bottom right-hand corner in the box.
So the polls have closed, and some news organisations are making their predictions already. Here at Sky News, we only deal in real results. Our election expert, Professor Michael Thrasher, as I was saying a few moments ago, will compute his Sky News forecast from real votes cast in those first few seats to declare. He's got a pretty good track record on this too. But in the past few minutes, the findings of the joint BBC-ITV News exit poll have been published. There it is on screen. They are predicting from their exit poll a Labour majority of 66. It carves up like this: 209 seats for the Conservatives, 356 seats for Labour, 53 for Liberal Democrats, and 28 for the other parties. Let's have a look at the share of the vote. 33% share of the vote for the Conservatives, 37% share of the vote for Labour, 22% for the Liberal Democrats, and 8% for the other parties. And we can just compare that with the poll of polls, and you can see fractionally the poll of polls predicting just 32, 1 percentage point down, 38% a plus up to Labour, 23 another point up, 7% for the other parties. Well, let's talk to our two distinguished election experts, Professor even Michael Thrasher of the University of Plymouth and Pippa Norris from Harvard University. First of all, Michael, your reaction to this exit poll, and also, crucially, a health warning on exit polls.
Well, there's always a health warning with any poll, but particularly with exit polls, because we've got problems this time with postal voters and how we managed to sort of poll those kinds of people. It's rather interesting, this exit poll, because the vote shares are more or less in line with what the final polls were telling us. 33 for the Conservatives, unchanged on the 2001 election in terms of vote share. Similar for Labour, they're down, they're around 37%. That's very much in line with the polls, and the Liberal Democrats on 22%. However, where the big difference is that if you apply national uniform swing to those figures, you come up with a Labour majority of 106. These broadcast organisations are calling a much smaller Labour majority of 66. And therefore what they think is going on is in the marginal constituencies there is quite a lot of volatility. And moreover, it suggests also that Lib Dems have not done anywhere near as well as they thought they were going to do.
So we just heard that Lynton Crosby, who is the Australian who's been directing the Tory campaign, has said that he thinks the Conservatives have made 40 to 50 gains, which on the face of it, at the beginning of an evening, Pippa Norris, is a fairly extraordinary thing to say, because that means the Conservatives are conceding with the first on-the-record comment of the campaign from Lynton Crosby.
That's right. And as Michael says, the contrast is this. On the 33% of the vote, the Conservatives wouldn't have gone up, and yet they seem to be the major winners in terms of seats, with 43 seats extra. So that's a remarkable gain if that's actually the case. It really does show there are differences. The Lib Dems, in contrast, who have actually gone up in the poll, according to this exit poll in votes, by 3%, gain 1 seat. So there are lots of differences going on.
But it's certainly not over, though, is it? I mean, if we remember America, they called it for John Kerry. That's right. Indeed, Sir Robert Worcester called it for John Kerry, and he's been doing the poll for ITN and the BBC tonight.
Don't start staring at him already, Adam. We ought to look, though, at the headline from that, and that is the Labour majority of 66. I mean, I know we've got the health warnings on the exit polls already, as Michael was just saying, but potentially, what could that mean for Labour tonight, in your view?
Well, if the exit poll's right, it means about 50 Labour MPs have lost their jobs. It means that Tony Blair is back into political realities in terms of parliamentary majorities, and I would guess that for Blair personally, this would not be judged as a great result. He wouldn't be as confident as he would be if his majority was closer to 100.
OK, well, just waiting to see if we can hear some further reaction from... indeed, we're just getting some more reactions in already. Some comments, first of all, from John Prescott. He arrived at his count, of course, in Hull a short while ago, clearly in confident mood. Let's have a listen in to what the Deputy Prime Minister had to say as he arrived at that count in Hull.
Mr. Prescott, polling over, any thoughts, any predictions? No, I don't think anybody can predict, except I think we'll win, but everybody's talking about the majority, aren't they?
You feeling confident?
Well, yes, I'm confident, but it's still about a majority. The people have spoken. My view, going around the country, I'll be very surprised if we're not in government tomorrow.
What kind of majority are you expecting?
Well, I don't know. I think that's going to be played for in the marginals. It's going to be played for around the country. There's going to be 13 seats less this time because there's 13 less in Scotland. So the 412 seats that we talk about will be below 400 before even anybody's cast a vote. But we'll analyse the results when they come in. But at the end of the day, it's about winning.
Confident, nevertheless, of a Labour victory, another Labour government?
Well, I'll be very surprised if it's not. Votes are out now. We all a little bit conservative about that, but in fact, my view is, yes, there will be a Labour government.
Well, the outgoing Deputy Prime Minister there, will he be staying in the job? We'll know later on this evening. We do have an exit poll done by BBC ITV, which says 37% for the Conservatives, 37% for Labour, 33% for the Conservatives, 22% for the Lib Dems. What's interesting about that, of course, is that it's well, Archie Norman, within what the other opinion polls have been saying.
It is, but it would mean 44 extra members of Parliament for the Conservatives, and I think that would be regarded as a very credible result. Because for the Conservatives, what this election has always been about, of course it's about winning, but we've always known we've got a mountain to climb. So what's really mattered is, does this outcome provide a platform for victory next time? And bringing those extra 44 Conservative MPs in will not only change the parliamentary dynamics, but it gives the Conservatives a new generation of young, very bright, very capable, very representative.
Okay, I mean, the polls
MPs.
have closed. Would you concede now that the Conservatives have not won this election?
Well, it's not for me to concede or otherwise. I'm not even standing in this election. But
we
can all see the polls, and we can see it's you know.
But you don't expect to win.
I don't expect to win. I've never expected to win. The issue has always been, will Michael Howard bring us a platform for victory next time? And if this exit poll turns out to be true, turns out at the very, very early days, I think most Conservatives would think that was a very, very encouraging outcome.
Estelle Morris.
Well, if it's true, let's say that to begin with. That would be good. I mean, this is a third term, and although it would be a smaller majority than we've enjoyed so far, it's very significant. I think it means that we can carry on with the reforms that we've been doing. We've got used to a very, very large majority, so things will be different if that should end up the size of the majority. I think in terms of people's willingness to rebel.
A personal blow for Tony Blair, though, wouldn't it?
No, I don't think it is. This is third term stuff. You know, if you think back to '97, I suspect that had we won in '97 with a majority of 70 or something like that, we'd have talked about a Labour landslide. This is third term, not first or second. So I think if it was something like that, that would be good. It's a good, solid, working majority.
Jane Thompson, I have to say, if this poll is right, no banana for the Liberal Democrats. A very disappointing evening.
Well, come on, it's only just after 10 o'clock. It just proves, if this was right, that we can go up, 4 or 5 percentage points in the poll.
Yeah, but no extra MPs.
And end up with the same number of seats. I mean, it is absolute nonsense, isn't it? What a silly system. But can I just say something else? Because I think we shall have more MPs by the end of the evening. Tony Blair has been given a bloody nose. A majority of 66 means that we would have no tuition fees if we'd had that vote on tuition fees. He would not have got that through. He would have lost a lot of crucial things. It's a different parliament. But we have to recognise that is a severe blow for Tony Blair and the Labour Party.
Well, we also have to recognise that majority of 66 is not the result yet. Julie.
Indeed, it is an exit poll. Stay with us for the real stuff. More to come, of course. A good time, though, to check in to our beautiful virtual House of Commons, and equally stunning, of course, Martin Stanford, to take us through what it might mean there. Hi, Martin.
Julie, we're in the lobby here to just see the size of the task facing Michael Howard tonight, and if that exit poll is right. Let's just show you where we are now. That we start here, no change in public opinion between the Labour Party and the Tories, and Tony Blair's still got that majority of 158. Now, if the Tories can pull public opinion 6.2% over to their way of thinking, then we're into this hung Parliament territory. The 4.8% swing or thereabouts to generate the result on the exit poll certainly would be well over by that. Labour still very much in control. If he can push it even further round, Michael Howard pulling more public opinion, then we're into 10.3% swing, and the Tories are in power with a 4-seat majority. Not particularly comfortable, but at least they are in power. Now, the problem, of course, of this is that that's the size of the task that is facing Michael Howard. It looks like, if the opinion poll is right, we haven't got this far, probably still into the Conservative, into the Labour area, still very much in a majority. Now, let me just show you exactly the size of the job that Michael Howard has tonight. We've put up here in the lobby of the House of Commons the constituencies that he has to win over. At the moment, some 200, here they are, all have got to go Tory blue. It's quite a job, as you can see. They go on and on and on. Let me show you the first one, the very first one, and we'll watch this as a bellwether, perhaps, as the night goes on. Cheadle here is just the most marginal seat in this election, 33 votes in it. You can see the Lib Dems have got it at the moment. The Tories absolutely must win that, and we'll watch what happens. Coming around to target seat number 52, let's mention Putney now. We've got cameras at Putney, so we'll watch what happens there. David Mellor's seat in times go by, of course. That's got to go Tory blue. Now, if the opinion poll is right, this next job, we're getting into Birmingham. We've got cameras at the Birmingham count. Target 101, Birmingham, Edgbaston. That may be a little target too far for Michael Howard if this exit poll is correct. But the job doesn't end there. He's got to go on, taking more and more constituencies up and down the land, right round to and including, we reckon, Coventry South. Target seat 180 on the Tory list. If he can get that and Norwich South and perhaps finish off the Common, then Michael Howard is in number 10. So what he wants to do is to take all this red and orange and turn it all Tory blue. Constituency after constituency, he wants the blue to wash over Britain right the way round and see if he can be successful. That's the challenge he's facing tonight. We'll find out how well he does as we clear down this old data. That's just an ambition. We're connecting that live now to our computers, and we'll see exactly what happens as the night goes on.
Thank you, Martin. Well, if the record is to be beaten, we're only about 20 minutes away from that first result in Sunderland South. But at Conservative headquarters in London, in Victoria Street, just a few doors down Victoria Street from Labour headquarters, is John Craig. John, what's the mood there?
Pretty bullish, pretty upbeat. I've been talking to Linton Crosby, Michael Howard's campaign chief, imported from Australia, and to Guy Black, Michael Howard's media advisor. They are pretty upbeat. They've seen that BBC ITV exit poll, and they say they think the result of this general election is going to be pretty close. There's talk here of the Tories possibly making as many as 50 gains, and they seem to think that would be a pretty good result.
I mean, John, I must just stop you there. I mean, if they're saying they're going to make 50 gains, they are saying at this very early stage that they're not going to win the election.
Well, yes, I think they're looking at a close. I don't think anybody quite honestly expects them to win the general election. I've been talking to a few candidates as well, and they seem to regard running Tony Blair close as a good result for them. Can I just mention some of the seats that the Tories are confident of taking? I'm told that in about 5, Wimbledon, Hornchurch, Peterborough, St Albans and Enfield North, the postal votes show the Tories ahead, so they're confident of taking those. Other seats that have been mentioned to me: Ilford North, Bexley Heath, Hove, Milton Keynes, North East. Enfield Southgate, possibly the Tories think they might take. They think it's going to be close there. The word from Dorset, where Oliver Letwin is facing a stiff challenge, of course, majority of only 1,400, is that they are pretty confident that he is going to hold on. The Conservatives are saying that the Liberal Democrats sent their workers off to a neighbouring Dorset North seat this afternoon, abandoning Oliver Letwin's seat of Dorset West. So, yes, you're right, Adam, the Tories don't think they're going to win this election, but they think that they're going to run Tony Blair much closer than they thought a few days ago.
John, thank you very much indeed. And I think we can go live now to the Conservative Party chairman, or co-chairman, Liam Fox. He's in his constituency of Woodspring, although I have to say it looks a bit like Teletubby land behind you, Liam Fox. Liam Fox, we haven't had a result yet, and already the Conservatives appear to be saying that they're not going to win this election.
Well, we wait and see. I'm not saying anything at all at the moment. I think that when the polls close and the voters have delivered their verdict and they're counting my own constituency behind me here, this is the time for a little humility from politicians, not a time to rehearse the arguments we're making before the polls closed. Let's just wait and see. I think that there are two things very clear tonight. One is that there's not going to be a uniform national swing. I also don't believe there'll be a uniform regional swing. I think we'll see a lot of idiosyncratic results tonight, and we'll be waiting to see what happens in the marginal seats. I think we might get quite a few surprises, and the one thing I'm quite sure of is it's going to be a long and possibly very dramatic night.
OK, I do have to ask you, you are the party chairman. I mean, are you holding out any hope that Michael Howard could be in Downing Street tomorrow?
Well, if we were to do that, it would be one of the great shocks of British politics. Michael Howard knew what an enormous task he had to get the party back into contention in our politics. Michael's done it with great aplomb, with great courage, with great discipline and great focus, and we'll wait and see how that bears fruit tonight. I just have one little bit of caution, because I remember the exit poll in 1992 telling us that Neil Kinnock was going to be the Prime Minister. Of course, it didn't turn out that way, so I think we'll wait and see.
Well, we're waiting and seeing, because we trust Michael Thrasher more. He's going to be doing his projection forecast around about midnight, which has tended to be more accurate than the exit polls, including 1992, which you mentioned there.
We'll tune in.
But it's a very odd thing, isn't it, that Lynton Crosby, who has not spoken to journalists throughout this campaign, the polls close, he pops out there and says, well, we might make 40 or 50 gains. I mean, you've been undermined, haven't you, by your own campaign chairman, by your own campaign strategist.
Well, we'll wait and see. I mean, the votes have been cast. We'll wait and see what the results actually show. The one thing that politicians are sure of at this point is that anything that we say now makes no difference in terms of the voters. So let's just wait for their verdict. I'm quite happy to take the time over the night to see what happens in individual constituencies where our candidates have their tails up, and we'll wait and see.
Liam Fox, final question. Before, as you say, we don't know the results yet. Do you think you, the Conservatives, have fought the right campaign, the best campaign you could have done in the circumstances, with the stress on immigration, with, for example, the talk of Tony Blair being a liar? Was that the right thing to do?
Well, when you talk about immigration, remember we talked about a number of issues in this campaign. We had press conferences on the pensions black hole. We talked about MRSA.
I didn't say you talked exclusively about immigration, but you did raise it. It was one of your 5 core issues. You also called the Prime Minister a liar in the course of the campaign.
Yes. Well, as you said, it was one of 5 core issues. Last week in my own constituency here in North Somerset, I was on the doorstep. A very nice lady said, well, I'll vote for you in this election, but I think it's a pity your party didn't talk about immigration. It shows how difficult it is sometimes to get the messages out to voters.
And calling Tony Blair a liar, was that the right thing for Michael Howard to do?
Well, we'll get the voters' verdict, but it was quite clear that the Prime Minister had said a lot of things that turned out not to be true at all. He said he wouldn't do things that he did. He said he would do things that he didn't. And we'll get the voters' verdict later on.
And when are you expecting your...
We'll speak later.
Yeah, when are you expecting your own results in Woodspring?
Well, they're saying about 1:30, Adam, but last time they said about 1:30, and it was about 3:30, as I recall, so I'm not holding my breath.
So the exit poll was 1:30 anyway. Thank you very much indeed, Liam Fox.
That's if they get Tinky Winky moving fast enough on those votes by the looks of it. You're watching Sky News Vote 2005. Now, we've already seen how things are going in Sunderland. Let's check in with some of the other early declarers. We're in Birmingham and Barnsley. Let's take you to Birmingham first and to Rachel Ammett. Rachel, how's it going there?
Well, not quite so quickly as up there in Sunderland, but certainly the ballot boxes have begun to arrive. If you have a look behind me here, you'll see one of the pens in this huge cavernous space where they're counting the votes for Edgbaston. It's only about a 15-minute drive from here in the centre of Birmingham, so they've begun to come through. Now, Edgbaston is a very leafy place. It's fairly middle class, pretty professional, doesn't sound much to write home about, but it has traditionally been a very strong indicator of how the parties are doing nationwide. In 1997, when Labour won power, it was the second seat that they wrestled from the Tories, the first where the declaration was broadcast live on TV, and so the first real indicator of just how well Tony Blair was doing. It should once again be a very strong indicator tonight. It needs a swing of just over 6% if Michael Howard is to win it from Gisela Stewart. She's the present incumbent. If he manages to do that, it will be a real coup for the Tories, a suggestion that he really is making progress. Will he manage it? Well, we're expecting the vote here at about 12:10, the count and the result to come in.
OK, Rachel, back to you later. Thank you very much indeed for that. Let's cross live now to Barnsley. Lorna Dunkley standing by for us there. Lorna, how's it going in Barnsley tonight?
Hi, Julie. Very well indeed. About 11:30, they're expecting the first declaration. They're already busy at it. They had the postal votes in earlier, about 16,000 of them, so they had an early start on the counting here. 3 seats being contested, all believed to be safe Labour seats. Indeed, they have in the past majorities of about 50% for the candidates here. But I think the big news coming out of here, I've heard you talking about majorities and bloody noses. It's not just Tony Blair that's going to be getting bloody noses. They're talking here about that majority being absolutely slashed for particularly one of the Labour candidates here. So we'll have to wait and see. So about 11:30, the returning officer. Some indication as well about the turnout. Lots of talk about that. 22,000 postal votes were sent out. It was thought that postal votes would mean more people would take part in the election. 22,000 sent out, but only 16,000 returned here for Barnsley. So some indication of that as well. We'll get back to you as soon as we get some sort of indication in about 40 minutes' time.
OK, Lorna, thanks for that.
Well, remember Putney, the former Cabinet Minister David Mellor, Conservative Cabinet Minister, losing his seat back in 1997. Well, Anna Botting is there tonight, and Anna, some fairly dramatic developments.
Dramatic developments indeed, Adam, but I have to say they're not breaking any records here. There are more party supporters here than counters at the moment. They're certainly taking their times getting round to this. This has been a really hard-fought campaign. As you say, David Mellor lost his seat here back in 1997. He'd held it for 18 years. Since then, it's been held by Labour, with Tony Coleman winning by a majority of 2,771 last time around. But the Tories have fought back really hard. They appointed a young, female, energetic candidate here. She picked up on local issues like night flights from Heathrow Airport, improvements to London Underground. Number 52 on the Tory target hit list. A mainly affluent middle-class area, but with some big council estates as well, that's kept Labour in power here. But I have to say, Conservatives now saying they think it's gone very well for them here in Putney. There's no smiles on the Labour faces. We still have to wait, of course, we have to wait for the counters to get a move on here, but result expected at 12:30. Could be an interesting night here in Putney.
Thank you, Anna. Well, as she's saying, the messages coming from the campaign officials on both sides is it looks as if Putney has gone to the Conservatives. Michael, how significant would that be, 52nd on the target list?
Well, it requires just over a 4% swing, and you know, if we were using national uniform swing, and I know we might sort of get into a long and heated discussion about that, that takes Labour's majority to around 50.
Around 50, so less than 66. Indeed.
Well, I mean, it's around 50. I mean, that's...
If Putney has gone, Pippa Norris, obviously it's a London seat. Any ones in the surrounding area that should be worried as well?
Yes, there's a whole range. I mean, London is one of the key areas that the Conservatives should hope to come back. They were very strong, after all, under Mrs Thatcher in the 1980s. And if we look at Hammersmith and Fulham, Ilford North, Finchley and Golders Green, and even further out, Croydon and Central, there's a whole range that they might hope to take if there was a similar swing in Putney.
What about neighbouring Battersea?
Battersea as well. There's, as we say, it's one of the areas which is really pretty good, along with the southeast and the southwest.
And overall, would agree with Michael that it would look as if that would be, if Putney goes, it might be even worse for Mr Blair than the exit polls suggest.
I mean, the point is, I mean, Labour can afford to lose Putney. I know they don't want to lose any seats, but if they lost Battersea, Battersea goes on over a 6.5% swing, you're losing your overall majority then. Swing seats like Rossendale start to go. So it's, you know, what the opinion poll, or the exit poll appears to be telling us that, you know, there's a lot of volatility in the marginals. Now, the exit poll could be wrong, or the exit poll could actually be understating the amount of volatility, and that actually, you know, seats like Battersea could be lost, but Labour still...
I mean, I have to say that we're also hearing from Stephen Twiggs' constituency that his camp are saying they're not at all confident this evening. Stephen Twigg, the Education Minister.
Well, again, the easier seat for the Conservatives is Enfield North. If Labour is feeling worried about Enfield Southgate, then that certainly looks as though, you know, we could see Labour losing many more than, say, 47 seats.
And one thing, we really do want to look at turnout in these seats.
Well, turnout was one of the factors worrying them in Enfield, apparently.
If the Labour voters stay home, then clearly, even without...
There was the fact that Tory voters are coming out.
That's right. We always knew in the opinion polls, when we asked how certain are you to vote, that the Conservatives said they were more motivated to vote, and that could be part of what's going on here.
Julie.
OK, thanks for that. We are watching that clock. We are watching Sunderland and Sky's Kay Burley is there. She's hopped out of that helicopter for a few minutes. Kay, how's it going there?
Hi, Julie. Welcome again to Sunderland South. Yeah, we're still very confident of breaking that 43-minute record and being told that it's about 40 minutes. That's what we're being told at the moment. You can see the counting has more or less stopped, really, where I am standing here. They're sitting around with not very much to do. And if you look at the tables over there, Carl will show you, that's exactly where they're going to come up with the final count. And we should expect in
about 5 or 6 minutes' time, we'll know whether Chris Mullin has been returned to Westminster again, the first MP to be returned to Westminster in the May election of 2005. Not much doubt, really. He's got a majority of 13,500 from last time. Come back to us in about 5 minutes.
OK, we will do, Kate. Thank you for that.
Well, as we wait for Sunderland, let's talk to our political guests here. Estelle Morris, we're also hearing that in your constituency there appears to be some worries as well for Labour. I mean, it does look as if the Conservative Party are coming back, doesn't it?
I don't think they'll come back in my old constituency, if that's what you're suggesting. But the polls have just closed, and I think there are a lot of very marginal seats. If you look at the majorities, and certainly on our side, there's a lot of seats we hold by less than 5,000. Seats we thought we might lose last time round, but we didn't. We made gains, are vulnerable this time. So let's just wait and see. I think it's in the nature of politicians to be nervous. I think this time in 2001, they were predicting I'd lost Birmingham Yardley at exactly the same time. I didn't. I won it by, what, 2,300.
So Lib Dems are your challengers.
Lib Dems are my challengers. So let's wait and see. But I do agree, and I think this is going to be very interesting, about variable turnout and regional swing. I've always thought that this election, I think I've been to 14 constituencies right around the country, and I've always felt that when you've talked to people on the ground there, they're given different report backs depending on which region you're in. And I think possibly on an exit poll like this, I'm not sure exactly how it works, I don't know if they've taken into account regional swings. I think it's probably more dangerous this time to talk about the end result than probably on previous occasions. I think it's going to be very, very uneven and therefore very, very interesting.
Archie Norman, do you think one of the sort of Conservative secret weapons might be that people don't want to admit to voting Tory still?
No, I think that's changed. I think that, certainly in my experience, in '97 that was very true. It was hardly respectable to be a Conservative, even in Conservative areas. This time round, on the doorstep, people have been proud to say they're Conservative. And I think what we're seeing here is we've always felt there were undercurrents to this election that the national polls weren't really picking up on. And that's what we're starting to see come through. Areas where people felt very, very strongly. Conservatives who are much more passionate about the outcome than some of the Labour vote, which has been very soft. And if it is true that the Conservatives made this sort of significant gains across London, that is very, very important for the party because it brings us back into serious urban representation again in areas like London and gives, as I said, it gives Michael Howard and the Conservatives a much, much stronger platform than we probably anticipated a few days ago for next time round.
Jane Tong, you, I think, will, as you already made clear, you say, let's look at the individual seats, let's not look at swing, but we can look at national share of the vote. Now, if the exit poll is right, 22% is considerably up on what you got last time, which I think was 19%.
Yeah, very good.
But at the same time, it's not adding 5 points in the course of the campaign, which is what you're hoping to do, is it?
No, it didn't, but I mean, that's no different from the other parties. I mean, that's what's been so curious, that the polls have actually stayed more or less the same, with the Lib Dems maybe making a tiny bit of a gain compared with the other two parties, but they have stayed flat. And I just think what the others have said is true, that we just cannot possibly tell how this is going to work out tonight. I am quite sure that the Liberal Democrats will have done better than that. But now I'm beginning to wonder, it's rather interesting, if the Tories are going to have done better than the exit poll is saying, we might find the Lib Dems with more or less the same number of seats holding the balance of power. Now that would be fun, wouldn't it?
Well, holding the balance of power.
The poll suggested that.
Well, I do have to say that it has been written, Matthew Paris wrote about this in the Times, for example, that this was the golden opportunity for the Lib Dems, and you could have muffed it.
Well, we'll just have to try again next time, but we don't know yet. You wait and see, Adam. Wait and see.
Thank you.
Well, we can touch base, thanks Adam, with Labour, and back to Birmingham. We can speak now to Claire Short, of course, awaiting her results in Birmingham Ladywood. Thanks very much indeed for joining us at this stage of the night, Claire Short. Good to see you. We're still chewing over those exit poll figures tonight. A Labour majority of 66, a bloody nose for Tony Blair, which no doubt you'd be pretty happy with.
Well, the first thing I'd say is I remember 1970 and I remember 1992. I remember 1992, the exit polls and the result were different. So it's too early to say what's really going to happen. My own instinct is we're going to have very different results across the country. There isn't going to be a uniform swing. But Labour could live very happily with a majority of 66 if that's the outcome. And if there was a little bit more discussion and respect for Parliament and all the different opinions in the Labour Party, it might actually improve the quality of the government.
So you'd welcome the Prime Minister, Tony Blair, being sent this sort of message then on a majority of these figures? And of course, we've already talked about, we're talking about the health warnings we always have on exit polls, but given your stance on this Prime Minister, and you've made it so clear in the last couple of years, it's a sort of vindication of your strategy, I suppose one might argue.
It's too early to say what the result is. I'm just saying that if it is as predicted by the exit polls, I think we could live quite happily with it. And I think everyone agrees that the kind of exaggerated majorities we get in British politics these days, because they, both under the Thatcher government and our government, the majority of the governing party is much bigger than the proportion of the vote they get from the people, is not the best for our democracy. So a reduction in the majority, but still a reasonable majority, I think that might be good for our government.
Could it be good for the government, in your view, in that it could spell the end, perhaps more sooner than later, of the Blair era?
Well, I said a long time ago that because of Iraq and all the misleading ways in which the war was organised, that I thought it would have been better if Tony Blair had stood aside and we had a new leader. And I think everyone agrees we would have done better with a different leader. But we are where we are. Let's see what the majority is, and then we'll all have to see what we do next. But it looks very likely that we'll have another Labour government, and then we'll all have to see who the leader ought to be and how we best move forward.
But I wonder...
Too early in the night, honestly,
no, indeed,
for me to answer specifically the questions you're putting to me.
No, indeed. OK, let's talk then about some of the other indications that we've been hearing, just from word at various counts, early indications in places like Putney, where we were speaking to our correspondent there a few moments ago. It seems, if word from there is accurate, that the Tories are finding a way back into urban areas.
Well, of course, Putney was theirs until very recently. If the Labour vote goes down, you would expect the Tories to take some seats. Not surprising. I think the Tories have not done well in this campaign. They haven't persuaded anyone. I think the nastiness about gypsies and asylum hasn't brought them any benefit, and that's a very good thing for our country. Everyone knows there's mess in the asylum system and it needs reorganising, but the country isn't going to go with that kind of nasty politics. But I would expect them to make some gains, but not to do terribly well.
What's your sense been of your campaign and how it's gone? There have been some questions raised in the media about the lack of visibility of Clare Short around the constituency of Ladywood. What's been your impression of the campaign and the way
that was one article in the Times, and it was an untrue article. The Times now not being a newspaper of record. I have denied all media opportunities during the campaign because I'd made my position so clear in my various speeches and in my book. I've been in my constituency all the time and visible throughout, but unwilling to talk to a Times correspondent who therefore writes that false story. I'm afraid that's how journalists behave these days.
Some of us, Clare Short. Well, let's hope
not all of you, of course not, but some of them, yes.
Clare Short, we'll speak to you perhaps a little later on the evening when we come back to Birmingham. Thanks indeed for your time as you're waiting for your count tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And what we're doing now is about to go to Sunderland for the declaration there in Sunderland South. We see Chris Mullin on the left of your screens there, the MP, the incumbent MP. He had a majority of 13,600 last time round and about 64% of the vote. The turnout, incidentally, there was 45%. So pretty soon we should get from Sunderland the declaration, and that will be the first real votes of the evening, which might give us a small indication of the flavour of the night ahead. Meanwhile, listening in Hull is Alan Johnson, member, of course, of the current Cabinet, Work and Pension Secretary. Alan Johnson, what's your feeling on the night ahead?
Well, we're playing a game here, if the exit poll is right...
Do you think it's right?
It's an historic third Labour term. I don't know. I mean, I tend to agree with some of the other people I've heard talking. This is going to depend on some fairly volatile results in the key marginals. But if it is right, Labour has won an historic third full term of government, and the Conservatives have lost 3 elections in a row.
Do you feel it has been a difficult campaign for Labour?
I think that if that exit poll is correct, what it reflects is people wanting a Labour government, wanting the continuation of a Labour government, but wanting to register a protest somewhere. And I think that would account for a reduction in a vote. Not any feeling whatsoever that they
All right, we must stop you there for a moment. Stay with us, Mr. Johnson. We're going to get the first result of the night.
South constituency.
So the Sunderland South declaration due. Chris Mullins there on the left of your screen, of course, a safe Labour seat. The question is, what will have happened to his vote tonight? Let's listen in to see what the returning officer has in store for us in Sunderland South.
Hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate was as follows. David Edward Guinan, British National Party, 1,166. Gareth Kane, Liberal Democrat, 4,492. Christopher John Mullen, the Labour Party candidate, 17,982.
That's down slightly from 19,921.
Robert Jeffrey Oliver, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,923.
That 2 up a fraction.
Rosalind Warner, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 149. And that Christopher John Mullen has been duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Sunderland South constituency.
So Chris Mullins there, duly sent back, of course, to Westminster. They may well have broken the record there. We'll check with our times on the count time. But let's listen to Chris Mullins.
Friends, it would appear from this result that there will be an unprecedented third Labour government. Once again, we have demonstrated that it is possible to win elections by appealing to the best rather than the basest instincts of the British people. Concern for the common good has defeated the remorseless pursuit of self-interest. Hope has triumphed over fear, optimism over pessimism. We now have a chance to shape the lives of an entire generation. We must use it wisely. There are a number of people to whom I owe thanks. My Conservative and Liberal Democrat opponents for a fair fight, my agent, Kevin Marquis, who has been at my side through 5 general election campaigns, the members of Sunderland South Labour Party for allowing me to be their candidate, the returning officer and his staff for again producing a result in record time, and above all, the people of Sunderland for once again giving me the honour of representing them in Parliament. Thank you and good night.
So Chris Mullins' acceptance speech there. We've got the figures there for you on screen. 17,982 for Chris Mullin, down from 19,921 last time round. The Conservatives up a fraction, 6,923. Liberal Democrats and 4,492. That is also up a majority of 11,059. 22.5% of the vote for the Conservatives, 58.6% for Labour, 14.6% for the Liberal Democrats, 4.3% for others, including that BNP vote, of course, in that area. And that is the change in share of the vote. You see split pretty evenly there between the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats in terms of what went away from Labour in Sunderland South.
Thank you, Julie. Well, the swing between Labour and Conservatives there, just under 4%, Alan Johnson. Interesting, too, the turnout fractionally up, but clearly not benefiting Labour. Would you have thought that could be the picture of the night in the other 644 constituencies?
I hope the picture of the night is Sunderland's picture. I mean, I think, I can't see the figures here, but from what I can hear, it reflects something I've found in a seat that's very much like Sunderland's in Hull, that actually our traditional supporters, some of whom were a little tetchy in 2001 because they hadn't seen any delivery, in the main, they've been more enthusiastic at this election than they were in 2001. Some of the more, I don't know, middle-class areas of constituencies around the country are undoubtedly concerned about Iraq. But for the bread and butter issues in cities like Sunderland and Hull, whether it's childcare, whether it's pension credit, or whether it's investment in health and education, I found a much more relaxed approach than in 2001. And if that's, I mean, there's no Liberal Democrat breakthrough there or in your exit poll.
Well, there is a swing to the Liberal Democrats, I think, about 3%.
Well, a swing, but not, I mean, God, look, this was their high point. You know, we've been through a very torturous time, a very personalised attack on the Prime Minister, even though war in Iraq was taken by parliamentary decision and not royal prerogative. It's been a very focused, personalised attack on the Prime Minister. And for everything we've been through, to come out with the kind of result that the exit polls suggest, if that's true, would be remarkable.
Well, we've also got the real results now, which is why I was talking to you about the swings there and, and where things were standing. Now, a majority, let's say your majority more than halved in Parliament, that surely is a vote of no confidence in the Prime Minister to a certain extent, isn't it?
No, it's not. I mean, if people wanted to change the government, they would have changed it. There was no feeling at all out there, and the exit poll would reflect this, that they wanted the Conservatives back in power. I think some of the Conservative tactics here, hold up their own vote, try to depress our vote, would have been successful if the exit poll's accurate. And I think the very personalised attack and the focus on asylum and immigration, I think Chris said quite rightly that if his result in Sunderland showed that working class people at whom that was directed would not, were not persuaded. And that's good news for progressive politics.
So, Alan Johnson, you think...
Sorry, I thought I lost you.
You think you're on the way back into government there?
I don't even know whether I'm the MP for Hull West and Hessle yet, Adam, so I'll wait.
OK, Alan Johnson, thank you very much indeed for joining us. One interesting piece of news we're hearing in Bethnal Green and Bow, where George Galloway, of course, is challenging the incumbent Una King. There's a suggestion that the Conservatives are doing rather well. And a local businessman Conservative candidate there appears to be picking up quite a lot of the Bengali vote.
More to come on that a lot later, of course, throughout the night. Let's return now to that Sunderland result. We knew that it was a safe Labour seat. Let's go through those figures again that we were showing you on screen a little earlier. The share of the vote there, 22.5 for the Conservatives, 58.6 for Labour, 14.6 for Lib Dems and 4.3% for the others, including, of course, that BNP vote. And there's the change in the vote. Whilst we're looking at those figures, a climb of 2.4% for the Tories, 2.8% for the Lib Dems away from Labour. They're dropping off by 5.3. Michael and Pippa, Michael, first perhaps to you, what you make of those figures and what we should start reading into them. It's very early, surely.
It is very early. It's worth noting that in 2001, in this seat, the swing against Labour was larger than the national average turned out to be. So that's the first. If we can use this seat for anything, perhaps, you know, it tends to have a little bit more volatility, possibly because Chris Mullin is really quite safe. It's a 3.9% swing, as we pointed out. If one were to do a national uniform projection, Labour's majority is 84, still not as low as the exit polls. But to be honest with you, the figure that jumped out at me when that result was called out was the BNP vote.
Indeed.
It is 3.8%.
Exactly. Let's pick up that point with Pippa. We'll talk a little later in the evening about the smaller parties, the independent candidates tonight, but that BNP vote is worth dwelling on for a moment.
That's right. The BNP had a lot of candidates, you may remember, in the 2003 local elections, and they thought that was, Sunderland in particular, was going to be one of the areas they really did pick up a number of seats. In fact, they did better in Oldham, so they were somewhat disappointed, but I think they have got a party organisation, and they've been very active, and that doubling of the vote is a very interesting pattern, particularly because, of course, immigration has been one of the key issues throughout the campaign, and the Conservatives have argued about it. It might be that any protest vote that's been emerging on the issues of race, immigration and asylum might in fact benefit some of the far-right parties like the BNP.
And there's also been a fourfold increase in the number of BNP candidates at this election.
Indeed. So we're looking at other seats across this region, of course, a little later on in the evening to see if there's a similar pattern emerging there.
And Oldham as well, in particular in that region in the northwest, to see what's happening around there.
Not to mention Jack Straw's seat.
Of course, Blackburn, a little later on, of course. OK, much more on that to come. Thanks very much for a moment, Adam.
Well, one on the screen there in the red box, that's a safe Labour seat held, 644 to go in this election night, because, of course, there is one by-election because of the death of a candidate in the course of the election. But so far, we can look at swings and how the votes are going on the basis of that one constituency, Sunderland South, and Martin is down there in the Gothic splendour of the House of Commons.
Yes, thanks, Adam. We're just going to compute that one result with the usual explainer. Of course, this is just one result, and these circumstances won't pertain in every constituency. The swing, as you've identified, in Sunderland South was this. It was between here, the status quo, with Tony Blair's 158 majority, and the 6.2% swing, which would result in a hung parliament. There it is, 3.9% in that single constituency result, predicting then a majority in the House of Commons for the Labour Party of 88 seats. So what would the House look like? Well, not significantly different, I suppose, in the sense that there would still be Labour MPs down here. Tony Blair, still the Prime Minister. Labour MPs down in number, 367 of them, down from the 403, but well past the winning line of 324 you need to form any government. As for the Conservatives, they do well out of this. Not in so well as to form a government, of course, but if the Sunderland South result was to be replicated, they'd have about 206, we reckon. A poor night for the Lib Dems on our projection from these numbers, 43 of them, and there would be 30 other members of Parliament to complete the usual numbers here. That's based on just that single result we've got so far.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, I'm joined now by some senior representatives of the three main parties. They are, for the Liberal Democrats, Dick Newby, Lord Strathclyde, the Conservative leader in the Lords, and Helen Liddle, who was an MP till she stood down in this election, is off to Australia to be Governor-General there.
Sounds like punishment.
Maybe. Maybe. I thought it had been announced.
Well, it depends who wins the election.
Oh, right. Well, I don't think they'll call you back even so. But, Helen Liddle, what do you think of this result so far?
Well, if the exit poll is true, it is quite remarkable. I've sat throughout the 80s in television studios like this, explaining away Labour defeats. And to see us looking now to a third term, you know, I think only Margaret Thatcher is the only other Prime Minister who managed to pull off 3 consecutive wins.
Yeah, and then was booted out by her party 3 years later.
Well, the Prime Minister has already said that this will be the last election that he will fight. But what an achievement when you consider where we came from. And I was one of the people who had to sit in these studios and explain it away. But the reality is, it's an exit poll. We've only had one result. Anything can happen tonight. But I think back to those very grim days, and, well, I'm feeling reasonably hopeful.
Well, Lord Strathclyde, you, of course, not up for election, but what are you picking up from the early currents in this election?
Well, it's certainly true that we ought to have to recognise all the health warnings about exit polls. And somebody earlier on was talking about how regions, in different regions, it could be very different, differential turnout, and I suspect all of that will be true, and you can tell very little from one result. My own view is I think it's going to be much closer than people imagine, and certainly our intelligence from what's going on the ground indicate that our target list will be far greater than we would.
Does that suggest to you that if it is done constituency by constituency, that also the Liberal Democrats may do rather better than is being suggested at the moment?
They may do. I was in Scotland at the weekend, and certainly there was a lot of press speculation that the Liberal Democrats might do quite well in Scotland. And that is, I think, one of the problems that, let's just speculate for a moment, that there is this kind of majority for the Labour Party. The number of Scottish votes will be far more significant in terms of Labour's majority in ruling England. That will raise all sorts of questions about legitimacy. Secondly, the turnout and their share of the vote. I mean, I think this will be a government elected with a majority with the smallest share of the vote ever. That also will raise all sorts of questions.
You too are not holding out hope that Conservatives are going to be elected.
I am very much holding out hope. It is still early this evening.
We just talked about the Labour government being elected.
Well, I said let us speculate for a moment, and that was my speculation.
Dick Newby, if the Sunderland result is right, and there's been a sort of 2 to 3% swing from Labour to the Liberal Democrats, that would have to be very disappointing, wouldn't it, after this campaign?
Well, I think if you look at the exit poll, even on the exit poll, 3 out of 4 voters who've switched from Labour have come to the Liberal Democrats, not to the Conservative Party, the official opposition. The truth is this is a disastrous night for the Conservative Party, and undoubtedly our vote share is going up significantly, and we're going to end up with more seats.
OK, well, let's go to Chris Mullin, the first MP, in fact the only MP in the House of Commons at the moment. Chris Mullin, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Now, what do you think is the significance of your election result? Of course, it's only one in a very large number, but the BNP there polling more than 1,000 votes.
I don't think the BNP vote is of any significance. The significance of my election result is that there will be a third Labour government in the morning.
Why do you not think the BNP vote is of any significance? It's strengthening, is it not?
Well, it's a little bit more than they've had previously, but it's a tiny fraction of the overall vote. And I do urge you to notice that there will be a Labour government in the morning.
Now, I was going to ask you about that next, actually. You've been in and out of government, I think, twice now. Are you planning on being in the government this time round or being out of it?
I've no idea. That's a matter for the Prime Minister. For the time being, I'm perfectly satisfied to be the Member of Parliament for Sunderland South.
What message do you think the Labour Party, if it is elected, should take from a swing against it, from a fairly significant reduction possibly in its majority?
I think it's too early to start drawing conclusions and lessons, but this has been an extremely negative campaign from as far as the Tories are concerned, and I think that's undoubtedly had some impact. But the overall conclusion from this is the one that I repeat to you: there will be a Labour government in the morning, and it's the first time there's been three Labour governments in succession, which I'm proposing to celebrate.
Do you see that as a mandate for Tony Blair to stay on as Prime Minister for a full term, as he said he'd like to?
Yes, I do.
Can I ask you what you think has gone on with the Labour vote? I mean, you still won very handsomely. Yours is regarded as a safe Labour seat. The turnout is slightly up. Your personal vote is slightly down. What are Labour voters doing? Can you break them down into different categories?
I'm afraid I'm having great difficulty in hearing you.
I was just asking what's happening with the Labour vote. Who's turning out, who's not?
Well, there's been a small swing to the Conservatives, a small swing to the Lib Dems, and a substantial Labour majority. So the story is small swing, not many killed.
Chris Mullen, thank you very much indeed, and thank you for struggling with, obviously, the hearing difficulties from Sky Centre here all the way up to Sunderland.
OK, thank you.
You're watching Sky News on election night. It has just gone 11 o'clock at night. The first result is in, and as is traditional, it's Sunderland South. Labour's held on to the seat with a comfortable majority. Chris Mullins, the first MP to be elected to the next Parliament. Mr Mullin told Sky News his win points towards a Labour victory. And a joint BBC ITV News exit poll is predicting a third Labour government, but with a significantly reduced majority of 66. Here's the breakdown of the seats on screens for you. Conservatives on 209, Labour 356, Liberal Democrats on 53 seats. That exit poll is likely to be causing the Prime Minister some concern tonight. Tony Blair's in his Sedgefield constituency awaiting his result, and that's due at about 2 a.m. And Michael Howard is at his home in his constituency of Folkestone and Hythe. Mr Howard will know whether he's been re-elected at about 4 in the morning. And Charles Kennedy is north of the border in his Ross, Skye and Lochaber constituency. Geographically, it's the biggest in Britain, so we don't expect a result there before 3 o'clock.
Well, joining us now from Houghton and Washington, the constituency where he's standing, is the Deputy Chief of Labour's campaign team, Fraser Kemp. Mr Kemp, well, first of all, commiserations. Houghton and Washington didn't manage to beat Sunderland South after all.
No, it doesn't, but it's in the same city as Sunderland South, and I think we'll have a result certainly before midnight.
Right, before midnight. Well, no prize, though, for that. Can I just ask you, do you think the picture presented in this exit poll of 37% for Labour, 33% for the Conservatives, 22% for Lib Dems, accords with the sort of outcome that you're expecting at the end of the evening?
I think it's probably not a million miles away from the actual share of the vote, but I think what's important to remember, Adam, is what will happen in the marginals. The marginals have been very fiercely contested. A differential turnout of a few points in a marginal can make a huge difference as to who wins that seat. I think the exit poll might be accurate in share of the vote, but I'm not sure it will be a precise pointer to what the overall majority is going to be.
Of course, that could mean it's worse, as Tony Blair's been warning these last few days, worse for Labour. I mean, we are hearing that there are quite long faces in the Labour camp in Putney, for example, and also worries about the Minister Stephen Twigg holding on in Enfield.
Right. Well, I mean, we just don't know, and we're going to have to wait and see. I think, as one of your contributors was saying earlier on, I think, you know, we could well have a position where the results, there will be regional variations in them, and I think that's something we've often felt within Labour's campaign, and I think it's something which will be demonstrated later on this evening, that there will be some differential in terms of the relative support for the parties throughout the regions.
What do you think is going on with the Liberal Democrat vote?
Well, I mean, looking at the exit poll, again, I mean, will tactical voting come into play in certain key seats? We just don't know. We're just going to have to bide our time and wait and see as the results come through over the next 3 or 4 hours.
If Tony Blair hadn't led Britain to war in Iraq, what sort of a majority do you think Labour would be looking forward to this evening?
I think we're going to have the majority that we'll get when the electors. I think what we will see tonight is a pretty disastrous and dismal vote for the British Conservative Party. I think they will be resoundingly defeated. I think we will, if we win tonight and we get a working majority, which I expect that we will get, I think that will be a resounding endorsement of a Labour government over the last years. I think it'll be a resounding endorsement of the Labour Party over the last decade that has had the courage and the confidence which the Tories didn't have to change, make ourselves relevant and relevant to people's needs and aspirations throughout Britain, and I think it'll be a tremendous result. We've never been here before. We've never had 2 consecutive full terms, and it looks as if we might well be heading towards a consecutive 3rd term, and that is one tremendous achievement for a party which is just over 100 years old.
It does look, though, as if you may have got Tony Blair over the line only by yoking him to Gordon Brown.
No, not at all. I think what people saw was a very strong team, and the economy was a key point of that. People are certainly telling me in this constituency that they don't want to go back to 15% mortgages. They don't want to go back when we had the divisions and mass unemployment that Labour constituencies like this had suffered for decades, and the economy is an important part of that. And the Blair-Brown team was a critical part of the election, and I think that, you know, that has been a great advantage.
Fraser Kemp, thanks for that. We'll look out for your result around midnight.
Thanks, Adam. Thank you.
One of the key areas to keep an eye on tonight is the Liberal Democrats' so-called decapitation strategy. That is, of course, those key figures in the Conservative Party where they are setting their sights in places like Dorset West, Holton Price and Howden and Maidenhead. To take us through this strategy and give us the key pointers, the key bits of information on it, let's go back to Martin Stamford in our virtual House of Commons. Martin.
Well, we've lined them up in the way I think the Lib Dems would like us to, really, at our duck shoot here in the lobby of the House of Commons, Julie. Those very people you were talking about, the senior Conservatives who the Lib Dems have reckoned with a bit of effort, a bit of push, a bit of extra cash in campaigning, they may well be able to take off the top layer of their opposition, the party they want to replace as the second party in this country. Let's show you what we mean. Now, Oliver Letwin, first of all, is in the vulnerable nature of a constituency where he's only got a majority of some 1,400 or so. Other people might think that's quite good, but the Lib Dems reckon no. They can take a pop at him, so they're lining him up in their sights, and they're going to have a go at shooting him and see if he falls, and therefore the Tories don't have a shadow chancellor. Next, as you can see in line, they've got David Davis. Now, his Yorkshire constituency of Halton, Price and Howden, some 1,900-seat majority there. No problem, say the Lib Dems. We're going to aim our gun at him as well, and if all works, he's going to disappear too. Next in their sights, we go up to Cumbria. Tim Collins, the Shadow Education spokesman, of course. Now, he's defending a majority of around about 3,000, but that's no problem as well, say the Liberal Democrats. So they've lined him up too, and they're going to take a pop at him. And so, to Maidenhead, Theresa May, the lady with the perhaps most famous shoe collection, former chairman of the party, of course, now she's the shadow spokesman on the family. Maidenhead, they halved her majority there. It's around about 3,000 this time, just over 3,000. They're going to have a go at her as well. Bang. And she's a goner. Now, who would be left to run the Conservative Party if all these things happened? Well, yes, they even want to have a go at him as well. Michael Howard, of course, just defending a majority of around about 6,000 in Folkestone and Hythe, and the Lib Dems there have been passionately working to see if they can have a go at him so they can line up their gun and really take off the top of the Conservative Party altogether. That's their strategy. We'll keep an eye on how successful they've been and how many of the Conservatives actually survive this Lib Dem assault.
Martin, thanks for that. Let's stay with this theme, and we'll take you to one of those seats. Indeed, Maidenhead, of course, Theresa May's seat, and Matt Smith, our correspondent, is standing by there. Any word, the counter doesn't look as if it is even kicked off yet tonight, Matt. What word from Maidenhead?
Well, no word as yet. As you say, they are just verifying the votes here. But as you say, this is seat number 16 in the Lib Dems' most wanted list. Theresa May, you mentioned there, is the present incumbent of the seat. Although the last two elections, she's seen her majority here slide by around 2/3. Now, the Lib Dems, as you say, take the credit for that. They reckon now this seat is theirs for the taking. 3.8% swing, we understand, is what they need to get that to, from Tory to Lib Dem for them to get the seat. Now, a quick word about the patch. Everything really from picture postcard villages to the big computer firms that line the M4. On paper, it's Tory heartland, but as I say, 3.8% is the swing that's needed for the Lib Dems. Will they do it tonight? We'll find out. We're expecting a declaration here at around 1:30.
OK, Matt, back to you later. Thanks for that.
Well, worth noting, of course, that in Sunderland we did not see a swing from the Conservatives to the Liberal Democrats at all, although it's not what I think the Liberal Democrats would regard as fertile territory for them. Now, let's go to Labour Party headquarters, and Glenn Glaser is there. What are they saying to you tonight, Glenn?
Well, Adam, there's no champagne here tonight. It's a funny sort of mood, really, a kind of mixed reaction, because on the one hand, of course, they've got this historic third term, the first time it's been done by a Labour government, but on the other hand, of course, they're disappointed at what looks like a much reduced majority. I just had a briefing from the Prime Minister's spokesman who said that what they warned would happen has happened, that in the marginal seats, they believe, by either staying away or switching to Liberal Democrat, what's happened is that Labour voters, people who should be Labour voters, have let in Conservative MPs. And they're making the point that the Conservatives' share of the vote, at least on the early polls, does not appear to have gone up. And therefore they're saying the Conservatives could never form a government on that basis. But of course they're also saying that the Conservative tactic was to erode that majority as much as possible. They never really believed that they would form a government this time, and given the size of the majority, that's a realistic approach, I suppose. So in that way, they're forced to admit that the Conservative tactic has by and large worked, if that really is what it was. And of course this is the Linton Crosby effect, this Australian who was brought in to run the Conservative campaign. That, they have to admit, I think, has been successful, although they're not saying that in so many words. They're saying there was the Iraq effect, which won't be there, of course, in the next election, various other things, lots of local and regional variations going on. And they also say it's early days. They believe they may have done slightly better than the exit polls would suggest. But of course, if Tony Blair's majority is cut to 60, 65, 70, it's going to make it very difficult indeed for him to get some of his more controversial reforms through in the next Parliament, because he's got his Labour rebels, 30 or 40 of them, who now will feel emboldened to overturn a lot of the policies they're not happy about.
I was going to say, Glenn, because, I mean, if they're accepting really that the bloody nose for Blair scenario has been played out, their own arguments earlier this week was that that actually could be worse, and they could be heading towards a majority below 66.
Yeah, I think that's right. They were warning, weren't they, that if 1 in 10 Labour voters abstained or voted Liberal Democrat, it could let in a Conservative government. And those figures very quickly unravelled. I mean, I think they only lasted a few hours before people picked pretty large holes in them. And what seems to have happened is that that has happened, but it hasn't resulted in a Conservative government, as you're saying. It still would appear to be that we're going to have this historic third term. Tony Blair will be the Prime Minister by this time tomorrow, but with this much reduced majority, and that's going to make his life much, much more difficult, and they accept that here. And that's why there's this kind of mix of euphoria, in a way, at the fact that they've actually done it and got a third term, but also great disappointment that it's going to make Tony Blair and the government's life much more difficult in the next Parliament. And of course, a lot of people have been saying that if you put your finger on the pulse of the country, in a way this is the result a lot of people wanted. They wanted Tony Blair returned, but with a smaller majority.
Thanks, Glenn.
So let's take you to one of those seats of key interest tonight, and that is Bethnal Green and Bow. We know the sitting incumbent Labour MP there, Una King, defending majority of some 10,057, but being pursued by George Galloway, of course, who left Labour to set up Respect. And some news from there. Let's cross to our correspondent, Joey Jones, who's standing by for us there. Some news reaching us that Una King not too happy tonight, Joey. What can you tell us?
There are a few anxious faces on the side of the Labour, certainly. We know this has been a nasty campaign from the start. It's been a very bitter campaign. It could be a pretty interesting night here. We know there's no love lost. There hasn't been right from the start between George Galloway and Una King. This is a campaign where the insults have been flying. We've seen eggs thrown and some pretty intimidating and rowdy public meetings as well. What they've done tonight is they've tried to put a lid on all that by actually moving the count away from Bethnal Green, bringing it out to Canary Wharf, and just a few invited guests really, and some pretty tight security as well. But certainly a 10,000 majority last time, that looks like it's going to be cut substantially.
OK, Joey, thanks. So we knew we had the return of the Daleks last weekend. They're featuring tonight. We'll get the sound sorted out. More from Bethnal Green and Bow to come a little later.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's interesting looking at that pop gun shooting gallery of potential decapitation targets, Tory targets for the Liberal Democrats. With me is Lord Newby, Dick Newby. You've very much advertised this strategy in the course of the election campaign.
No, Adam, we've never advertised the strategy. Lib Dems are fighting a whole raft of seats. These happen to be interesting seats which you find extremely interesting because of who they are. Well, the whole concept of decapitation has been one which, frankly...
I have to tell you, I've spoken to officials of your party and indeed candidates from your party who talked openly about the decapitation strategy.
But this has become an issue, and obviously we want to beat all those Conservatives. We want to beat a lot more.
Well, are you going to beat any of them? That's going to be my question.
Oh, well. We'll see. I'd be surprised if we didn't beat any of them. How many we will beat, we'll see as the evening goes on.
Which of those do you think is the most vulnerable?
I think it's difficult to tell at this point. I think that Oliver Letwin clearly is fighting a very hard campaign, and we're fighting a very hard campaign against him. So I think it's certainly going to be very tight there. I think Howden and Halton Price will be very tight. I think all of them will be reasonably tight. But given the exit poll and what the votes look like, I think that we're going to find, not just in those seats, but on a whole raft of seats, that we're going to find very close results. And I agree with what other people have said, that we're going to have quite a lot of regional variations.
Lord Strathclyde, are you worried for those heads in your party?
Well, it's an election. One is always worried. But it is extraordinary, isn't it? For the Conservative Party, everybody's been complaining that we've been running a negative campaign, which I don't think we have. And here we have the Liberal Democrats who have fought this campaign of decapitation. You can't get much more negative than that. And for Dick to come along tonight an unusual thing for a political party. And Charles Kennedy went this week to Folkestone and said, we're going to win it. This is all part of our decapitation strategy.
He did. He went to Folkestone in the last general election. Charles has never used the word.
He went deliberately to demonstrate how successful this campaign was going to be. And my prediction is they will not win a single of the seats that are in the shooting gallery.
Well, it's amusing to hear Lord Strathclyde talk about negative campaigning. I don't think we've ever had a situation where we've had the leader of the opposition describe the Prime Minister as a liar and do it repeatedly. I think this is one of the most negative campaigns I've seen, and I've been around since about 1970 involved in elections. And I think there is a degree of private grief.
Yes, but we also had flying pigs of Oliver Letwin in the early stage of the campaign, and would you let this man run the country and all the rest of it? I mean, you've all done it.
We've never gone in for this intensely personalised attack that you saw in the Prime Minister. Yes, we have pointed out Michael Howard's record.
Dreaming of introducing hospital charges. Yeah.
Well, we've looked at Michael Howard's record, which is a perfectly acceptable thing to do.
But and where does it say we're going to introduce hospital charges?
Indeed, Michael Howard himself used his record in his own adoption speech, going back to the time, proud, I suppose, of introducing the poll tax. But we've never had such a determinedly negative campaign in the United Kingdom as we've seen from the Conservatives during this campaign. And I actually think it has an effect of turning people off. I don't think people like that.
You say turning people off, but you also had that briefing coming out of your party's headquarters, basically accepting that people were a bit fed up with Tony Blair. They didn't necessarily want to push him out of office, but they did want to send him a message. I mean, what's wrong with the opposition party trying to put it in line with the mood of the nation?
I think when you call the Prime Minister a liar, that is very different from the normal nature of political debate.
Come on. 4 years ago, the Labour Party fought on a manifesto promise that they would not introduce student fees. A year later, they did. Now, what is that if it's not a...
So you're saying Tony Blair is a liar?
What is it if it's not a lie?
I'm saying, well, again, we have this.
What is it? I mean, it is.
This negative campaigning is new to
How about honest campaigning?
At this, to this extent. And I think it does turn people off. And some of it does relate to the dog whistle theory.
You haven't used the personalised word lie. You said, well, what is it if it's not a lie? I mean, that's slightly different. I mean, you sound a bit hesitant about it.
No, I mean, Michael Howard fights his campaign as leader of the Conservative Party. I thought it was an admirable campaign. It's one which is demonstrably successful. It is cutting Blair down to size. And, well, let's just see how it goes. I accept it's going to be difficult looking at these exit poll results, but it is... There's no good news here for the Labour Party.
Yes,
but, I mean, a majority of 66, or the number of seats that they get, we're not that far away from a hung parliament. They lost 32 seats. They will be straight into that territory.
I do come back. If these early predictions are right, though, Dick Newby, it really is looking like another disappointing night for the Lib Dems, isn't it?
Well, I think if you have a situation where a government loses support,
no,
and three-quarters of that lost support goes to the Liberal Democrats rather than the Conservative Party, the official opposition. That's not a big...
But it doesn't appear to be happening with all due respect.
Well, but that's... We'll see. We've had one result in one seat, which is an absolutely safe Labour seat, which tells us nothing. Look at the exit poll, and then let's see what happens in reality. But I believe that the Lib Dems are going to have made a significant increase in vote, significantly larger increase than the Conservatives, incidentally, and we're going to pick up more seats as a result.
OK. Well, let's pause now and get some more soundings from around the country, Julie.
Indeed. Time now to take stock of some of the nation regions, key battlegrounds in Scotland and Wales, where the Conservatives have had hard times, of course, over the past few election. Sky's James Matthews is in Edinburgh tonight, and Sky's Ian Doveston is standing by for us in Cardiff. James, to you first, some key battlegrounds.
Hi, Julie. Yeah, elections in what they used to be in Scotland. There are 59 Westminster seats here now, as opposed to the old 72. That reduction is a result of the Scotland Act that gave Scotland its own parliament. So the constituency map has been redrawn, and therein lies the central question tonight. How will Labour be affected? In recent political history, they've dominated Scotland, but there are many predictions here that they could lose as many as 9 seats here. That would represent a significant shift in power north of the border. A number of seats to look out for. Here, the Tories, notionally they don't have any seats at all in Scotland. They are pursuing Labour hard in Dumfries and Galloway, Labour's tightest UK marginal. Dundee East will see a photo finish, should see a photo finish between Labour and the SNP, and the Lib Dems are chasing Labour hard in a few seats. Here in Edinburgh, there are 5 seats up for grabs, among them Alistair Darling's South West seat. He could be the next Labour Chancellor if he and his party get in. We expect the first results here in Edinburgh at Meadowbank Stadium around 3 a.m.
OK, James, thanks for that. Let's zoom in now to our map. Our war table sitting in front of us, Azam was talking to you about a little earlier on, and we're talking about Scotland, so I think we can whiz in and have a look at that map. And that was the carve-up, as you can see, the votes in 2001. As we've been saying, Pippa and Michael, redrawing of boundaries there post-devolution, but some interesting battlegrounds tonight here. Particularly, perhaps, Pippa, you could talk to us about the Lib Dems. We know that Labour have lost 10 seats in this redrawing of boundaries, but some interesting Lib Dem targets tonight, particularly in those sort of urban areas where a tuition, Iraq, votes might come into play.
And where perhaps some of the students might play a role as well, such as in Edinburgh South, which is clearly an area where many of the Edinburgh University students are resident. Aberdeen South is another, Dunbartonshire East, all targets which the Lib Dems might have. But in some ways it's going to be a Conservative breakthrough that would be more significant, simply because Scotland has been so absent of conservatism since the 1997 election. So if they do manage to make breakthrough in Dumfries and Galloway and in Edinburgh South West, I think that really will be a relaunching and re-energising of some of the party in the Scottish area.
Good potential for that for the Conservatives tonight, do you think, Michael?
Yes, there is. But Scotland's just such a complicated picture to try and unpick, and it's complicated at the best of times. And when you have these revised boundaries, where what we're dealing with tonight, and it's important to kind of tell people when they're watching the Scottish results, that in all but 3 of the constituencies, the calculations of the 2001 general election are in fact estimates that we've had to do because to cope with the revised boundaries. And, you know, as we're saying, it's a very complicated picture. For example, the SNP are targeting Dundee East, Orkill, and even the Western Isles, Yen Island and Shire.
Ah, you got it in early, Michael, well done.
From Labour. But the SNP themselves are vulnerable to the Tories recovering in Moray and also in Angus. So that, if you like, to try and unpick the politics of Scotland is extremely difficult in a four-party system.
OK, we just must a quick alert. We're awaiting in the next few moments the results from Sunderland North. Indeed, they're coming now to the podium, and we wait to hear the declaration in this safe Labour seat.
Bill Everington, the incumbent Labour MP, had a majority last time round of 13,354. His personal share of the vote was 18,685. Incidentally, Sunderland South are claiming, and this is the same constituency, they beat their previous record by 14 seconds in getting the first declaration.
Hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate was as follows. Stephen Dawton, the Conservative Party candidate, 5,724.
Up slightly.
William Etherington, the Labour Party candidate, 15,719.
Down nearly 3,000.
Neil Heron, Independent, 2,057. Deborah Hiles, British National Party, 1,136.
That's actually less.
James Halern, Liberal Democrat, 4,277.
So Bill Etherington is the second MP back into Parliament, holding the safe Labour seat of Sunderland North, although, as with Chris Mullen, a slight diminution there in his vote. Let's hear from Mr Etherington.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's always a very great pleasure and a privilege to have won any form of election, because it shows that people have faith in what you're trying to do for them. I well recall in 1992 when I was first elected, it was a very great thrill, and the only thing that spoiled it was I presumed that because there was a big majority for me that there would be a Labour Party in office the following day, and very sadly there wasn't, and that spoiled things somewhat for me. When you've been victorious, it's a time for a little bit of modesty. You should always be modest when you've won. You shouldn't be boastful, and you shouldn't be recriminatory. All I would say is I would like to give every congratulation to Bill Crawford and his team, who've been responsible not just for the counting of the election tonight, but for the administration that went before that. I'm sure all the other candidates will feel the same way as I do in their praise of Bill Crawford, not just at this election, but in many elections in years gone by. I would like to thank the people of Sunderland North for continuing to have faith in me and showing that in this election. All I can offer them is what I've always offered, and that is honesty and commitment.
Well, we've only got to wait now for Houghton and Washington, and it will be a clean sweep for Sunderland in terms of getting the first three results in. There's it is. You see the majority now, 9,995. Last time round it was 13,000 for Bill Etherington. Still speaking there, re-elected. And turnout 50%. Again, that's up 1%. He got 54.4% of the vote. In second place, the Conservatives, 19.8%. This is how it swung around. Well, Labour down 8.3%, but all the other groupings, the others, that includes the BNP and the Independent, picking up 3.6%, Lib Dems 2.7%, and the Conservatives, they're up as well. Michael?
Well, the bigger drop in the Labour vote in Sunderland North and in Sunderland South, 8.3% compared with 5.3%. Other complicated factors, though, in this particular result is Neil Heron, who stood as an independent. He is the metric martyr, and he was very prominent in the campaign to vote no in the North East referendum. They didn't want a regional assembly, which was heavily
By
defeated.
the metric martyr, you mean the grocer who went to jail because he wouldn't put
That's
his
right.
weights
You don't sell fruit and veg in these fancy kilos. You do it in pounds and ounces. And he's a key figure up there, and he's just saved his deposit. He's got 7.1% of the vote. He stood in 2001 and again saved his deposit then, 5%. So his vote has actually gone up 2%. And the BNP vote, very similar to Sunderland South, 3.9%. Those two candidates are not far short of saving their deposit.
But this confirms the trend which you already spotted in Sunderland, haven't you?
That's right. What we're looking at in the early results in particular are very solid, safe seats in the solidest area for Labour in the north, and in areas like Sunderland, which have always been solid working class areas, which have got some middle class university areas, but they're not the sort of place where you'd expect the Conservatives to go up a lot, or indeed for the Lib Dem to do that well. And what you can see is a fairly consistent pattern. Lib Dem up a bit, 3 points or so in both of the seats, and the Labour Party down. So it seems to confirm some of the earlier indicators we have with our final polls by all the major polling companies.
Thank you indeed, Pepper. Julie.
Adam, thanks. Yeah, well, let's return now to our examination of what might be going on in the nation regions. We can cross live now to Cardiff as we make an assessment of where the key battlegrounds are in Wales tonight. Sky's Ian Doverston is in Cardiff. One of those interesting seats up for grabs tonight in Cardiff, Ian.
Very interesting, yeah. Down behind me, actually, you can see Cardiff West, but if the camera pans along, we can see the counting going on for Cardiff Central, and that is where the heat will be generated tonight. And the Liberal Democrats, let me tell you, are very, very bullish indeed about the result. Of course, it hasn't come out yet. It'll be out at about 2 o'clock. But what they expect the result to be, they're expecting that they have won that particular constituency from Labour, and they're saying that their vote could have gone up from 36.7% in 2001 to somewhere near to 50% this time. That is how confident they are of winning, and by how far they might win. It is, if you let me tell you about the constituency, it's got a large student vote, and the Liberal Democrats are expecting that to play well for them on subjects like tuition fees. Also the war in Iraq, they feel, will have rankled in that particular constituency. And also they were telling me earlier that the Labour Party have really fought a bad campaign within that constituency, and that is leading to their optimism. So there may well be a bit of good news for the Liberal Democrats from Cardiff Central. In terms of the whole Welsh picture, just up the road from here is Monmouth, and that is a seat where the Conservatives will be hoping to do well against Labour. It is the 7th on their target list. Back in 2001, it was won by a very, very slim majority indeed, about 400 votes from Labour, from Conservative. The Labour were ahead, and they're expecting tonight, of course, that will be a key target for them. The voting, or the counting here, should finish around about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, sorry, Ian, we're going to go to Houghton and Washington for the results there.
Yes, indeed. This is where Fraser Kemp is the incumbent MP.
Returning officer for the Houghton and Washington East constituency hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate was as follows. Anthony Stewart Devenish, the Conservative Party candidate, 4,772 votes.
Slightly down.
Mark Greenfield, Liberal Democrat, 6,245 votes.
That's up.
Fraser Kemp, the Labour Party candidate, 22,310 votes.
That's
John
down as well,
Richardson,
but Fraser Kemp
British
has been
National
re-elected
Party,
in Houghton and Washington East.
1,367 votes. And that Fraser Kemp has been duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Houghton and Washington East constituency.
We'll hear from Fraser Kemp now. He got 24,000 last time, so there has been a drop in his vote, but a very substantial victory nonetheless.
Firstly, if I can thank you, Mr. Returning Officer, and all your staff, those who've been here tonight and those who've been covering polling stations from 7 o'clock this morning for the hugely efficient way in which you've conducted this count, not only hugely efficiently, but also the speed in which you've given us the result. And I think another example where Sunderland City Council leads the way and sets an example for the rest of the country to get its results in so quickly. I also want to thank the police for ensuring that we've had a safe and secure count. I think democracy is very important, and I thank the police for doing that. I think people would also just bear with me, because there are two big events that are taking place in this week. One is a general election, and the other is the commemoration of victory in Europe, VE Day this week. And I want to pay tribute to all those who fought in those wars 60 years ago from this constituency and throughout the country to defeat fascism and ensure that we can stand here tonight in a free and open democratic society and take part in this election. I want to thank Joe Lawson, my agent, for his, where's he at? He's down there, Joe, for his hard work and good humour, members of the campaign team and the party workers, and obviously those Labour voters, those 22,500 Labour voters who've put their faith in the party. I also want to thank everybody who voted in this constituency, whichever way you voted. Democracy is very important, and I'm particularly pleased that there has been an increase in turnout, albeit a small one, but nevertheless, I think that's something that we should celebrate, that more people have taken part than did in 2001. If Labour forms a government tonight, it's going to have a very heavy responsibility, and what it needs to do is ensure that the work which is undertaken on the economy and public services continue. It also has another important job, and that's to try and provide security for people who live in a very rapidly and fast-changing world, a world that moves faster than any of our parents or grandparents could have imagined. And those are tasks which we accept the responsibility for and make sure that we'll carry them out. And I just wanted to end on this remark, Mr. Returning Officer. This constituency and its very, very special people who live within it, in my view, have always, through hard times and good times, had values and beliefs that we as individuals can only be truly strong if the whole of our community is decent and fair and strong in itself. And I hope that this result tonight is a sign that Britain continues to share the values that we have in Houghton and Washington East. Thank you very much.
So Fraser Kemp's acceptance speech there, Labour holding Houghton and Washington East, one of the safest Labour seats in the country. But again, we're looking at the change in the Labour vote there, a drop-off of 8.9% in that vote. Let's now cross to our virtual House of Commons once again this evening for an assessment of where we might be. Here's Martin once more.
Julie, we're just computing on the swingometer. If these results, and there are only 3, we have to acknowledge that, but if we compute them, what the pattern might result in being if they turned out to be typical or representative. We've definitely seen a swing away from the Labour Party to the Conservatives. Is it enough to bring about a hung Parliament or a Conservative government? On these results, no. It's this. Impressive enough, perhaps, in terms of progress. It's 4.3% if we do the computations on those 3 results in, giving Tony Blair a majority of about 72 if the maths work out okay. So what would the House of Commons look like? Well, familiar sight in the sense that here, down the government benches, we'd still have the Labour MPs. They'd be filing in, but they would be reduced in number quite significantly, 359 of them, so over the 324 winning post. On the Conservative benches, they would have had a good night. Not good enough to win, which of course was their prime target, but they will have increased their figures from the 159 or so last time to 214. Lib Dems, 43. Not so good for them, if our projections are right. The other parties, including some 30 MPs. So, with the usual health warning that that's after only 3 results, this is a possible look for the new House of Commons. Adam?
Thank you very much indeed, Martin. Just one interesting sideline to that Houghton and Washington East result there is that in the battle for distant second place, the Liberal Democrats actually overtook the Conservatives. So the Liberal Democrats now the challenger in that constituency. Well, Dominic Waghorn is spending the night looking at what's going on with Michael Howard down in Folkestone and Hythe. Dominic, what's the latest information you have for us?
Well, the ballot box is still arriving thick and fast, being furiously counted below me, but it's going to be a long wait here. We don't expect to count till 3 at the earliest, probably not till 4. Michael Howard will be staying at home just up the road in Hythe, and he will come here about an hour before the count's expected, we understand. He's not going to say anything here, and we have to wait till he gets to London after that. We'll hear anything from him. We have heard from campaign headquarters, though, up in London. They say they are denying that Lynton Crosby, the Australian campaign strategist that Michael Howard brought from Australia to fight this election with him, he was quoted earlier as saying that he expected the Conservatives to have a 40-50 seat increase, but then now denying he said anything like that at all. What they are saying is the mood is very good, and the only result that really matters is the one that we'll hear, the final result we'll hear by the middle of the night.
Dominic, and a feeling too that being leader might have actually helped Michael Howard's vote as far as this possible decapitation is concerned.
Yes, he's got a majority of 5,907, and that has been chased, as you say, by the Liberal Democrats. Charles Kennedy was here only this week, and they are trying to decapitate the Conservative Party at the very top. But the Conservatives tonight have said that the early signs, as far as they're concerned, from what they can see on the floor below me, are that they will be able to increase his majority here significantly. They say they're very confident of that.
Thanks very much indeed, Dominic. I should say one other interesting piece of information we have. There we see Alan Milburn in Darlington, the campaign strategist, the head of the campaign for the Labour Party, greeting his friends on the floor in Darlington. We're expecting to hear from him, his count later on. I was just saying, on this question of turnout, you'll have seen it on the bar on the bottom of your television screens. It is up about 1%. We're hearing in Hove, where of course there is a new Labour candidate following the decision by Ivor Kaplan to withdraw or stand down. The turnout there has gone up from 59% to 64%. So it does look possibly as if turnout is going to be greater this time around. Julie.
Indeed. Well, we certainly saw a change in that direction in the Houghton and Washington seat. Let's just look at that seat again and the details that we had from it as we whiz on our details for you. Or perhaps not. We'll have them back in a moment. Fraser Kemp's seat, of course. Let's take stock, though, now that we've got Sunderland South, North in, and Houghton, Washington East, and talk to Pippa and Michael alongside me here. What should we be reading in at this stage to those trio of seats in so far, Pippa, in your view?
Well, all of these really illustrate what we saw also with the exit poll and with the final polls that have been done by the companies. In other words, the Lib Dems can push up their share of the vote, and they have in all of these seats, 5.5% in Houghton and Washington East. But it doesn't help if you're always second or third, and that's how the votes gets wasted. And as we can see, the Labour vote goes down 8.9%, more than in Sunderland North and Sunderland South. But in a safe Labour seat, basically what's happening is Labour voters are deserting. They know that they're still going to get a Labour MP, and they're going to the other parties on the ballot.
Pushing the Tories, though, into third in Houghton, Washington, yes. Michael.
Yeah, the 2001 results saw the Lib Dems gain vote most in this constituency. Their vote went up 4.8%. So they have some momentum in the constituency. But interestingly enough, they don't do very much at all in local government elections. So to put on 5.5% in terms of your vote is rather good. The Labour vote appears to have split, not to the Conservatives at all. The Tory vote's gone down by a fraction. But the Labour vote has split to the Liberal Democrats and, again, the BNP.
Well, I was just about to ask both of you a bit more about the BNP, the third result in a row in this little patch. Pippa, we're waiting the Keithley result a little later on, of course, where the BNP leader Nick Griffin is standing against the Labour candidate, Labour MP there.
That's right.
They'd be reasonably happy with this, I suppose, from the BNP's encroachment on these sort of seats.
They're only getting 1,000 plus votes. It's not as though they really are a major party. But as we know, the far right has been making gains in many other countries as well. If you look at France, if you look at the Netherlands, if you look at Belgium. And what often happens is they build up a local base in a constituency or in a local election, and then they make some gains in a national election as well. Clearly, they're nowhere near the sort of threat in many other European countries, and they're very much penalised by the first-past-the-post system, which means they can never break through at that level. But the fact that they're making some progress in these sorts of seats. Remember that the whistle-dog politics also, the idea of playing issues about race and immigration, would get through to certain working-class Labour areas, particularly safe Labour areas where there might be some resentment about refugees who are based in those particular constituencies. That might be what's going on with the BNP.
Michael?
Well, we need to keep our eyes firmly on the northwest of England, the Yorkshire, Bradford area in particular, the West Midlands, Birmingham, Dudley, Sandwell, Walsall, that kind of area, and also the east part of London. I think there the BNP vote will, from what I've seen thus far in terms of the 3 seats in Sunderland, I think those areas could prove rather fertile for the BNP at this election.
But what impact, if any, do you think they've had on the main parties, these smaller parties? You've commented on this before in the past, Pippa. The role of them, they're never going to get to that stage where they get a seat in Parliament. But what role have these parties had in this campaign, do you think, in the period perhaps crucially leading up to the campaign?
Well, particularly what happens is that by raising certain issues and getting some level of popular support, they somewhat legitimise it. They get a great deal of media attention in many of these areas. Even with only a handful of votes, they nevertheless get the headlines. And so they basically raise issues of race and immigration that weren't really dividing the two major parties and make it appear legitimate that this is a concern of the public, this is a popular concern, and that it should be debated. So what they have is essentially a way to change the agenda. Just like when the Greens made some breakthrough, you may remember, in European elections a few years ago now, they again brought up issues of the environment, so the BNP are raising issues of race.
OK, more to come on those issues, and we're keeping an eye on those seats that you mentioned, Michael, of course, they're not the least. Keithley, of course, a little later on in the evening. Adam.
Well, the current Chancellor Exchequer, Gordon Brown, has arrived at his count in his new seat of Kirkcaldy, although he's now gone into a side run, so we don't have any pictures of him. Should say we're getting intelligence, not actual results yet, from around the country. For example, Labour are saying off the record that they've held, no surprise there, Birmingham Northfield. The Liberal Democrats, interestingly, are saying that they believe that they've held on in Cheadle, and which is one of their most vulnerable seats. And it seems now that the feeling is that Stephen Twigg is probably going to hang on in Enfield. But all those, I say, are unofficial comments, speculation, which we're hearing from around the country. One of the things that puzzles me is that Tony Blair and Gordon Brown together did flag up to Labour supporters, look, if you don't vote for us, it could have serious consequences for us. And their Labour supporters seem to have said, well, fine, if it has consequences, cuts your majority, we still think that's the message we want to send.
Well, we don't necessarily know that yet, and but the results that we've had in these three North of England seats really don't necessarily give us a picture for all of the country. But I think it's inevitable when you've had two periods with a landslide that you get when you come to the third period, and it still is remarkable that it looks as though we have won a third period in government, that you do have some people who are disenchanted. And yes, I think issues like Iraq did play very hard, and I think the Tories, in having a very selective campaign, hitting on specific selective issues, I may think some of it is unscrupulous, but it may be effective. It may actually strike a chord with people, because what the Conservatives were trying to do was to say, look, we haven't really got much of a chance here, but give Tony Blair a bloody nose, send him a message. And there is a risk in that you could send such a message that you end up with a Tory government, and I think people have backed away from that.
But at this early stage, you know, an 8% change in your share of the vote, I mean, that's pretty alarming, isn't it?
Well, quite frankly, if John Major had had this kind of projected majority whenever he was seeking to become Prime Minister, I think he would have been an extremely happy man. But obviously, you know, we do take into account what people have been saying in the course of the election, what the issues are. And I think we've always shown that as a campaigning team, we have always been effective at responding to the kind of issues that people have been raising. And on the immigration issue, and it's interesting what Pippa has been saying about BNP, because the immigration issue did was played very strongly by the Conservatives. And if you have an issue like immigration, morning, noon and night, endlessly repeated, it does bring up issues that do tend to shake people and concern people. And the message we've tried to promote is that this is an issue you have to deal with unity, seek unity, but tread very warily.
Well, joining us now from Sheffield, where he's awaiting his result, is David Blunkett. Mr. Blunkett, there does appear to be a desire amongst the electorate to send a moderate message, if we could put it that way, to Tony Blair and the government.
Yeah, I think it's a mixed one. It depends entirely which part of the country, the social-economic makeup of the area. Linton Crosby advised Michael Howard, and he took the advice, that for white working-class communities, and that's as much about the north of England as it is about Essex, then immigration was a good one to go on. In other areas, to actually play up the attack on Tony Blair as an individual, play up the attack in relation to Iraq in order to get potential Labour voters to vote Liberal in those seats where it would make a difference to getting a Tory MP, and I think we'll see that during the rest of the evening.
Can you take a swing like this as an endorsement personally for Tony Blair as Prime Minister?
Well, you've got to remember that we had two absolutely avalanche victories in 97 and 2001, and it looks roughly as though the Tories will have the same number of seats that we had when Michael Foot was leader in 1983. So I think getting an unprecedented third term for the Labour Party, a clear majority, will be an endorsement of the direction we've been taking. I think there's an underlying issue, and we've always had to address this, which is politics and politicians are not held in high esteem. We need to get closer to the electorate. The fact that I was out of office for 4 months has been a salutary experience, and you do see things differently when you're out than when you're in.
Do you think it's going to be just 4 months that you personally will be out of office?
I didn't catch that, Adam, and that's not a ploy. I'll give the earpiece a push, and I'll say it again.
No, I said you described yourself as being out of office for 4 months.
Yeah.
Do you just think you're going to be out of office for just 4 months?
Well, we'll see what the Prime Minister wishes me to do tomorrow. All I know is that in the weeks that I've been going around the country talking to people, there's been tremendous warmth and affection, and I'm very grateful to everyone who has demonstrated that. And I've also been listening and learning, and I think one of the things we'll be doing in the next 5 years is trying to readjust our democracy so that we as senior politicians are much closer to people, that we find ways of continuing the dialogue, not just in a general election, but during the Parliament.
I mean, you obviously wouldn't turn down the job if it was offered to you. Some people might say, you know, 4 months was a relatively short period of being in the corner, if you like.
Well, it depends which view they took. I'm not going to rise to the bait because I haven't had a sentence. I chose myself to step down to sort out my private life, and my private life from here on in is going to be absolutely and totally private.
What do you think is going on in Sheffield with the votes?
I think there may be an increased turnout. There's such a plethora of candidates this time that it does actually make things quite difficult to call. There's going to be very little change in our area just because the Lib Dems have a very solid majority in what was, until 97, an absolutely rock-solid Tory seat. And we have substantial majorities in the other 5 seats in Sheffield and across South Yorkshire. But I think they're more interested in how we get closer to people, how we relate what we're doing in changing their lives and supporting them in bringing about that change. How do we relate politics to it? Because when I talk to people about the new sixth form colleges in my constituency, the rebuilding of the schools, the massive reduction in unemployment, they don't relate that to political choices. And we have a task. It's not down to telling the electorate off for not understanding. We have a task in getting across that politics and democracy has something to do with those substantial changes.
David Blunkett, thank you for joining us from Sheffield.
You,
passing on rumours, one other rumour from Lord Renard, who is the campaign strategist for Liberal Democrats, is he believes they've overturned a majority of 10,000 in Hornsey and Wood Green to take that seat.
And Barbara Roach's seat.
Mm.
Immigration and asylum could be issue there, I suppose, but no confirmation clearly of that. As you can see, we're looking at our camera position in Fort William, positioned outside Charles Kennedy's home. He's cropped in Fort William. He's spending the night there with his wife Sarah and 3.5-week-old son Donald, who's getting an early introduction to the electoral process. They voted a bit earlier on this morning, of course, in that constituency, Ross Skye and Lochaber, geographically the largest in Britain. We're not expecting a result until about 3 in the morning, so let's hope that baby Donald has got the fortitude for that, because it is rumoured that they are going to take the baby down to the count with them. So we are keeping an eye, as you can see, on the door of the croft of the Kennedy home. The minute we see any flicker of the movement of the doorknob, we'll take you straight back. In the meantime, let's talk about some seats where we might hear a bit more details from a little earlier. One of those seats that the Conservatives must win if they're to form the next government is Birmingham, Edgbaston. Those sort of areas, Birmingham, key battleground, and we're going to cross there now, and several counts taking place there at the Birmingham NEC. Rachel Ammett standing there for us. Rachel, what news of progress on the counts, and indeed what whispers from the various factions involved?
Well, I can tell you that we've just had the turnout for Edgbaston, that seat that, as you say, is absolutely critical. It's 57.2%, up just 1% on the last time round, but no suggestion so far from that seat at least which way things are going. You can have a look at the people counting the votes frantically behind me here. Some very tense faces. Gisela Stewart is the Labour MP there. She has been pacing up and down. No suggestion from her face which way it's going. Deirdre Alden, her competitor there, the Conservative candidate, she's very well known here. She's a former Lady Mayoress of Birmingham. She's a local councillor as well, and it's said that she's fought a very strong campaign here, a very popular face on the street. As you say, it's an absolutely critical one for the Tories. Michael Howard has to pull this one back if he's to have any chance of making real progress tonight. But so far, no indication from there. The only thing I can tell you is that we were expecting that vote at 12:10. It now seems it's going to be a fair bit later than that. They've still got ballot boxes coming in. And what we're being told by the returning officer here in Birmingham is, following the absolute mess that happened here during the Birmingham City Council elections last year, when there was vote rigging and one election judge described the whole process as something that would disgrace even a banana republic. She says this time they want to get it right, and if that takes a little longer than usual, fair enough.
But what about some of the other Birmingham seats of interest tonight? Not least Birmingham Yardley, of course. We had the former MP for Birmingham Yardley, Estelle Morris, in the studio with us a little earlier, and word that the Lib Dems there are pretty confident tonight.
Yes, certainly that seems to be the suggestion. Labour, slightly long faces, we're told from some inside their camp, at the exit polls tonight. So we're thinking that that could be a Lib Dem gain. Now, if it is, it's likely to be the very first one for Charles Kennedy, and it would mean big smiles from the Lib Dem HQ. It would be the first time that Birmingham's had a Liberal MP since 1970, so it really would be a very big win for them. They've got a majority of 2,500 to overturn there, but that vote too, that return rather, is also delayed. We were told they were having problems getting the vans in from Yardley. There was a bit of a logjam outside the arena here because they want to be absolutely sure, particularly with these postal votes, that they get things right. So they're going through them very systematically, and it's taking longer than usual, so we can expect that one after 1 a.m. The one thing we are hearing from the Labour camp is that they're very confident of winning Birmingham Northfield. Now, no surprise there, it's a very strong Labour seat, a majority of around 9,000. What's interesting about that is, of course, the constituency where MG Rover is based. It was thought there might be a knock-on effect there because of the losses of so many jobs. But Richard Burden, the Labour MP, is somebody who's fought very hard for those workers, and it seems to have had no effect on his majority because they're certainly looking pretty confident over in that direction. And that's the seat we're expecting to get a result on first here in Birmingham, a total of 10 being counted.
OK, Rachel, more from you later. Thank you very much for that. Let's cross now to another area that the Tories have their eyes on pretty closely. Cross live to Martin Popperwell for us, who's there in Milton Keynes tonight. Hi.
Yeah, hi, Julie. If you want to have a good indication as to whether the Conservatives have any chance at all of denting that huge Labour majority, this is a very good place to be, Milton Keynes North East. In 2001, Brian White held this seat for the Labour Party. We think what happened in 2001 was that a large number of Liberal Democrats voted tactically for the Labour Party to keep the Conservatives out. The big question tonight is, of course, will a large number of Lib Dems do the same tonight to vote Labour in order to keep the Conservatives out, perhaps holding their nose over issues like the war. Now, in 2001, the Conservatives came second in this seat. It's number 23 on their target list. There's a majority of just 1,800 here. A little earlier, I spoke to Brian White, who was the sitting MP. He looked very, very concerned. I have to say, a few minutes after speaking to him, I spoke to the Conservative agent here, and she seemed quietly confident about the way that things were going. We're expecting a result at around 3 in the morning.
OK, Martin, thank you very much indeed for that. And I think we can cross over. We're just seeing on screen there, Labour have held on in Rutherglen and Hamilton West from those safe Labour seats in Scotland. We don't have any figures. As soon as we get them, we'll bring them to you and talk about that with our experts alongside me here. Let's cross now to another of those areas, of course, well known from 1997 for Enfield Southgate. There's Enfield North, of course, which could also be in the Tory sights tonight. Let's cross live to Sky's Joel Hills, who's there for us this evening. Joel.
Yes, in 1997, Enfield Southgate produced the defining result on election night in which Labour swept to victory. Were you still up for Patillo was the refrain the next morning. The former Tory cabinet minister, the rising star ousted, had his vast majority overturned by the then little fancied Stephen Twigg MP. The counting at Enfield Southgate is going on behind me. We're here that the turnout is up on 2001. Stephen Twigg, of course, is the existing Labour MP in what used to be a former Tory safe seat. The question tonight, is he about to have a Portillo moment? Well, possibly. Both the parties are looking nervous, the Labours and the Labour Party and the Tories. Both agree this is going to be a very close-run thing and that the majority could be in three figures either way. Now, if Enfield Southgate was traditionally Tory, Enfield North, on the other hand, has traditionally been won by the party that wins the general election. Joan Ryan won it for Labour in 1997, retained it in 2001, but with a majority of only 2,200. That's vulnerable, and this is a must-win seat for the Tories. Nick Dubois, the fabulously named Nick Dubois, is the Tory candidate here. He's been fighting an election based on MRSA. The local hospital here has the worst infection rate in the country. He's not here yet. His election agent is, though, and surprisingly, she's not smiling. We expect the declarations for both Enfield seats at around 3 this morning.
Well, thank you for that. Let's have a look at the result of Rutherglen and Hamilton West there. Tommy McAvoy back in Parliament, his majority 16,112. Turnout there 58%. So that's what they call a safe Labour seat. And let's have a look at how the votes are swinging around. Incidentally, it hasn't been declared, but the Conservatives are claiming in Scotland too that they've taken Angus from the SNP. And there we see that there's been an interesting swing there. The Conservatives down now. I always have difficulties with my orange and yellows. That's the orange.
1.3 is the SNP.
1.3 SNP down, 6.7. The Liberal Democrats are up there, but nonetheless that seat has been held. Julie. Oh no, let's go to
somebody else first, Adam.
No. Let's go to Darlington and Alan Milburn, of course, the strategist for this campaign. A strategist which has led to Labour's wings being clipped a little bit. Alan Milburn.
Well, let's just wait and see, Adam. But I think if anybody had said 10 or 12 years ago that Labour would get a third successive victory in a general election, I think we would have probably taken their right arm off. So if the polls are right, if the exit polls and what people are saying is right, then it is a quite phenomenal achievement for Tony Blair, for the party he leads, for the government, and I think for the campaign we've run.
No, the point I was making that we've had 4 results so far. Every single one, the Labour vote is down. That's hardly, is it a stamp of approval?
Well, I think we expected to have a lower majority, but it's worth saying that it's only, about 13 years ago when pundits and commentators and even some MPs were saying that Labour would be never fit to govern, and yet here we are, potentially having won a third successive term. That's never been done before by the Labour Party, and as I say, I think if that is the case at the end of the evening, it is a pretty tremendous achievement, and I think vindicates the sort of campaign that we've run, what we've tried to do in government, and I think the sort of values that we stand for and that the country believes in.
Looking back since you took over running the campaign, came back into frontline politics last autumn, is there anything that you've done that you would have done differently now?
Not particularly. I think that we've basically stuck to the campaign strategy from the outset. That we said that the economy would be centre stage, and it has been. We've tried to run on our strengths, our leadership in the party, our record on the economy, the improvement in investment in the public services, and I think what we've also managed to do is expose the Conservatives as a party that is pretty unchanged and unreformed. And if it is true that the Conservative share of the vote nationally remains on 33%, that is frankly a disastrous result for the Conservative Party. It will show that it hasn't moved on at all from 2001, and it will prove once again that there is no shortcut back to power. The Conservative Party has to learn, as we had to learn bitterly in the 1980s and early 1990s, that the only route back is to realign, not to the right, because it's run a pretty right-wing campaign, but is in the centre.
Now,
it seems to have forsaken that particular ground.
The big surprise, if you like, of the Labour campaign, it was an early surprise, but it was the closeness with which Tony Blair and Gordon Brown were working together after all the rivalries which they'd had. Now, what is the inside story of that? Who actually fixed to get Tony Blair and Gordon Brown actually being nice to each other?
I don't think anybody fixed it as such, Adam. I think it's been a great thing. I think over 8 years it's been a fantastic thing that you've had this partnership right at the heart of government. I don't think anybody really disputes that the two towering figures in British politics over the last
it's been
decade or
vicious
so have
between
been
them,
Tony Blair and Gordon Brown.
At times
well, I
been...
think... go on, Adam.
No, I'm just saying at times it has been vicious, as you well know, between the two men.
Well, look, in any sort of relationship, inevitably it has its ups and downs. But the thing about Tony and Gordon is that they share the same values, they share the same absolute loyalty to the party that they both serve. And I think it has been a tremendous thing in this campaign that Tony and Gordon have been campaigning together on the central issue in the election, which has been about the strength and the stability of the British economy. So it's unsurprising that they've campaigned as vigorously together as they have. And if the pundits and the polls are right, then the strategy that we've pursued will have been vindicated.
Now, what about your own future? You've been in and out of government. If you are re-elected in Darlington, would you like to stay in the cabinet, or would you like to spend more time with your family?
Well, I think that's a bit premature. I'm still waiting for the result behind me. You can probably see the people counting the results, so I'm not really going to get into that at the moment, so we'll just wait and see what happens later in the evening.
When are you expecting your result?
I think it's going to be about 1 o'clock. I hope so.
Okay.
About 55 minutes to go.
All right, we'll be there to cover that. Just one final bit of news. Counting in Bethnal Green, appears that George Galloway is slightly ahead.
Oh, right. OK, well, let's wait and see, and let's hope that the right result out there, which will not be Mr. Galloway, but Ian McKing.
Alan Milburn, thank you very much indeed. Julie.
You're watching Vote 05, and we welcome viewers at this point to 5, which has joined Sky News for our live election coverage throughout the night. The first results are in, and Labour has held onto 4 safe seats with comfortable majorities. A short time ago, the party won in the Scottish constituency of Rutherglen. Fraser Kemp has been re-elected in Houghton and Washington with a majority of more than 16,000. And that's Chris Mullin's there, also comfortably returned on a large majority. Bill Etherington, too, joined his colleague Chris Mullin in retaining Sunderland North, taking almost 10,000 votes more than his nearest rival. On screen now you can see the exit poll published by the BBC and ITV just very shortly after 10 o'clock when the polls closed. They were predicting a majority of Labour of 66. That was the carve-up in terms of the seats on the prediction basis of their exit poll. We got our eye, of course, very particularly on the seat of Sedgefield, the Prime Minister's seat. Of course, we're not expecting to get a result from there till about 2 o'clock in the morning. We know that Tony Blair ensconced in his home in Sedgefield tonight. We can cross there live now and speak to Reg Keys, of course, who's standing as a candidate in Sedgefield against the Prime Minister on a very clear anti-war ticket, given that his son was killed in the Iraq conflict. Thanks very much indeed for joining us tonight, Reg Keys. You must be very relieved, actually, just to get to this stage. What are your feelings tonight as you await those counts to begin?
Well, I've been up here now for 6 weeks, pounding the streets. It's been something like serving a prison sentence, where you count down every day to polling day to day. And I'm relieved it's all over, and let's hope I can show my supporters a good result.
There are a lot of candidates, though, standing on a similar give Blair a bloody nose ticket in this constituency. Would it perhaps have been better if more of you banded together?
Well, it would have been. Out of all the independents and the other parties, I did have the strongest campaign team. But you have to respect the views that they have an issue that they want brought out to the open, and standing as an independent candidate is a good way of getting the message out to the electorate.
What would you consider a good night for your vote? Have you got any figures in mind? What are you approaching the count with this evening?
Well, obviously a good night would be to actually take the seat, but obviously if I could just get a nose in front of one of the other main parties, that would be sensational for me. But if I could just make a massive dent in the Prime Minister's majority, I will accept that as a moral victory.
And where would you move on from there if that were the outcome? I mean, it's sort of it, really, isn't it, for you in either case?
Well, I've got several battlefronts going at the moment. I'm still trying to get the inquest up and running for the 6 Royal Military Policemen that were murdered in Iraq. There are issues relating to that coroner's inquest that I've got to pursue, and also looking at the legal issues regarding the Iraq War. I am taking legal advice with other families, and we're looking at our concerns about the legality of this war. So there's other battlefronts for me to pursue after this one.
We've been talking about the BBC ITV exit poll, of course. Health warnings surround exit polls, but they were anticipating from that Labour majority of 66 will be a significant cut in the seats for the Prime Minister. Would you be happy with that sort of size of cut, I suppose, looking at this election realistically?
Yes, I'd be happy with that. I'd be prepared to take that, yes.
Reg Keys, we'll speak to you perhaps a little later on in the evening. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thank you.
OK, yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Well, of course, there are only 4 results in so far. All Labour holds, although, of course, in Scotland that was a notional constituency because boundaries have been withdrawn. But that does mean we can look in those 4 constituencies now at how the shares of votes are standing. Well, Labour in safe constituencies, 58.2%. Perhaps more interesting, really, is the way in which the swings are going this evening. Now, there we see, quite interesting, that Labour are down 6.4%. The Conservatives up relatively little. Lib Dems doing OK so far, but up 4.7. Michael?
Yeah, it's clear about just over a 5% swing from Labour to Lib Dems. The Conservatives, as all of the opinion polls, as the exit poll suggested, more or less static compared with the 2001 general election. Where those kinds of movements are going to become interesting is in the Labour-Lib Dem battleground seats. We've heard earlier from Cardiff, where the Liberal Democrats are very, if you like, targeting that seat, and it's really quite an easy seat for the Lib Dems to turn over. But they're also talking up Hornsey and Wood Green. And if you look back at the history of that seat, in 2001 there was almost a 13% swing from Labour to the Liberal Democrats. It still gave Barbara Reg a healthy majority, but nevertheless it suggested the kind of movement that they could, if you like, engineer. And interesting enough, Lynn Featherstone, who was the Lib Dem candidate in 2001, has also fought this campaign, and by all accounts has fought a very tough and robust campaign. And the fact that the Liberal Democrats are talking up a seat where Labour have a 24% majority, those kinds of swings are of kind of by-election proportions.
Is it a surprise that just on these 4 seats there is this upward swing in the Lib Dem vote, share of the vote?
No, I'm not at the moment, because what I sense from this, it is only 4 results. What I do sense is that this national drift from Labour to the Liberal Democrats is just simply manifesting itself here.
Would that be consistent with the exit poll as well?
It would be consistent in terms of the national shares. It wouldn't be consistent in terms of what they're forecasting in terms of seat shares, however. But it does suggest, and of course we won't really know why until we ask people why they voted in the way they did, but it could be the Iraq War effect.
OK, well, it could be a more interesting night than perhaps was predicted at the start of the evening for Charles Kennedy. There is his croft in his constituency.
The car lights are on now.
The car lights are on, all right. Well, and the paint's dry on the door as well. But I should say we have heard that not only Charles and Sarah Kennedy will be going to the count, but wee Donald James, the baby at 2 weeks old, will be subjected to the joys of a parliamentary count as well. So we'll have to see that. So how are things looking for the Liberal Democrats? Let's go to the virtual House of Commons and Martin Stanford.
Well, he's got a challenge tonight, Adam. We wanted to show you exactly the nature of that. First of all, defence, and secondly, attack. These are the constituencies that Charles Kennedy has to defend, and he has to defend them well. These are the ones he had back in 2001, and we should be getting a result from Torbay, one of the first results, I think, on our boards here to come through. We've got our Sky cameras down there, as you've seen, and we'll be able to show you that as it comes through to us a little bit later on. But better than that, he's got to attack. And here are 50 more seats, which Charles Kennedy and the Lib Dems, as you've been discussing, want to attack and reckon they're going to do pretty well. We talked earlier about some of these significant Tories that they're going to attack here. We've got our cameras here in Birmingham Yardley, look, so we'll be standing by for a result in that conurbation very soon. A constituency which, if Charles Kennedy is going to double his representation in the House of Commons, may be over-ambitious. If he's going to make some significant headway, he needs to take these, and if he can reach out even further and take some of these seats, there's some of the Plaid Cymru seats and some of the Labour seats right down to the Tory seats. He wants to turn all these seats orange if he can, and maybe go beyond the boards we've even granted him if he could possibly do it. He's not likely to on the swings you were talking about, but this kind of result, doubling your representation, well, that would be great. So that's his ambition. We'll once again take those away and reconnect to the computers, probably expecting that Torbay result pretty soon. Adam? Julie?
Well, we'll look out for that Torbay result. It will be interesting indeed. Speaking of the Liberal Democrats, they're said to be doing well in at least some of the Cardiff seats, and joining us from there is Alan Michael, who, of course, was Countryside Minister in the outgoing government for Labour. Do you think that the Lib Dems are going to break through in that Cardiff seat they're targeting, Alan Michael?
They've had a very strong focus on one Cardiff seat, on Cardiff Central, partly with the student population, partly with a very small Labour majority over Liberal Democrats at the last election. John Owen Jones has been fighting a very strong battle to retain the seat, but it's a very hard struggle for him, and of course the Liberal Democrats have thrown everything into that particular fight.
What about across Wales generally? What's your feeling on the outcome of the night?
Well, it's very interesting when you talk not about the overall figures, which, of course, the exit polls seem to be suggesting the sort of majority that prior to 1997 we would have regarded as a Labour landslide. Once you start looking at regions and you start looking at individual seats in places like Wales, the personality of the area starts to show through, and it makes it very difficult to predict what's going to be happening in some places. For instance, Ynys Môn, where Albert Owen has been an excellent MP, having taken it from the Nationalists at the last general election, is facing a very tough fight indeed. It would be a major defeat for the Nationalists if they fail to make inroads of that sort. In the other seats, there are a number where we would have regarded them in the past as very, very safe Conservative seats, which have now been held by Labour for 2 terms, and in some cases are being regarded as almost as safe seats in the media comment. I think really if the Conservatives don't manage to take something like 8 or 9 seats in Wales, they would have to regard it as a failure for them.
Alan Michael, I'm going to have to ask you to pause at the moment. We're getting our 5th declaration of the night now in Barnsley.
Another safe Labour seat, Eric Ilsley, the incumbent. Let's have a listen into how he's faring tonight.
At the election of a Member of Parliament for the Barnsley Central constituency held on the 5th of May 2005, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Jeffrey Broadley, British National Party, 1,403. Miles Crompton, Liberal Democrat, 4,746.
That's up about 700 on the Lib Dem.
Labour, 17,470.
It's almost 2,000 down from last time.
Morale, Conservative, 3,813.
That's up just fractionally.
Donald Wood, Independent, 1,175. And that we said Eric Ilsley, therefore, is duly elected to serve as member for the Barnsley Central constituency.
OK, so no surprise there. Eric Ilsley returned to Westminster, of course, classic mining area. This is back with a majority of 12,732. That's down from 15,130 on a turnout of 47. The Lib Dems have gained slightly on that vote once again. Let's have a look at the share of the vote there. 61.1 for Labour, 13.3 for the Tories, 16.6 for the Lib Dems. And this is going to be an interesting moment. We see where there's some movement in that vote. And not along the same lines, but a similar swing there. We're seeing some movement towards the Lib Dems. And also worth noting, once again, the vote for the BNP here. Pippa, Michael, first to you, Michael. What do you make of this result?
Well, as you rightly point out, Julia, BNP got 1,400 votes, 4.9%. They must have been a whisker away from saving their deposit. We've seen this now in most of the seats that we've seen declared. What appears to be happening in this particular constituency is the Labour vote is split between the BNP and the Independent, who finished at the bottom of the poll, but nevertheless got a rather good 4.1%. The Lib Dem vote hardly moved here, and yet they were in second place after the 2001 election.
Pippa, what did you make of it?
No, I think that's absolutely right. And I wanted to say that the loss in terms of the Labour Party here, 8.5%, that's a bad result, but it is in line with Houghton and Washington, it's in line with Sunderland North as well. So it looks like there's a fairly consistent loss, but who it goes to does vary across these different seats.
OK, Pippa, Michael, thank you for that.
Well, let's go back to Alan Michael, who's down the line from Cardiff. You were giving us the picture in Wales. Of course, the other thing you've been very much associated with was the ban on hunting with hounds, eventually coming into law. Have you been surprised that that doesn't appear to have been a very lively issue in this election campaign?
Not surprised, because it's not an issue that's important to people in rural areas. I've been saying for some time that every time I visited rural areas, people wanted to talk to me about jobs, the economy, education, health, services, transport and affordable housing. Those are the issues that we've addressed, particularly in our rural manifesto, and it'll be interesting to see the results in rural areas. Actually, the thing that came across was that, and this came across during the election itself, was that people in rural areas resented the way in which those who were defending the activity of hunting tried to paint it as a rural versus urban area, whereas there are many people in rural areas that object to the activity of hunting. Every time I was told that it was a rural issue, I'd get correspondence from farmers, farmers' wives and so on, saying, no, that's not what's important to us. So what you've seen is some odd individual nasty activities, but in general that if people who support hunting have been active, it's been secretly. They've not dared to talk about the issue because they know that their approach is massively unpopular, and the debate in rural constituencies has been very much about the same issues as in urban constituencies.
I wonder if you'd agree with that, Lord Strathclyde.
I've got no idea what that means, a sort of secret campaign of fox hunters going round the place. The real issue is one of freedom and liberty, and I agree it's not been a major election campaign. I'd have been amazed if it had been. It hasn't been on any election campaign.
Thank you. Also joining us now down the line is the Foreign Secretary of the outgoing government, Jack Straw, in Blackburn. Mr. Straw, how are things going in your personal count, first of all? There was a suggestion that you could be in trouble at one stage.
We never announce the results here until they happen, but I've had a good campaign, a very positive campaign. I'm looking forward to the results. I'm also looking forward to the results across the country.
And what has been the dominant issue in Blackburn, do you believe? I know you get up on your soapbox and speak to your voters on a regular basis. Oh, Jack Straw, cut off in his prime there, I think. Alan Michael's still with us. Well, same question to you, really. What's been the big issue in Cardiff?
The main thing has been people have been concerned about issues like our campaign to cut crime and disorder. And it's very interesting. One of the last pieces of legislation to go through before the election was the Clean Neighbourhoods Act, which I was very proud to take through Parliament, which tackles things like fly tipping and abandoned vehicles. People on the doorsteps wanted to talk about that, but it hasn't been mentioned at all in the press and the media debate in the run-up to the election. It's almost as if there have been two separate election campaigns going on, one at the national level of press and media debate, which I think has been disappointingly pulled down by the sort of personal attacks we've seen, particularly from the Conservatives, and the one on the doorsteps where people in general want to debate the sort of issues that Labour MPs want to debate and Labour candidates want to debate.
Yeah, there is. I know you've already told us what every Labour spokesman we've spoken to this evening has said, that it's a historic result, you're going back for a third term. Yet there is, in spite, if you like, of that sort of pavement politics you've been talking about, there has been this change of mood against the Labour Party across the country, hasn't there?
I think there's certainly been a change in the media mood, but I think generally a lot of people are picking up the fact that in the press and the media, the priorities for debate have been different to the ones on the doorstep. Now, of course, I don't want to diminish in any sense the fact that many people feel strongly about the war in Iraq, and it's an important issue. It's an important issue, and that's been debated strongly within the Labour Party as well as outside it. But I think many people feel that they haven't heard voices dealing with the sorts of issues that I've just mentioned, and things like housing and transport, because they don't seem to have appeared in the national debate. Meet people on the doorsteps and make clear your priorities, as I and colleagues have been trying to do, and we find that our priorities are very much the priorities of ordinary people in this country in every sort of constituency.
Alan Michael, thank you very much indeed. We've been doing a fair amount of pavement politics on Sky News during this campaign, places like Rossendale and Darwin. Julie?
Yes, we're going to go to one of those places the Tories are eyeing also tonight. One of the key marginals on the eastern fringes of London that was Tory territory in the Thatcher years, but in recent elections has been in the new Labour camp. Let's cross live to Hornchurch now, and Sky's Jeff Mead. Jeff, how are things going there? Any word yet on whether the Conservatives have any sense of confidence tonight?
Well, they've certainly got Hornchurch very much in their sights. Counting, as you can see, still continuing. The turnout is thought to be about the same as last time. Now, although Hornchurch is geographically in London, it looks politically, and its instincts are very much those of the Essex man and woman, and it's that aspirational blue-collar vote that the Tories have been trying to get back. It's Labour's second most marginal seat in the capital. It was first deserted the Conservatives in the 1997 landslide, and despite a greatly reduced majority last time, the incumbent did hang on, but only just. Tonight it would take a swing of a little more than 4% to erode the 1,482 majority of John Cryer. If he goes, the Commons will lose a unique character, because both his parents were Labour MPs. In the last two parliaments, he shared the backbenches with Keith's Anne Cryer to become Westminster's first mother-son partnership. Well, with the Liberal Democrats polling only around 8% last time, the main challenge comes from the Conservative James Brokenshire. This is an Essex boy from Southend. He's a lawyer and a former Central Office spin doctor. There's little of London's multiculturalism here among an electorate 95% white and predominantly skilled working-class homeowners. The parties of the far right, the BNP and UKIP, are expected to make some inroads, and they are fielding 2 of the 7 candidates tonight. The result, sometime around about 2 a.m.
OK, Jeff, thanks very much indeed for that. And we're just seeing on screen another result just come in that Labour have held on in rather...
Dennis McShane.
Indeed, and that's across now. We're just nosing in on Hull West and Hessel.
Yes, indeed. We're expecting that result from Hull in Alan Johnson's seat quite soon. I should say John Prescott's constituency, turnout was up by a princely 22 votes. So that's not the 1% which we seem to be seeing across the country. Some other bits of intelligence we're hearing that there's a possible recount in the London constituency of Putney, where the Conservatives were confident of taking that seat back from Labour, and along with Hornsey, the Liberal Democrats are now saying that they believe that they will also take Bristol West because of the big student vote there. So, Lord Newby for the Liberal Democrats, it's developing into a bit more complex picture than perhaps was suggested.
Yes, I think we always thought it was going to be a rather complex picture, and what we're seeing is that because we're getting urban results and indications in urban areas at the moment, there are a number of seats now which it's pretty clear the Liberal Democrats are going to pick up. With mentioned Cardiff Central, Bristol West you mentioned, Hornsey and Wood Green. I also hear that we may do very well in Manchester Withington, which again has a very large student population. So I think that what we're going to see tonight is a significant gain in Lib Dem seats from the Labour Party in urban Britain, as well as from the Conservatives.
Do you think you're vulnerable to the Conservatives, though?
No. I don't think
places like Romsey, for example,
well,
or Guildford.
we've already had an indication in Cheadle where we had the slimmest of majorities last time, two-figure majority, that we're likely to have held on there. That's a good bellwether. No, I'm very confident about what we're going to do in our health seats.
Lord Strathclyde.
Well, we're going to wait and see. I do agree with this this view that it is a more complicated picture developing, and it's a thought that I think a number of us have been developing over the last few days, that the combination of differential turnout and where the Liberal Democrats get their votes from will have a huge adjustment to the vote.
I should say the latest news we have from Putney is that they're not having a full recount. They verified the bundles. There will be a declaration in about 5 minutes. The Conservatives are saying that they have indeed taken that seat, which can't be good news, can it, Helen Biddle?
Well, I think what Lord Strathclyde is saying about variable impacts on the result is very true, and you do get local circumstances. You can never say with absolute certainty what seats will be won and what seats won't be won. But at the end of the day, from all the figures we've had so far, the Conservatives are flatlining. And having thrown so much into this campaign, it must be a very disappointing night for them.
Well, I see Kate Hoey is back in Vauxhall, but now, Julie, we're going to Hull West.
Indeed, Alan Johnson's seat. Let's listen in and see how he's done there. A safe Labour seat. Let's see what's happened to his vote tonight.
May 2005, do hereby give notice of the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Johnson, Alan Arthur, the Labour Party candidate, 15,305.
Just over 1,000 down.
David Patrick, Liberal Democrat, 5,855.
That's up
Wallace,
over 1,000.
Stephen John, Veritas, 889. Woods, Karen Ann, the Conservative Party candidate, 5,769.
That's actually dropped off by a couple of hundred votes.
Arthur Johnson, the Labour Party candidate.
So, Save Labour seat, Work and Pension Secretary Alan Johnson, he is returned to Westminster. Let's have a listen into him. The Lib Dem vote also up there, though. Let's have a listen into Alan Johnson.
Can I thank the returning officer and all his wonderful staff here today, all the people out in the polling stations, the police and everyone responsible for organising the count tonight. Can I also thank my wonderful supporters? I've never had so much support out on the street. You might see them by their low profile with these. We couldn't get any red shirts, so we got those. And I want to thank them. There's too many of them for me to name, but thank you.
Not a great sound check there from Alan Johnson, but let's have a look at those results. And worth noting, of course, that the Lib Dems have moved into second place, overtaking the Conservative vote there. But Alan Johnson returned with a majority of 9,450. Let's have a look at that share of the vote in Hull West and Hessle. If we can move on to our next set of figures for you. 20.7 for the Conservatives, 55 for Labour against a 58.3% last time, 21 percentage share for the Lib Dems. And once again, we can see that traffic between the Labour vote and the Lib Dem vote. They are up 5.9, taking votes there from Labour. Also, it's worth pointing out, Veritas polling some of those votes too clearly on a result of 889. We'll get some more analysis of that in a moment, but another key seat tonight. Some interesting news arriving out of Putney, Adam.
Indeed. Well, we're about to get the declaration there, and Anna Botting is there. I should say before we go there, Lib Dems will be pleased to narrowly move into second place for another seat. Also, we're getting very interesting news from the South Coast. Also a 5% surge in turnout in Brighton Pavilion, as in Hove. So clearly something going on down in Brighton. The voters very energised down there. Of course, big student population, quite a big alternative middle-class population as well. Be interesting to see what happens there. Meanwhile, we are, I think, very close to the declaration in Putney. Is that right, Anna Botting?
Yeah, that's very right. We've already called it, I'm afraid. It looks about 1,500 to the Tories candidate at the moment. That is Justine Greening. She's a very young lady. She lives in Putney, though comes from Yorkshire. Expecting the declaration any minute now, but it's a real blow to Labour's Tony Coleman. He won the seat in 1997. He held again in 2000. You might say, who's he? But for any fashionistas out there, he's the man that helped set set up Topshop back in 1969, a director of the Burton Group, made a lot of money in the retail industry and then turned his hands to politics, director of the low pay unit. Perhaps not a very high profile MP, but he thinks he's campaigned hard, but clearly the Tories have campaigned harder. What's perhaps been interesting here is how strongly the Liberal Democrat vote will come through. The thought being, of course, that if the Liberal Democrats steal off the Labour Party, the Tories could have come in with the middle, so we'll find out that very shortly. But for Tony Coleman, he says out on the streets, people have been questioning him about Iraq. Because he abstained, he thinks he got away with it. They're also been questioning him about immigration. But because they see this as a very cosmopolitan constituency, it was more questioning about Michael Howard's policy on immigration. But we are just a few minutes away from the count at the moment, we think. It's right now. Let's just move out of the way, in fact. I have to say this is the only constituency we're expecting a princess to actually give the result. She is the mayor of Wandsworth Borough Council. Have to remember also that Wandsworth has been a Tory council since 1978. This really they see as their own territory. Putney is the only constituency which has no Labour councillors. It's completely Tory here, and of course famously it's got the lowest council tax in the country. Let's just go back and see the count. Here is the mayor of Wandsworth.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I invite the candidates to come forward, please?
Well, this could be the first seat of the night to change hands in the borough of Wandsworth. This is the Putney seat. They'll also be counting there the Battersea seat, which is also held by Labour. And for some reason things seem to be going rather slowly, but I'll say the mayor's got a rather splendid crown.
Perhaps the most majestic decoration we'll see of the evening.
Event. The candidates don't appear to be rushing forward, but there's Tony Coleman just coming into the frame there. Justine Greening, the Conservative.
For the Wandsworth Parliamentary constituency, I hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election on Thursday, 5th May 2005 was as follows. Jeremy Noel Ambash, the Liberal Democrat candidate, 5,965.
That's up more than 1,000.
Anthony John Coleman, the Labour Party candidate, 13,731.
Down more than 2,000.
Anthony Joseph Gahan, UK Independence Party, 388. Justin Greening, the Conservative Party candidate, 15,000.
So the Conservatives have taken back the seat of Putney, which they lost in 1997. New MP there is Justine Greening, raising her hand.
Keith Owen Magnum, Green Party, 990.
Tony Coleman shaking Justine Greening's hand there.
Justine Greening has been duly elected to serve as the Member of Parliament.
Probably worth hearing what Justine Greening's got to say. I suspect she's a politician we'll be hearing a lot more from in the future.
And a new female Tory MP.
New female Tory MP. It's worth saying in a number of marginals there are Conservative female candidates.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the returning officer, the police and all the people who so diligently counted the ballot papers here tonight. Here in Putney we've turned a new page and started a new chapter. In 2001 people were willing to give the Labour government the benefit of the doubt, but not in Putney any longer. We're no willing to tolerate a government that raises taxes but does not deliver on improved public services, and we're no longer willing to tolerate a government that is simply not straight with people on issues of national importance. I'd like in particular to thank the Wandsworth Conservative team that has supported me so well during this campaign.
So there we have it. The new MP for Putney is a Conservative, Justine Greening. We see her there. Contrast 5.
Result. And I think what she said is absolutely right. It is a new chapter for us, particularly in London. I think that London is going to be good for the Conservatives. North London and Essex, the front line between Labour and Conservative will be moving north into the Midlands. But this is a really first-class result. It's been an extremely hard-fought seat, fought very well, not just by Justine, but by the whole team of the Conservative Party.
Perhaps we can have a look at the full result in Putney, just to see how the swings went. There you see the majority, 1766 there, which I think actually is slightly less than the amount which the Liberal Democrat vote went up. But anyway, let's have a look at the swings. A close seat, 42.4% for the victorious Conservatives. Tony Coleman defeated with 37.5%. And you know, we have a 9% drop in the Labour vote, and going in all directions, going to the Conservatives, but also the Liberal Democrats and others picking up there. Pippa Norris.
No, that's absolutely right. The 9% is actually in line with some of the safe Labour seats that we've seen earlier in the night, such as Sunderland North and so on. But what's different is that obviously in this seat, it's the Conservatives who are best placed in order to capitalise on that. And in some ways, I think what we're seeing around the country from the initial results is that tactical campaigning, in other words, that where the parties put their activists, where they put their efforts, where they put their resources, has really increased far more. They've learnt the lessons of 2001, and now each different campaign is really targeting some seats and not others, and that's paying off in the differential results.
What about Roger Casale in Wimbledon, for example? Should he be feeling anxious?
Oh, there's a range of different seats along this lines which we should think about. Ilford North, Hammersmith and Fulham, all of these are basically conservative targets which are really high up and which Labour are holding. So if the Labour vote goes down, these should swing as well towards the Conservatives.
However, if Conservative vote had gone up 4 and Labour vote had gone down 4, then the seat might have just been held by Labour. What's hurting Labour at the moment is not, and here we have seen a kind of swing to the Conservatives, but what's hurting Labour is that in Putney, the Green vote has gone from nowhere to 2.7, and the UKIP vote is there as well, and the Lib Dem vote has risen by about 3%. In other words, this Labour vote is, if you like, experimenting with other parties. That's really done for Labour in Putney.
OK, we are going to take a very short break, just 30 seconds. This is our camera at Hull East. We are awaiting the count of the Deputy Prime Minister. There you can see John Prescott in the corner. We are back in 30 seconds. Don't go away.
The new GS from Lexus takes you miles away in seconds.
You're watching Sky News Vote 2005. Viewers with 5, welcome to our coverage, of course, this evening with a dramatic story. In the last few moments, the Conservatives have made their first gain of the night. They have taken back Putney, which they lost, of course, in 1997. The figure you can see on your screen, of course, barely needs introduction. John Prescott at his count in Hull East. We are keeping an eye on movements there, and as soon as we see any indication that the results may be through, we'll take you straight there. In the meantime, let's cross live now to our swing seat that we've been following all this time. Rossendale and Darwin and Kay. Hi, Kay.
Hello to you, Julie. Hello, Adam. A very good morning to you. Not in Sunderland anymore, Toto. As you can see, they are still counting. They've just verified how many are actually in the ballot boxes, and now they actually have to count who gets what. We're not expecting the declaration for at least another hour, but we do have the candidates to talk to. Actually, Nigel Adams, who's the Conservative, is not here yet, so his representative is here. But Janet Anderson, as you can see, in the middle, and Mike Carr from the Liberal Democrats. Thank you all for sparing the time to chat to us. How's it going, Janet?
I think it's going okay, but it's very early days. They've not started counting yet, so we'll have to just wait and see.
So when we saw the counting earlier, that was just to verify what was in the boxes?
It was just to verify what was in the boxes. We can get a rough idea, but it's a very rough idea of how it's going. So I think I'll just be patient and wait for the real results.
And what rough idea did you get?
Nothing really that we could be certain about. We'll wait for the actual results.
How confident are you, Mike Carr?
Let's wait and see. Our vote will go up. That I am confident. To what extent, I really don't know, and I'll wait to see what happens when they start really counting the votes.
You obviously were never going to win the seat, so what did you hope to achieve tonight?
we went in it to win. We don't enter elections not to win. Clearly there's only going to be one winner, and the aim is to maximise the vote, get as many votes out as we can. We are going to pick up seats up and down the country, but the higher the popular vote, the greater the authority that gives those Liberal Democrat members in Parliament to argue the case for a number of things.
Interestingly, you were very popular with the younger vote and also with the pensioners. So perhaps not your year this time, but in the future?
Oh, every election is a further build for the future. Yes, we've been in this game for a long time. When we first formed the Liberal Democrats from the old two parties, the other two parties ignored us first of all, then pretended we weren't really serious, wouldn't look at the electoral system. We are serious, we're here to stay, we're making ground, and it will be very interesting to see after the election how many members of Parliament are elected on less than 40% of the vote in their country.
But not the Prime Minister this time, maybe sometime in the future, we'll see. Michael Ormerod is the agent for Nigel Adams. What's he up to? Where is he?
We'll be here shortly. He's elsewhere at the moment dealing with something he has to deal with, but he will be down to when the count starts.
Okay, how's it gone?
It's gone very well. The hard work's been done. The party who's worked the hardest will win, and I think my troops have been out there and they've worked very, very hard, and hopefully we'll soon see the results from that.
I saw the cheer go up when Putney changed hands.
Yes,
how confident are you here?
Well, that was a 6% swing in Putney, 6% swing here. We take this seat easily. So yes, we've got to be confident. As I say, the hard work's been done. We'll see what the result is later on tonight.
It seemed that, again, that you were quite popular with the younger vote, but there is a hardcore of Labour supporters, and you're never going to win them over.
Well, we can only try our best. As I say, the hard work's been done. We've put forward our policies. The time for policies is past. The results are sat over here behind us, and we look forward, from the rest of the evening with confidence.
Okay, Janet, this was the Tory seat, of course, until you won it with, what, only 170 votes or something like that?
120 majority.
120 majority. You significantly increased that last time, of course, didn't you? Having a look around, I mean, obviously I'm not allowed to look at the ballot papers in any significant detail, but it is closer this time. You've got to accept that, have you?
I think it probably is closer, but we found that on the ground that our vote was holding up very well. But you're quite right, Kay, this will always be a marginal seat, and it will swing around. But we think we've probably done enough just to hold it today, although I think it will be very close.
How much did it help that the Prime Minister came along yesterday? Of course, Gordon Brown was here as well, and most of the Cabinet's been here. They've all popped in.
They've been absolutely brilliant. The support we've had from all of them has been great. It's been a real team effort, and having the Prime Minister yesterday was a real bonus for us. And it was interesting, as he arrived in his helicopter, there were spontaneous cheers from people coming out of their houses to greet him. And
some people were booing, and one person got arrested as well, Janet.
Well, no,
that was a bit of spin.
That was afterwards. That was down in Rottenstorp. This was when he actually arrived, and we were very pleased by that.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, all of you, for sparing the time to chat to us. Martin, if you just wander up here, then as you can see, they have now started the count. They were verifying it earlier. They've started the count. We are expecting the declaration in around about an hour's time, and from looking at what I've seen so far, I really do think it is too close to call. We certainly chose the right seat to spend a month in. Back to the studio.
Kate, thanks very much. Speak to you again a bit later on. Apparently we're waiting Battersea, of course, another key target. The Conservatives, they might approach that with some increased confidence, of course, after what we've seen in Putney tonight. Let's just have a look at one of those results that we've seen on our Vidiprinter details, and that is Newcastle Central. We know that the Liberal Democrats were eyeing this because they did so well in the local elections there, but Labour holding on in Newcastle Central with a majority, though, 3982. Liberal Democrats some 4,000 or so behind them. Let's have a look at the share of the vote, 45.134 percentage points for Liberal Democrats, and let's have a look at how that vote has moved around. Look at that, a drop-off, 9.9% of the vote for Labour, and also 5.3% drop in the Tory vote, but plus 12.3 percentage points in the Liberal Democrat vote. So, Michael, they failed to take this seat, but that vote, which held them so well in the local elections recently, has borne some fruit here, I suppose.
Well, we saw that at the 2001 election with the Liberal Democrats. A classic case was in southwest London, in the London boroughs of Sutton, of Richmond and of Kingston, where they built up a solid local government base, and 2001 all that came to fruition. And what they're doing at this election is, particularly in places like Cardiff Central, Newcastle upon Tyne Central, maybe Durham that we'll see, on other university cities, is they really are putting the work in on the ground and making it quite clear to people that both in local government elections and now in parliamentary elections, we are the people that can get, put pressure on Labour. And the Tory vote has been squeezed quite mercifully, mercilessly, I should say. By the Lib Dems. A 12% rise is quite extraordinary for a general
we're just
election.
keeping an eye on the right-hand side of the screen there for the count for John Prescott. Of course, you can see him in the middle of the screen there. At least it's due pretty soon. We're keeping an eye on that very closely for you. Let's talk a little further about that Newcastle Central result, though, but close but no cigar, really, ultimately for the Lib Dems there.
And remember that also Newcastle Central has quite a lot of students, because it got Newcastle University, Newcastle Polytechnic and it has a whole bunch of academics out in Jesmond and in the Moor area. So it's not quite a kind of gritty northern city that some others assume in that particular area. There's higher unemployment towards the coast in a couple of constituencies. But Newcastle itself is very much moving into a service sector and public sector workforce.
Can I just add, though, that Newcastle upon Tyne East and Wallsend has just come in. There, the Lib Dem vote has risen by 11.6%. So very much in line with what's happened in Newcastle Central. It's both the students, but also Lib Dems sending out a clear message from their local government election performance. Look, we're the coming force in Newcastle politics.
OK, we'll see. Keeping an eye out also for Southport, an interesting tussle between the Lib Dems, who hold that seat, and the Conservatives. It's number 45 on their target list. Of course, they're eyeing that very carefully. It'll be the first indication, I suppose, of some traffic, if there is to be any, between the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats in seats like that. So we are awaiting the result in Southport. It looks as though they may be approaching a point at which they're ready to go on that, but perhaps not. That's just the candidates. They're awaiting the news of their fate this evening. A long-standing Lib Dem Conservative marginal held by the Lib Dems since 1997, but a majority that's nowhere near safe, of course, mostly coastal seats.
It'll be fascinating in this seat to watch what happens.
OK, let's go back to Putney and the defeated candidate there, the former Labour MP for Putney, Tony Coleman, who joins us now. Mr Coleman, commiserations to you. What went wrong?
Thank you. Well, I think it was a combination of different things. We had a Green candidate this time who actually got nearly 1,000 votes. And clearly there was a situation where in the last week the Iraq effect started to hit us in terms of people feeling that they could
if you could pause for a moment, Mr Coleman, we just want to go to Southport for the declaration there, while Ming Campbell, meanwhile, has been returned in Fife North East.
On Thursday, the 5th of May 2005, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Bigley Mark, the Conservative Party, 15,255.
So a couple of hundred votes up there on last time.
Brandt Paul, the Labour Party, 5,277.
That's down by more than 1,000.
Durrance Terry, United Kingdom Independence Party, 749. Forster Harry, Veritas, 238. Givens William, your party, 589. Pugh John, Liberal Democrat Party, 19,093
So that Liberal Democrat vote is
votes.
up, and John Pugh is returned to Westminster as the MP for Southport. Let's have a look at those figures. I think we can have a look on the way they've come out tonight, but a rise in the Lib Dem vote there. They've consolidated their position in Southport. 19,093, that's up from 18,011, a majority of 3838 on a turnout of 61%. So let's have a look at the share in the vote. There in Southport tonight, 37% for the Conservatives, 12.8 for Labour, 46.3. That is up from 43.7 last time round. And the share of the vote and the way it's changed is as follows. Again, we see that drop off in the Labour vote, up 2.5% in the Labour, in the Lib Dem vote. They will have more detail on that in a few moments' time. We're back to Southport in a little while.
Thanks, Julie. Well, joining Tony Coleman in Putney now is John Reid, who's up in Airdrie and Shotts, awaiting his count. I wonder what you'd say to Tony Coleman, the first Labour loss of the evening. Would you apologise to him, if not for the war, for costing him his seat?
Well, look, I regret it if any of my parliamentary colleagues lose a seat, whether it is because of a particular issue or whether it is because the government has been in power for a number of years and some people untragically lose seats under circumstances. But certainly in Tony's case, I think he's been a tremendous MP, and I regret the fact that he and others are under contest, and some people may lose the seats. On the other hand, I think all of us know that if Labour does win a third successive election, it will be absolutely historic. Labour has never done this before. In other words, many Labour MPs will have been retained and have retained their seats far longer than they would have done under any other Labour administration, precisely because no one's ever had 3 successive victories in a row. Now, we won't prejudge that, but if the polls are correct, then that looks as though that will be a historic move. On the other hand, what is plainly clear, even from the indications we're getting already, is that by and large the Conservatives have not moved from their huge electoral defeat of 8 or 9 years ago. When you look back to 92, 8 or 9 years after Labour had suffered our terrible defeat in 83, we were within striking distance of government. We had carried out wholesale changes to our policy, substantial changes and so on, and the Conservatives just haven't done that. So I think there's a real contrast between the parties.
What about your own prospects? We've got Helen Biddle here, who's given you some of her seat if you'd like to get you back in Parliament. Helen, what did you say to John Reid tonight? Look after it, I guess.
Well, I hope he looks after it. I'm sure he will. John and I went to school together. We come from the same community, and it's good to see some of my old friends in the background there.
And
they all send you.
The bright side now, of course, David Blunkett's
the
seat.
number of votes recorded
We'll listen to what it holds in store for him now.
At the said election is as follows. Blunkett David, the Labour Party candidate, 16,876.
That's fallen by nearly 3,000.
Clark Judith Ann Napier, UK Independence Party, 779. Clark Timothy, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,205. Harsden Jonathan Graham, Liberal Democrat, 3,232.
So a rise in the Liberal Democrat vote.
Christopher Newell, British National Party, 1,537. And I do hereby declare that the said David Blunkett is duly elected.
So let David Blunkett back, but on a reduced majority there, and the Lib Dems pushing into second place once again. Let's see if we can listen to David Blunkett.
All those who have worked so hard, and particularly the people of Brightside who have been all to me over the years, and I intend to continue repaying that debt. And also to people across the country over the last few weeks who have equally been warm and supportive. Could I say also
David
to
Blunkett there and Hunter Hull East and John Prescott's seat, Adam.
sensible and clean...
Conservative Party candidate, 4,138. Morris Graham Edgar, Veritas, 750. Muir Linda, Socialist Labour Party leader Arthur Scargill, 207. Noon Ronald Eric, Independent, 334. Prescott John Leslie, the Labour Party candidate, 17,609.
That's down more than 2,000, and the turnout was about the same in the constituency.
1,022. Sloan Andrew Stephen, East Hull Liberal Democrat Party, 5,862.
So John Prescott re-elected, no surprise there in Hull East, but also suffering the swing effect of the night. His vote down by some 2,000 votes. The Deputy Prime Minister, though, on his way back to Parliament, also, of course, Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. It'll be interesting to hear his speech. He was looking his characteristically irritable self as they were scrutinising the votes with his wife, Pauline, but now a smile from John Prescott.
I am sure, on behalf of myself and the other candidates, thank the returning officer and all his staff for producing the work that they've done for the result tonight. Also, our thanks to the police for all the work that they do in it, and a special thanks to them, because I think there's more candidates being involved in this election in East Hull than we've ever had before. I think it's been a pretty fair fight. I'm delighted that we've now come to this result. I want to say thank you very much to my hard-working party workers, because it was the Labour Party that won it, nobody else. And therefore, to that extent, can I say thank you very much for the very hard work and the comradeship shown by my own party. Can I say a special thanks to my agent, who now has been my agent for 10 elections, but has actually must have a record of being the agent for 16 elections in Hull and in East Hull. Thank you very much, Harry. You played a tremendous part in that. So, I'll just say that all the talk about how big the majority is, we wait to see that, but what's most important is it's quite historic night for the Labour Party. We clearly will be government. It's the third term in office, as Alan was talking about before. I think when we started off in 1997, we might not have thought we'd get 3 terms, but we have, and such an endorsement, and such a majority of members of Parliament in the House of Commons. So thanks for all that have done that. I'm looking forward to getting on with the work that we started in 1997. I think the electorate will give the endorsement to that. We can get on with that work, and we look forward to it. But thanks very much for all the hard work that's gone in and the support that we get in East Hull. And can I say thank you to the people of Hull. Now this is my 10th election, 35 years, the great honour of representing East Hull. I'm delighted that they've given me an opportunity now for this next 4 or 5 years. Thanks very much.
Well, John Prescott making not one of his tub-thumping, a very modest speech there. I should say getting some interesting news from the neighbouring seat to Putney. Battersea, there's apparently a recount underway there. Also, one other piece of information, the turnout in Keighley is nearly 70%. Now, that's substantially up. That, of course, is the seat where the leader of the BNP is standing, amongst others. Now, let's have a look at that Angus. I should also mention to you there, Conservatives at the beginning of the evening were quite hopeful that they were going to take that seat from the SNP. As you can see, it was reasonably close, but a majority there of 1,590 in Angus. Conservatives not getting on the board in Scotland. And there's the share, the SNP 33.7%, the Conservatives 29.5%. Interesting to see how the swings go in Scotland. This is the first one we've had a chance to look at in detail there. Well, Conservatives down in Scotland there, but we're seeing the Liberal Democrats being the big gain of the swing there, rather than the SNP, who actually held the seat, but only had their vote going up by a negligible margin.
Yes, that's the same as Rutherglen and Hamilton that came earlier, where the SNP didn't make any, indeed they went down a bit, and the Lib Dems were the beneficiaries.
Suggestion that in fact the SNP could be forced in overall share of the vote in Scotland into third place behind the Liberal Democrats.
I mean, that's part of the fascination of the Scottish politics right now, where on the Assembly we can see that the SNP is clearly doing very well, but when it comes to Westminster politics, it's the Lib Dems who form the opposition.
There's Gordon Brown in Kirkcaldy with his wife Sarah being escorted into the counter. I've actually got two Scotsmen with me at the moment, Helen Little and Bruce Anderson. Bruce Anderson, just while we talk about Scotland, what do you think is going on up there?
Well, Angus is undoubtedly a disappointment for the Conservatives, hoping to gain that from the SNP, and the fact that the share of the vote fell is alarming. Mind you, of course, all these boundaries in Scotland are notional. Scottish seats have been redistributed. When that happens, you've actually got to see some real results before you can square notionality with reality. But certainly Angus is a disappointing result for the Conservatives in Scotland.
And Little, sorry to see the SNP hang on there, eh?
Well, I've got to say that one of the most interesting things I found is, in the twilight of my political life, is how little the Constitution has played in this election. And, you know, all of the years that I've been involved in Scottish politics, the constitutional issue has been predominant. Now it's gone, and as a consequence of that, the SNP are struggling to maintain their place in the sun. And we always said that would happen with the Scottish Parliament.
Okay, let's go to Kirkcaldy. This is Gordon Brown's declaration. A new seat for the Chancellor because of the new boundaries.
For the Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath constituency. I, Douglas Sinclair, returning officer, give notice that the total number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Peter Adams, UKIP Scotland, 516. Alan Thomas Bath, Scottish National Party, 6,062.
That's fallen by more than
Gordon
1,000.
Brown, Scottish Labour Party candidate, 24,278.
Well, his figure has risen, the first Labour man to do so tonight. So Gordon Brown returned to Westminster, re-elected. He'll be very happy with that result.
5,450.
That is up on last time.
Independent, 47. James Parker, Scottish Senior Citizens Unity Party, 425. Stuart Roy Randall, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 4,308.
That's about the same. These are compared to the notional results, of course, from 2001.
Steve Christopher West, Scottish Socialist Party, 666. And I hereby declare that Gordon Brown has been duly elected to serve in Parliament as a member for the Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath constituencies.
So a happy night indeed for the Chancellor, kiss for his wife there, and he'll be very pleased with that result. And we have to say, of course, Adam watching that and the rest of us alongside, these were on notional results of 2001, but still a majority.
And John Reid back as well. Let's listen to Gordon Brown.
Indeed.
Thank the returning officer, the police, the staff of this growing college at the centre of Kirkcaldy for the dignified and efficient way in which they have conducted this count in this new constituency of Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath. And let me also thank the 8 other candidates who have joined me in this election for also the dignified and efficient way in which they have conducted this election. And if I may be allowed to do so, I want to thank my agent, Alec Rowley, Rona White, Marlon Livingston, Helen Eadie, my predecessor, Lewis Mooney, and all our Labour Party volunteers and workers who have worked tirelessly during this campaign. I'm grateful for all their advice, their support, and their hard work. And to the best campaigners in my family, Sarah and my young son John, thank you also. To be elected again to represent the families of this constituency I've had the privilege to represent for 22 years is indeed an honour. And now, following the creation of this new constituency of Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, to represent in addition the town in which I grew up, where I went to school, where I can count many childhood friends, and to be declared Member of Parliament only a stone's throw from the church in which my father was a minister for all the formative years of my life, is indeed a humbling experience. And my first duty and my first responsibility will be to serve all the electors of this new constituency of Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath. This vote in this constituency here for Labour is, I believe, not just a call for renewed work, but it's a summons to even greater commitment. And I promise that we will listen and we will learn so that we can serve our country and our communities even better in the years to come. And if, as I believe will happen, a Labour government will be elected for a historic third term, our purpose will be to maintain and entrench our economic stability and prosperity, to advance towards full employment in this country, and to build a stronger, fairer Britain, where every child has the best start in life, and there is dignity, security and opportunity for every family in the country. This is the work that drives us on. This is the vision that gives enduring purpose to what we do. This is the task our party wants to take forward, starting from this morning. And to the people of Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath constituency, I promise I will work tirelessly to serve all the people and to deserve their support. Thank you all very much for the vote of confidence you've placed in me.
So a pretty happy Gordon Brown, re-elected for Kirkcaldy and Coldenbeath. He's thanked his family, of course, and all his supporters there. Whilst we're watching that, we're also seeing that Alan Milburn re-elected in Darlington, and also the Labour Party chairman Ian McCartney holding on in Makerfield this evening. So we'll get a look in more detail at the results for Gordon Brown there, but he'll be pretty happy with that rise in the number of votes cast for him. There's the details of that. 24,278, that's a majority of 18,216 for Gordon Brown on a turnout of 58%. Share of the vote there, 58.1% for Gordon Brown. And the change in the share, just a drop off there, very marginal for Labour against those notional results of 2001. Upper fraction for the Lib Dems and down for the SNP in that. And we'll have a look also at Darlington. Alan Milburn returned also there whilst we were watching the goings-on at Kirkcaldy and Coldenbeath tonight. Alan Milburn back with a majority for 10,404. Let's go straight now to Torbay. This is another Tory target, of course. A Lib Dem seat. Let's have a listen into how the parties are going to fare there tonight. You need to keep an eye on the yellow and the blue boxes.
Yes, this is a seat held by Adrian Sanders since 1997 for the Liberal Democrats, of course, formerly held by Rupert Allison, the Conservative MP. Also worth pointing out that in Halton Price, where the Liberal Democrats have been hoping to decapitate David Davis, the Lib Dem camp have conceded that they have failed in that mission. So David Davis due to hold on. Now let's go back to Torbay.
Do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Booth, Graham Harry, UK Independence Party, 3,726.
That's a strong poll for UKIP.
Pedrick Friend, David John, the Labour Party candidate, 6,972.
Actually an increase in the Labour vote.
Sanders, Adrian Mark, Liberal Democrat, 19,317.
That's down 5,000. It's going to be close.
Wood, Charles Marcus Alexander, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,280.
But the Liberal Democrats have hung on. The Liberal Democrats have held Torbay, although with a diminished majority for Adrian Sanders.
The total of sport votes were 86.
Interesting result there. UKIP almost holding their deposit, 4.7% of the vote. Labour only just holding theirs, 5.3% of the vote. Sorry. Let's go now to Justin Greening. Sorry, I correct myself. UKIP did indeed hold their deposit there, as did Labour. But now we've got the new MP, in fact the only new face we've seen this evening, Justin Greening, who is the new MP for Putney. Congratulations to you. Can you tell us, first of all, what's happening in Battersea? We understand there's a recount there. Is there any hope of the Tories making a double?
I think there is a recount happening, and we will wait to see what the outcome of that is. Clearly, this is a seat that was a 5,000 majority to Labour before tonight, so for us to be able to take it into a recount is a great performance.
What was the #1 factor in you winning this seat? There's some sceptical analysts saying that Labour peeled off and voted for anybody, and you were the beneficiary of that.
I think the main reason we won the seat was an awful lot of hard work over many years, talking to residents about issues that matter them both locally and nationally.
And what in particular are those issues? I should say the tooting speeches after the declaration there is going on behind you. What in particular were the issues?
Well, for example, here in Wandsworth we actually have fewer police now, trained police officers, than we had in 1997, and people are simply unwilling to accept paying more tax and getting actually less resource in that respect. I think nationally they want to see better value for taxpayers' money, and they're not willing to tolerate any of the Labour promises which they believe are going to be broken when it seems necessary for the Labour government to do so.
What would you say are the main points of difference between you and Tony Coleman? I mean, it's one of those constituencies where in ideological terms the Conservative and the new Labour candidate are quite close, isn't it?
Sorry, I couldn't hear that question.
I'd just say, what would you say were your main points of policy difference with the defeated Labour MP?
Well, I think I would certainly be campaigning much harder for getting back our police on the beat. I will also be campaigning extremely hard to make sure that the District line, which is our only tube line serving this part of London, is improved and that we see our service more reliable than it's been in the past.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Justine Green, for joining us from Putney. Interesting news coming in from Birmingham. Gisela Stewart in Birmingham Edgbaston believes that she's just held on, but it appears in Yardley that the Liberal Democrats think they've won that seat. But this now is Blackburn. Julie.
Yeah, Jack Straw's seat, of course. Let's see if the anti-war vote affected him at all in this seat. Of course, very high proportion, third highest proportion of Muslim voters in the country in Blackburn. Let's see whether that's had the impact on Jack Straw, his seat, holding that on a vote last time round of 21,808. So we're awaiting news of his fate this evening.
David A. Foster, being the returning officer at the parliamentary election for the Blackburn constituency, held on the 5th of May 2005, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Amin Imtiaz Ali, the Conservative Party candidate, 9,553.
That's dropped off by about 3,000 votes.
Baxter Dorothy, UK Independence Party, 954.
Also fallen.
Carter Graham Arthur, the Green Party, 783. Holt Nicholas, British National Party, 2,263.
So BNP, 2,263.
Melia Anthony Peter, known as Tony, Liberal Democrat, 8,608.
Well, that is up by about 5,000 votes on last time round. A significant boost in the Liberal Democrat vote there tonight.
Murray Craig John, Independent, 2,082. Straw John Whittaker, known as Jack, the Labour Party candidate, 17,562.
Well, still holding on there, Foreign Secretary, but that is down significantly, 2 down from 21,808. So you can see that Labour vote there in Blackburn has been squeezed in several directions, not least, of course, the Liberal Democrats there, moving up from a vote last time of 3,264 to 8,608.
Hereby declare that the said John Whittaker Straw is duly elected.
So let's have a listen in to hear what he's got to say. We should mark also that BNP vote of 2,082. Let's listen to Jack Straw.
May I first thank the acting returning officer, all his staff and the police and all their staff on behalf, I think, of all the candidates for running a very efficient election administration and ensuring the count was conducted so well this evening. I would also like to extend my commiserations to the other candidates. This was a tough fight in Blackburn, but a straightforward fight, and I think that all the candidates will reflect on the way the campaign was conducted. I wanted to say this, that many predictions were made about the result in Blackburn. I can't remember an occasion when Blackburn has had quite so much press attention. with predictions that the Labour Party here in Blackburn might even lose the result here tonight. We didn't lose. We had a terrific victory. And the fact of that victory is down to the strength, above all, of the Blackburn Labour Party and the fact that in this town, this multiracial, multi-ethnic town, the Labour Party is the strongest of all organisations bringing faiths and communities together. I offer my great thanks to the party, to their fantastic effort put in over, not just over a few days, but over weeks and months. I thank everybody.
Okay, we'll leave Jack Straw there. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see Charles Kennedy and his wife Sarah leaving their croft in Fort William, heading out to their count this evening. We know a result not expected there till about 3 o'clock or so in the morning.
We're putting the baby seat in the back of the car, exactly. So Donald James is going as well. I should say we're hearing some interesting news in Battersea, for example, and this is the count in Battersea. We're also following. It's believed there are probably 100 votes in it, and it is thought likely that Martin Linton, the incumbent MP, is in fact the one who is 100 votes behind. It's the deputy returning officer who's asked for the recount, not the parties. And at Labour HQ, they are briefing that there is what they're calling a southeast effect. They're saying they're doing worse inside the M25 area than they are elsewhere in the country. Also, however, outside the M25 area, we can now harden up what we were hearing from Birmingham Yardley. The Liberal Democrats are saying that they believe they've taken Birmingham Yardley by some 2,000 votes. That, of course, Estelle Morris's former seat. John Hemming would be the new MP, the deputy leader of the council. We're seeing Charles Kennedy leaving there. So very much one to watch what's going on in Battersea. A recount underway there. Julie?
Yes, we're also hearing that there may be a recount underway in Edgbaston, where Gisela Stewart is defending her seat there against a Tory campaign. So we'll have more news from Edgbaston, of course, for you a little later on. Let's head back down now.
Robin Cook back.
Robin Cook back, indeed. And we should mention, too, that Hilary Benn is back in Leeds Central, another result which came through a little earlier on, the International Development Secretary. Let's cross to Torbay now, and Adrian Sanders. A good win for you tonight, Adrian Sanders. Congratulations. Your reflection on your result tonight.
Well, elections are always close down here. I first won the seat by only 12 votes. To have a majority of over 2,000, I'm more than happy. But this has been a very tough contest. The swing here has actually gone to UKIP and, in larger numbers, to Labour. The Conservative vote has hardly moved at all.
So do you think the UKIP vote has had an impact on the Conservative vote too then? I mean, we've seen that trend in other elections.
I actually think there are some local factors here that have had a major impact, and they are to do with the local authority. And people have not wanted to reward the Tories for that. They have gone and voted Labour or UKIP as a protest. But I've hung on well, and I look forward to the next 4 or 5 years in Parliament serving this constituency.
We've seen a rise in the Liberal Democrat vote in other constituencies that have declared tonight, but it's pushing it through to actually take seats which may have eluded it. We've maybe had some good news from Birmingham Yardley to be confirmed later, but it's making that breakthrough which seems to have eluded so far.
It's very difficult. I hope John Hemmings is elected tonight. He will make a superb constituency MP and will be of good value to our benches in the House of Commons. But people vote for different reasons in different numbers in different elections, and I think we're seeing less tribalism in voting, and local factors really can make a difference. And negative campaigning, what it seems to have done in this constituency is it hasn't benefited the Conservatives, but it has reduced the turnout. And I think that it has hit our vote. So their negative campaigning, I think, has stopped some people from voting for us, but they haven't been the beneficiaries. And I think they need to rethink that because it demeans politics, some of the negative campaigning that's been going on in this constituency.
Alongside me is Professor Michael Thrasher. He's from your patch, of course,
yes,
and he's got a question for you also, Adrian Sanders.
Sure.
Adrian, congratulations on winning Torbay again. However, I mean, what's noticeable about Torbay is that the Labour vote has gone up. It's recovered. And this so-called, if you like, tactical unwind, I mean, that could put other seats in the southwest in real jeopardy, such as Devon North, Devon West and Torridge, Dorset Mid and Poole North, Somerton and Frome, Teignbridge, Weston-super-Mare. Are you worried about those seats now?
Well, I'm not, because I think there are some peculiar local factors here that have led to that. And I suspect that in the other areas that you mentioned, those local factors will not be present. And so I'm hopeful that we will retain what we have in the southwest, and we may even gain seats tonight.
Adrian Sanders, we know that your leader reluctant to put a figure on the sort of number of seats he'd like to claim tonight. Have you got anything in mind?
I would like to see a Liberal Democrat majority in the next House of Commons.
Indeed.
But I'm certainly not going to be in the prediction game as to what the Liberal Democrats are going to end up with tonight.
Enjoy the celebrations tonight, Adrian Sanders. Thank you very much indeed.
Cheers.
Well, we're waiting for the Battersea result at the moment, and as I say, 100 votes in it, possibly another Labour loss. We're also hearing reports that the Liberal Democrats could indeed have broken through in Inverness and taken that from Labour. That, of course, a notional seat. But somewhere where the focus has not been so much on the Labour Party, or rather the candidate that everyone's been trying to watch, is Bethnal Green and Bow, where George Galloway, the former Labour MP, is standing against Una King, the Labour candidate. Joey is down there. Joey, what's going on?
Adam, I think there's just a chance we could be in for a sensational result here. We've been speaking, obviously, to people on George Galloway's side, the Respect side, and Labour, and the indications are that George Galloway may just be edging it. We know that he is well ahead in a number of the wards. These are mainly the Bangladeshi wards of the constituency. He is here now, and he did just have a stroll around down below me where the counting is going on, looking very confident. But then he always looks very confident, frankly. Una King, no sign of her. We're not expecting her until right up just before the declaration. But I think, given that it is so tight, there's a possibility of, who knows, recounts. This could go on for longer than we were expecting. We were expecting 2 o'clock, but it could be a bit later.
I mean, one of the things about that seat is that there are a lot of candidates with strong local connections, and we're hearing the Conservative candidate, a local businessman, could even done very well.
I don't think that the Conservatives have done quite as well as they might have hoped. The indications are that their vote may have slipped back slightly, but this is all pretty sketchy at this stage. Certainly, Labour had always warned that if traditional Labour voters turned to George Galloway, that could actually let the Tories in through the back door. Now, the indications are that that may not actually happen this time, that the Tories haven't quite made that push to come through between the two candidates, and we will be looking at a 2-horse race, a very, very tight, fascinating 2-horse race between Una King and George Galloway.
Fascinating stuff, Joey. We'll be back to you throughout the night, I'm sure. Julie.
We should mark, thanks Adam, we should mark that the SNP have made a gain tonight in the Western Isles. They've gained that seat from Labour, of course, on the notional results last time round. Let's have a look at the figures. There, they've taken it with a majority of 1441, SNP 6,213 against a Labour vote of 4,772 and a turnout of 64%. And you can see that they've got a pretty significant share of the vote there, 44.9% of the vote going to the SNP, 34.5% to Labour, and drop off of 10.5% in the vote, climb of 8% in the vote for the SNP. Let's talk about that to Professor Michael Thrasher, of course. Another of those places where it's a notional result first time round, but this is a constituency that hadn't changed in terms of its boundaries and the figures there. What do you make of it?
Well, Colin MacDonald has been Labour MP there for many, many years. That's a big shock to Labour, and many people say, well, in Nyerin and Shiar, they have their own kind of politics. I would say, and I thought this when I saw an earlier result, I think the SNP may very well take Dundee East from Labour and also the Oakle seat from Labour, because what's happening is the Labour vote is simply falling through the floor in some of these
We
seats.
should mention Conservatives gained Peterborough. That is one of their key target seats in the East Midlands. Of course, they'll be very happy with that. Helen Clark will be out. we're also hearing from sources at Edgbaston that Gisela Stewart has hung on in Edgbaston. That is one of those key target seats, of course, the Tories. And here's our cameras in Sedgefield, and I think if you look through the gloom there, that is the car that is awaiting to take the Prime Minister off to his count. But another significant Tory gain in the East Midlands. They have taken Peterborough tonight. We'll get the details on that result for you, but we can see there Cherie Blair in the back of the car with her husband off to the count in Sedgefield tonight.
And the man who's waiting to welcome the Prime Minister to his count is John Burton, his agent in Sedgefield, who joins us now. John Burton, you've seen many triumphs with Tony Blair. How would you describe the mood tonight?
Well, I would still say it's a very triumphant night. It's a very historic night for the Labour Party. It's the third term which, if my history is right, Thatcher achieved and Lord Palmerston achieved, I think, in the 1800s. So this, if we predictions are right and we have a majority of 66 to 70 seats or so, this is really quite a historic night for the Labour Party.
You've drawn that parallel with Margaret Thatcher. She, of course, didn't complete her third term herself. She handed over to John Major. The Prime Minister says he wants to complete the third term. Do you think he's going to?
Yes, I think he will. He fought the election on that, and so he's got to do that. And I think he has plans for the future. We've achieved so much in the last 7 years. We want to build on this, and I'm sure working closely with Gordon Brown, he'll achieve that.
What about the mood of the Sedgefield electorate? You've, of course, got a lot of fringe candidates, smaller parties, single-issue candidates. The Prime Minister always attracts them. In particular, you've got Reg Keys up there. What are you hearing on the doorstep about the Iraq War?
Well, the interesting thing with that, both on the telephone canvassing and on the doorstep, was that it wasn't the foremost thing in people's lives. I think they wanted it to go away. I think that, you know, they thought that, you know, we'd got rid of an evil dictator who was killing his people and burying them in the thousands, and a democratic government there, and they wanted to move on. They wanted to talk about, strange enough, the last 2 weeks, the mortgage rate became tremendously important, that it was so low, and inflation, and the fact that we've got 3 new hospitals within 15 miles from here, and a new community hospital in Sedgefield. These were the issues that people were talking about.
Do you think, we're just hearing incidentally, there's a recount at Shipley where, of course, Chris Leslie, the Minister, Deputy Leader of the Junior Minister, is hoping to hang on to that seat. Do you think that Tony Blair can cope with a shift in public opinion against him, if you like, can cope with adversity?
Oh, yes, certainly he can. And that changes so much, you know. I think after this election is over, I think it's a different time. It's a new government. It's a fresh government. There'll be fresh faces in the cabinet. So let's see and let's give it some time. It'll work.
John Burton, thank you very much indeed. I think we're going to Maidenhead now, Julie. Incidentally, I hear the turnout there is up 10%, from 63 to 73%.
OK, well, let's see what that might hold in store. We can speak to the incumbent, of course, in Maidenhead, and that is Theresa May, joining us from her count there tonight. Not much action there behind. They're all squirreling away. Theresa May, thanks indeed for joining us tonight. Are you confident you're going to hang on there?
Well, it's looking good. I never like to sort of count my chickens before the last vote has been counted, but it is looking good.
Were you rattled by the Lib Dem campaign in your area?
Certainly not. What I did was actually went out and gave a very positive message to the voters of Maidenhead. Positive message about what a Conservative government would do, about putting more police on the streets, about cleaner hospitals, lower taxes, and also a positive message about what I've been campaigning on here in the Maidenhead constituency over the last few years.
Mixed picture in the early results we've had so far tonight. Good news for the Conservatives, of course, in Putney, a recount underway, in Battersea, but failing to take Torbay, that area of the southwest. You'd have been hoping to make some sort of inroads there, surely?
Well, we've had some good results, as you say. We've had Putney that we've taken. We've also, I believe, taken Medway, and it's interesting to hear of that recount that is taking place in Battersea. I think we're going to see a good night for the Conservative Party. I think what we'll see as a result of tonight's election is a strengthened Conservative Party with a lot of new, fresh MPs ready for the challenge ahead.
Any idea how soon we'll be to your results tonight, Theresa May?
It's difficult to say at the moment. There's still a few votes that they're counting, so I can't give a prediction on the time, I'm afraid.
OK, we'll perhaps speak to you later on. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, we're joined now again by Alan Milburn. The difference is he's now Alan Milburn MP again, because we've had the declaration in Garlington. He's been re-elected. Congratulations to you.
Thanks, Adam.
You can answer my question now. Do you want to stay in the government or not?
No, I don't, in fact. And when I came back in September, as you remember, I was persuaded by Tony to come back in, and I thought long and hard about it, and I came back in on the basis that I was going to run the campaign up to the general election. I said at the time that it was completely without prejudice to what I was going to do afterwards. Now, obviously, I've thought about it a bit during the campaign, but to tell you the truth, in my own mind, I never changed my mind. I've been pleased with the campaign. It's been great to work with Tony and with Gordon and the rest of the team, but the reasons that I went in the first place remain. I've got 2 young kids, and I want to see a bit more of them growing up.
So you've told the Prime Minister you don't want to serve in the Cabinet in this third term?
Yes, I have told him.
Was that a difficult decision for you? Obviously you put your family first, but many people have always seen you as a very ambitious politician.
Yeah, I know, but you know what it's like. You know, people sort of see you sort of through the lens of a camera and have one view about you. But I was very clear when I came back in, and I've never really changed my mind during the course of these last few months, that I would serve my party, which is what Tony asked me to do. He persuaded me, he twisted my arm up my back, and I came in, and I think the campaign has gone well, but I never really changed my mind during the course of the last few months, and have decided that actually I do want to see my kids grow up.
But presumably you haven't lost your taste for politics since you sought re-election?
No, of course not, and it's, I mean, I know it sounds trite, but for me it is real. It's always been a huge privilege to serve my community here in Darlington. This is the 4th time I've been re-elected. I was first elected in 1992, and I feel as proud tonight about being Darlington's MP 13 years later as I did then.
I should say, interesting news coming in from Newbury. Richard Benyon, the Conservative candidate there, has been 3rd time lucky. He's actually taken the seat from the Liberal Democrats, defeating David Rendell. Also here, if you stay with us, please, Alan Milburn, is Bruce Anderson, who's been campaigning for Richard Benyon down there.
There are important lessons, I think, for the Conservatives to learn in Newbury. I know that Richard expected to have 150 people out today, apart from the people in the polling stations. I've never seen a more powerful organisation. It did help with the same candidate running for the 3rd time, who had himself a personal vote. Liberals always build up a personal vote, there's no question. David Rendell had a personal vote. But it tells, I think, the Conservative Party needs to debrief Richard and the Newbury organisation, because that is the way to defeat them.
Well, I think we'll be hearing a lot more from Richard Benyon in politics, but at that very moment, things go the other way. The Liberal Democrats hold on in Cheadle. Alan Milburn, we see already that Labour currently have 80 seats to 6 Conservative and 4 for the Lib Dems. Of course, that's partly because of the inner city constituencies which have been declared. But what do you think the overall picture is going to be at the end of the night now?
I think it's difficult to call, Adam. To tell you the truth, I've been in my count for much of the evening, so you're far more up to date with it than I am. I mean, if it looks like the exit polls are basically being borne out, then, I mean, I think the first thing is that it's a tremendous achievement for the Labour Party to win 3 in a row. People said that we would never be able to do that back in 1992, so to win 3 on the trot is going some, and I think most of us in the Labour Party would have given our right arms for that 13 years ago. But secondly, I think there'll be a big question mark about why the Conservatives haven't broken through in terms of share of the national vote, and I suspect that's because they've opted to be a party more of the right than of the centre, and most people in this country are
Alan Milburn, just hang on, I just want to bring in David Blunkett, who was listening to what you were saying, and I think Dave Blunkett, you're a bit surprised by what Alan Milburn had to say. What's your message to him tonight?
Well, my first message is thank you for coming back and for what you've done, Alan, and my regret, because I would have liked to have served with you and continued the work that you were doing and that I did before December of last year. And all I can say is that I wish you well, and we owe you a debt of gratitude.
That's very nice of you, David. You're a good man, and you know, good luck.
Thank you both very much indeed for joining us. Julie.
So perhaps the most touching moment of the night so far. Right, we are looking at a situation where we have so far 98 results in, 100 results in so far. The time has come for Sky's election analyst Michael Thrasher to make his forecast. Remember, this isn't based on exit polling, but on the real votes cast from the seats we've already had in. In the past, it's proved to be remarkably accurate. So let's cross to Michael. Michael, what are you forecasting this time round?
We're forecasting, on the basis of the results that we've had in so far, a Labour majority of 80 seats in the next House of Commons.
So with 102 seats in so far, the results in so far, we are forecasting, the Sky News forecast tonight is of a Labour majority of 80 seats. What's behind this, Michael? Take us through it.
Well, we've looked at all of the regions in the country now and analysed the results in terms of what's happening in each of the particular regions. The one caveat that I want to impose at this point is the South West in particular worried me. That's why I was so keen to talk to Adrian Sanders in Torbay, because if there is a kind of wholesale, if you like, drift back to the Labour Party in the South West, then many Liberal Democrat seats could be in trouble. But unlike the exit polls, which suggest that the Liberal Democrats are going to be just gaining a couple of seats, we're suggesting that they could be as high as 66.
OK, well then let's look at that breakdown in seats that you're forecasting. 186 for the Conservatives, 363 for Labour, 66 for the Liberal Democrats and 31 for the other parties. That's a significant figure there you're pointing to, 66 for the Liberal Democrats on the basis of what you've seen tonight.
Yes. That's also, Michael, a dramatically worse result for the Conservatives. I mean, a big difference, 209, the same as what Michael Foot got in 1983, whereas 186, I mean, what's that? That's 20-odd gains. I mean, it's not very impressive.
If you look at what's happening to the Conservative vote in many parts of the country, it's barely moving at all. I mean, 0.5%, 1%, and in some areas it's actually falling. So that it's very difficult to see how the Conservatives can actually increase the number of seats that they have dramatically, unless they have this really targeted, bespoke campaign in the marginal constituencies.
OK, we ought to cross now to Edgbaston, waiting the result there to see if Gisela Stuart is indeed holding on there for Labour.
She had a majority of 4,698 last time round.
This is follows. Adrian Caroline Alden, Conservative, 14,116.
Slightly up.
Peter Charles Beck, Green Party, 1,116. Michael David Dixon, Liberal Democrat, 5,185. Gisela Stuart, Labour, 16,000.
So Gisela Stuart is re-elected. Labour have hung on to Birmingham Edgbaston. Gisela Stuart, the former minister, re-elected there.
16,465. Stephen White, UKIP, 749. This represents a majority of 2,349 for Gisela Stuart, who is duly elected Member of Parliament for the Birmingham Edgbaston constituency. And the first three on the list will speak tonight.
Well, some evidence there that the Liberal Democrats picked up more votes than the Tories, and that's what stopped the Tories coming through.
It's a tremendous honour to be once again elected to represent the constituency of Birmingham Edgbaston, and I very much hope that I will return to Westminster as part of a Labour government, so that we can continue an investment in our schools.
Well, let's go now to Erewash, where Robert Kilroy-Silk is standing. He, of course, the leader of the Veritas Party. I have to say, your colleagues in Veritas have not, Robert Kilroy-Silk, been bracketing up particularly strong results. How are things looking for you?
Not very good, it seems. I'm not quite sure. What I've heard suggests that we're not going to do anywhere near as well as we hoped and anticipated. But like everyone else, we'll have to wait to see.
Why do you think that is?
Well, we thought the British people wanted something different. We thought they told us they were fed up of being lied to, they were fed up of the deceit and the spin, the evasion of the past, of the sloganising, the yah-boo, slanging matches and the name-calling that passes for political debate in this country.
Oh, Robert Kilroy-Silk, I'm afraid there. We've had more problems with the satellites tonight. A lot of drama going on.
Indeed. I think we can perhaps have a look down now and see some of the details of the result in Birmingham Edgbaston. If somebody can just confirm that. No, we can't see that at the moment. We should talk about it anyway whilst we get those figures prepared for you. We'll bring them on screen as soon as they get here. But this was seemingly a tight contest in Edgbaston, quite a long way down the target list for Tories 101. But this sort of seat would have given us a real mark of revival for the Conservatives.
If Labour had lost this, then they would have had a hung parliament. Her majority's actually been halved in percentage terms. She's down 6%. Her personal vote is down by 5%, but the Conservative vote has barely moved in what is a target constituency for them.
We're just waiting to hear if we can hear any other news about Dorset West, but we don't seem to have any more there. Of course, one of those key seats we know, Oliver Letwin there.
But just finishing that remark, Labour's vote is down. The Tory vote is barely moved, 0.9%. But the Green vote is 3%, and the UKIP vote is 2%. It's though, again, it's this almost becoming a protest election against Labour, except Labour will hope that it won't become a protest vote in its key marginal constituencies. But in safe areas, people are clearly moving towards parties like the BNP or the Greens, or mostly the Liberal Democrats.
OK, we're going to return to your forecast now, Michael, and take us through what that might imply for the House of Commons. You were forecasting a Labour majority of 80. Let's cross live to our virtual House of Commons and Martin Stanford. Martin.
Yeah, we can check out where the parties are going to sit. There is no change of colour scheme in that sense. Under Michael's projection, here come the new government, and it is Labour members of Parliament, reduced in number down to 363 from the 400 plus they had last time around, but well over the winning post. Now, the Conservatives, as you've been discussing, effectively treading water. 165 last time, 186, as you can see, is Michael's prediction. So they have got some gains, but nothing like the gains they need to go and form the next government. The Liberal Democrats, though, having some success. Perhaps not as much as Charles Kennedy would like, but they had the 50-plus last time. We're predicting they're going to end up with 66, and there'll be 31 other MPs in this new House under Michael's prediction. But nevertheless, Tony Blair is back in charge at the dispatch box there. Come the first sitting of Parliament, that majority of 80. That's our prediction here on Sky.
Martin, thanks very much indeed. Well, as promised, we can have a look at those results from Birmingham Edgbaston. Gisela Stewart holding on there. She's had a majority hard, as Michael was mentioning, a majority of 2,349. She's standing on 16,465. Let's have a look at the share of the vote in that seat tonight. 43.8% for Gisela Stewart, 37.5% for the Tory candidate Deirdre Alden, and 13.8% for the Liberal Democrats. And let's see the change in the share of vote. Down 5.3% for the Labour Gisela Stewart, up just a fraction for the Tories, up 1.8% for Liberal Democrats. We're just going to be looking ahead now to Dorset West, as we were mentioning, Oliver Letwin's seat. Time to refresh ourselves about those names in the frame that the Liberal Democrats have. Martin.
Oliver Letwin, yes. Target definitely of the Liberal Democrats on this election. They've poured an awful lot of resource into his constituency because it's part of their plan to try and take out a whole raft of senior Conservatives. So Oliver Letwin very much under target by the Liberal Democrats. Will he survive? Our continuous coverage will continue for you in just a few moments.
Is this the help desk?
Yes, it is.
I need help with this.
What is it?
It's me.
You?
Me. Important numbers. Social security, bank accounts, passwords, pins.
Your identity.
I'm afraid it'll be stolen.
Oh, we're working on biometric security and advanced encryption.
What's that?
Things to keep you secure.
What about the safe?
Just for show.
Oh. Help desk.
Well, welcome back. We've had just over 100 results in so far. As you can see, across the country, the Labour vote is down some 6%. The Liberal Democrats have gained. The Conservatives more or less on even Stevens, although they have picked up the seat of Putney and indeed from the Liberal Democrats in Newbury. There's the Prime Minister arriving for his count in Sedgefield. We think that'll be fairly imminent, and then he'll be heading down. The Sky News forecast by Professor Michael Thrasher is predicting a Labour majority of 80. That compares to the ITN BBC exit poll predicting a majority of 66. We are also predicting that the Liberal Democrats have done significantly better than that exit poll suggested, with possibly 66 seats at the end of the evening. Tony and Cherie Blair looking fit for another night of a declaration in Sedgefield. The Prime Minister, of course, knows the way well. This is one of the local schools built in his constituency and is a fairly frequent place for journalists to visit. So we'll be hearing from the Prime Minister in a moment from his declaration. Everything is running a little bit late. Also, of course, great interest in what's going on in Dorset West. That is where Oliver Letwin is hanging on to a slender majority, is a decapitation target from the Liberal Democrats. And one of the things we're hearing there is they may have a record turnout, some 76.7%. Colin Brazier is down in Dorset West. How's it looking, Colin?
Good morning to you, Adam. Yes, it's looking like a very significant turnout indeed. This is already a constituency which had a high turnout in 2001, 69% then. The returning officer has just told us that this time they're looking at something like 76.9%, almost 77% of the electorate here in Dorset West turning out. What kind of impact that will have on the ultimate results, difficult to gauge at the moment. We'll expect Oliver Letwin to arrive here in the next 10 minutes or so. He is the sitting MP. He's number 6 on the target list of constituencies for the Liberal Democrats, a major decapitation target. It's not a phrase the Liberal Democrats want us to use particularly, but that is the strategy. And obviously what it has done, if it hasn't necessarily dislodged him, he has a 1,441 majority here, it certainly meant that he's had to spend a lot of time here, Adam, shuttling between central London, where he's played a role in the national campaign, and coming back here to make sure that he doesn't lose his seat campaigning locally as well. There's talk of him getting by on 4 or 5 hours sleep per night, as he's having to make that commuting journey between London and here. As for the constituency, it's largely rural. It's been staunchly Tory for many, many years. This, of course, is Thomas Hardy country. Dorchester, where this county's been held, is the setting of Casterbridge, from Mayor of Casterbridge fame. And it's also got resonance with the Labour movement as well. This is where the Tolpuddle martyrs were sent into exile. We're expecting a result, possibly a bit later than expected, but the original estimation was for about 3:30 in the morning.
Thank you, Colin. It looks like being an extremely long night down there in Dorset West. As I say, the only firm news we have is a very, very big turnout in Dorset West. Likewise, we're also seeing a big turnout in Theresa May's constituency of Maidenhead. She told us she was feeling pretty confident about hanging on in her seat. So it does appear, I think, that the decapitation strategy, as Colin was saying, has diverted resources, Tory resources, into those constituencies. But so far, no blood for the Liberal Democrats. Indeed, they have conceded that in the yet-to-be-declared seat of Halton Price, which is held by the Shadow Home Secretary David Davis, that the Liberal Democrats have conceded that David Davis is going to hang on and will be returned to Parliament.
OK, we'll have a look now at the state of the parties as they stand at the moment. There we are, 3 net gains for the Conservatives. That's Adam's computer keyboard bleeping away in the background, if you can hear it there. The Conservatives holding on in pool there. Labour down 3 seats, Lib Dems down 1 and others +1. A few moments ago, the Deputy Prime Minister, John Prescott, spoke to our correspondent, Mike McCarthy. This is what he had to say in Hull East.
Would you accept, though, that the vote as we're seeing it so far this evening is almost a sort of grudging endorsement of Labour rather than a wholesale endorsement?
Well, it's certainly an endorsement. I mean, I think when Thatcher was elected, the majority was 30, and they said that was a overwhelming endorsement. This is after 2 periods in government, right, into the 3rd period, and this special situation of Iraq has certainly played some part. And I think in the background, that of immigration has played its part as well, depending which part of the country you're in. That's what I picked up when I was going around. But, you know, certainly, remember, 1992, they were wiping off the Labour Party. Never to return, comes back with 2 fantastic majorities. And even now, this, if it's in the 60 or 70, in post-war terms, that's very effective.
You've mentioned Iraq. How far has there been a protest vote in your view?
I think there has been a protest vote to a certain extent. We were picking that up, and certainly our candidates were picking it up. There were people also feeling perhaps these majorities are too big, perhaps I can afford to vote for Liberals, and Liberals very much played for that, and indeed the Tories did almost, saying, you know, just see if you can reduce the size of that majority. So that was another part in it. But, you know, at the end of the day, our case was put. We argued it well, in my view, and a 66, 60-odd majority, whatever it is, you know, in the post-war period, that's pretty good, and particularly after 2 periods in government.
How do you account for the fact that the Conservatives clearly have not made the breakthrough that they were telling everybody that they would make? What's done it for them?
Mr. Howard. I picked it up everywhere. They don't like Mr. Howard, and that's a real problem when you get leaders, and without going into the history of the Labour Party, we've had our share in that, but they don't like the leader and they turn against him, and I think he played it in a way that offends against what I think is a British fairness. I think you pay a price for it, and I hope he stays.
What kind of a Labour government are we going to see now? How will it change?
A continuation of what we've got, economic prosperity and social justice. We've laid out our case. We've been doing it for 8 years. We delivered on what we promised. There'll be 4 more years of it, and it seems the election...
So John Prescott speaking a little earlier to our correspondent, Mike McCarthy. Let's go to Birmingham Northfield now. This is the Longbridge constituency, of course, and the Labour incumbent Richard Burden awaiting his...
DNP 1,278. Gillian Christian Chant, UKIP 641. Vicky Ford, Conservative 8,965.
A couple of hundred.
Louise Howardley, Socialist Alternative 120. Richard Thomas Boycott Rogers, Common Good 428. Francis Sweeney, Workers' Revolutionary Party 34. Trevor Peter Sword, Liberal Democrat 4,171.
So that's up almost 1,000. So Richard Burden.
This represents a majority of 6,454 for Richard Burden, who is duly elected Member for Parliament for the Birmingham Northfield constituency.
So Birmingham Northfield, Richard Burden re-elected. This is the area which was questionable whether there'd be a Longbridge effect on the vote there, a drop-off in the Labour vote, but from 16,528 down to 15,419, not as significant as some were perhaps predicting. Let's have a look at the details of that vote. 49.6% share of the vote by Richard Burden there, 13.4%. That's up from 11.2% for the Liberal Democrats, and 28.9% is just down a fraction for the Conservatives. And once again, we see that pattern, a drop-off of about 6% for the Labour vote, plus 2.2% for the Liberal Democrat vote in that area. So, Longbridge effect, what would you say about it in that vote? I mean, it sort of chimes with some of the other results that we've seen tonight in terms of the Labour vote, I suppose, Michael.
Yes. Can I just not answer that question, just look at Hove, please?
OK, let's look at Hove. We were going to get to
Labour have held Hove.
They've held Hove.
Yes, that's really, really astonished me. I mean, the Labour vote has gone down 8.4%, but the Conservative vote in what, I mean, that is obviously a Conservative target seat.
Also a significant result there. Lib Dems have gained Hornsey.
Oh, that's remarkable.
That's Barbara Roach has been defeated there.
Anticipated that earlier on.
Also, we saw the Lib Dems take Dunbarton Charisse. So, Michael,
but they failed to take Aberdeen South.
Yes.
So, I mean, these are up and down. But I was just going back to the point that I was making about the Conservatives not doing well enough in their target seats, and the Hove comes along, and it's a perfect illustration that, you know, this really was around a 3.5% swing.
Down to 420.
OK, it's a 420 majority, 0.9%. But this is a seat which the Conservatives should have taken. Their vote has gone down almost 2% in Hove. It's 16,366. You can see there, majority 420 for Labour, 37.5 versus 36.5. Now let's watch what happens when we look at the change figures. We can just move to those change figures now. Labour vote goes down. Not the Tory vote rising, but going down.
Well,
it's the Lib Dem vote.
This is the new MP, Celia Barlow, who's, of course, taken over from Ivor Catlin.
In this campaign. Personally, I'm grateful for the terrific support that he and Shireen have
difficult and raucous atmosphere down there in Hove. We're also looking out for the other Brighton results. Turnout across the city of Brighton and Hove appears to be up indeed. We're also hearing some interesting things from London. As we know, there's a recount underway in Battersea, where the Tories took Putney off Labour. Martin Linton, the incumbent Labour MP there, although the latest we hear is that it's the Conservatives who are looking for a few extra votes. It's very close. And also we're hearing that Stephen Twigg may indeed be back in trouble. But let's go to Maidenhead. This is Theresa May's seat, a decapitation target for the Liberal Democrats. Theresa May told us a few minutes ago she was fairly confident, so let's see if she was right.
Do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate in the election is as follows. Lewis Douglas Allen, UK Independence Party, 609. May Theresa Mary, the Conservative Party candidate, 23,312.
Well, that is up from 19,506, so that is up some 4,000.
Newbound, Catherine Drusilla, Liberal Democrat, 17,081.
So a slight rise in that, but the strategy hasn't worked in this seat.
The Labour Party candidate, 4,144. Rate Timothy Sylvester, British National Party, 704. A total of 94 ballot papers were spoiled.
OK, so Theresa May holding on in Maidenhead. She spoke a little earlier, said she was pretty confident. There's the breakdown. She holds on with a majority of 6,231. That's a rise from last time round of 3,284. She'll be very happy on that. And look at the turnout figure on that, 72%. Some sense of how energised the electorate was. Let's have a listen into Theresa May.
Mr. Returning Officer, may I first of all thank you and all your staff for having conducted the count tonight in such an exemplary fashion. You are indeed to be congratulated on that, and for all the hard work that all your staff put in at the polling stations throughout today. I think tonight has been a tremendous victory for the Conservative Party here in Maidenhead. It's been a victory for the message that we have taken out to the people of Maidenhead, who are fed up with 8 years of broken promises from Tony Blair and his government. It's been a victory for a Conservative Party here that has campaigned positively on improvements here in Maidenhead. And I can say that as the Member of Parliament for Maidenhead, I am going to be going out there now and continuing campaigns to bring a new hospital here to Maidenhead, to ensure that we stop the overdevelopment that is ruining and destroying the character of our towns and villages, to put more police on our streets. Those were the positive messages that people of Maidenhead took to their heart. I thank the electorate here for having given me the opportunity to do what I consider to be the most privileged job in the world, which is to be the Member of Parliament representing this Maidenhead constituency. I'd like to thank all of my team. I'd like to thank all of my team for the fantastic work that they have put in over this campaign. We may not have had 1,000 people working for us, but my goodness me, we packed a punch, didn't we? I'd like to thank the fellow candidates for having conducted the campaign in an extremely courteous fashion by and large. I think actually having women candidates has shown in the high turnout that we've had here today that women can enthuse the voters.
Let's leave Theresa May there, very happy to be re-elected. This is the declaration in Keighley, and Pryor, the incumbent MP, but also the BNP leader Nick Griffin standing. Julie.
Held on the 5th of May 2005, do hereby give notice
so
that the number
the
of votes recorded
in
for
that
each
grey
candidate
box for you.
at the said election is as follows. Cryer Constance Ann, the Labour Party candidate, 20,720.
That's fallen by around just over 100.
Fekri Nada, Liberal Democrats, 5,484.
That's had a rise from 4,722.
Griffin Nicholas John, British National Party, 4,240. Poulsen Carl, the Conservative Party candidate, 15,800.
So that's Tory vote down, but that BNP vote, 4,240. We've seen figures of around 1,000 and another figure of 2,000 in other seats for the BNP. Nick Griffin securing 4,240 votes in Keighley, but Anne Pryor re-elected as MP for Keighley with a majority of 4,852. That is up on last time round. Let's have a look at the share of the vote. 9.2% of the vote, as you can see, for the BNP there, 34.3 for the Conservatives, 44.7 for Labour, 11.8 for the Liberal Democrats. That's a rise in that. And look at the change in share of the vote, dropped off for both the Conservatives and Labour, up a tiny margin there for the Liberal Democrats, 9.2% up though for the others. The BNP vote there, 4,240 in Keighley.
Yeah, BNP, Nick Griffin saving his deposit, 5% is the mark you have to pass there. Well, joining us now from Birmingham Edgbaston is the newly re-elected MP, Gisela Stuart, of course been an MP since 1997. Gisela Stuart, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Adam.
How worried were you throughout this campaign?
Well, I mean, on the one hand, all candidates don't take anything for granted until you see the ballot papers piling up in front of you. But during the campaign, we actually had very good feedback, not least because this was the first election I could go into where I could say to people, you don't have to take my word for it. I can show you those improvements. I can show you what a difference the Labour government's made to your communities.
Of course, the big local story in the West Midlands was the collapse of Rover. Why didn't that impact into a sort of wave of anger against Labour?
Because there were two things. I mean, the kind of message of saying a vote Tory only would have saved Rover, it just, you know, didn't have any resonance. And the workers also knew that the role of government in terms of how you work with manufacturing is one which has changed. And they responded very positively to the speed with which, A, the government did try to get the Chinese deal, but then when that no longer seemed viable, put in the rescue packages, put in the retraining packages, and above all, there actually are alternative jobs to go to. And I think that's the difference people saw compared to what they remembered was happening to manufacturing in the 80s and early 90s.
We hear, however, that Labour is in some trouble in Birmingham Yardley. Is that correct?
Birmingham Yardley has always been a three-way split, and if there had ever been a possibility for the Lib Dems to gain a seat in the city, would be there. And of course the fact you had a very highly respected incumbent until this election with Estelle Morris, and that in a sense weakened the Labour vote because Estelle had such a huge carrying, and I think probably one of the reasons why Labour won that seat last time was that huge respect people had for Estelle.
Interesting result there in Blaenau Gwent, where of course there was an all-women shortlist. We see the independent candidate, which I imagine is the disgruntled local former member of the Labour Party, taking that seat, Michael.
Peter Law, indeed, who will take one of Labour's safest seats. The majority at the last election was 61% majority, clearly demonstrating that you don't mess around with the modern electorate by imposing over a local electorate a candidate they didn't want. I mean, Peter Law is the assembly member for Blaenau Gwent. He's very well known in the area, and they've simply voted him back in. Thank you very much.
I assume he'll probably more or less vote with Labour, though, I'd imagine, on most issues.
Well, I mean, at some point they will try and heal the local wound, I would imagine.
Yeah. Gisela, I do just want to ask you about this because we've seen a woman replacing a man in Putney, a woman replacing a man in Hove. So the women are going to be better represented in this new parliament, do you think?
Well, I hope so, and given that I'm representing a constituency which has got the longest tradition of women MPs in the whole country, Birmingham Edgbaston has had a woman MP since 1953. I hope that we get by far more women, but it's also women of all ages and all backgrounds, because the real point of a representative democracy is that Parliament reflects the population. So I hope not just more women, but that eventually we get more candidates from ethnic minorities.
Now, we're forecasting a Labour overall majority of 80. The exit poll earlier on was projecting a Labour overall majority of 66. I mean, either way, it means that dozens of your colleagues will have lost their seats tonight. What sort of a mandate, personal mandate, does that represent in your view for Tony Blair?
I think it represents a huge personal mandate, because what you have to remember is that under any normal circumstances, a majority of 80 would be seen as a massive majority. And people like me who came in 97 would have never dreamt of fighting our constituencies for a third time and winning them. And that actually was a Labour government under the leadership of Tony Blair, supported by his cabinet. So I think it's a mandate for the whole group of people, and we shouldn't personalise it that much.
Geezer Stewart, thank you very much indeed for joining us tonight from Birmingham Yardley. I think we're going over now to Cardiff Central, a Lib Dem target.
Indeed, yes. John Owen Jones hoping to hold on there, but we know that there's been a ferocious Liberal Democrat campaign in Cardiff Central, and let's have a listen in to see how they've done in this. Conservatives gaining Ilford North, one of their key target seats. More on that in a moment.
Dyma ganlyniad etholiad etholaeth Caerdydd Canolog. This is the election result for Cardiff Central constituency.
Captain Beanie, New Millennium Bean Party, 159.
Captain Beanie, New Millennium Bean Party, 159.
We need to keep an eye on the red and the yellow
Richard
boxes.
Rees, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 1,271.
Great Richard Rees, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 1,271.
Hughes, Frank Roger Wynne, UK Independence Party, 383.
Hughes, Frank Roger Wynne, UK Independence Party, 383.
So the Labour vote next.
Jones, Jonathan Owen, ymgeisydd y Blaid Lafur, 20,398.
Jones, Jonathan Owen, the Labour Party candidate, 12,398.
So that's a fall of about 1,000.
Mohindra Got Scotum, ymgeisydd Plaid Ceidwadwyr Cymru, 2,339.
Mahindra Got Scotum, the Welsh Conservative Party candidate, 3,339.
So that has dropped off by a couple of thousand.
Rais Rajagul, Respect Unity Coalition, George Galloway, 386.
Rais Rajagul, Respect the Unity Coalition, George Galloway, 386.
Seferi Ann, Annibynnol, 168.
Savoury Ann, Independent, 168.
Taylor Dawson, Catherine, Vote for Yourself Rainbow Dream Ticket, 37.
Taylor Dawson, Catherine.
So that Lib Dem vote coming up.
Rainbow Dream Ticket, 37.
Hooray! Willot, Jennifer Nancy N, a adnabyddir fel Jenny, Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 17,991.
Willett Jenny Nancy N, known as Jenny, the Welsh Liberal Democrats, 17,900.
So the Lib Dems have made an extraordinary gain in Cardiff Central. They were pretty confident ahead of this vote, but they have taken Cardiff Central from the Labour candidate there today. John Owen Jones not looking too happy, unsurprisingly. She has taken it with a majority of 5,593. A good night for Jenny Willett, of course. Tuition fees, a key factor in this campaign, as well as the war, of course. Let's have a look at the breakdown of detail in this vote on a turnout of 59%. And let's have a look at the share of the vote if we can. We haven't got it yet. But a significant gain there for Jenny Willett, and we've just looked at again also earlier on an extraordinary gain for Lib Dems in Hornsey. And let's take you to Sedgefield, back to Cardiff Central in a moment. There's the Prime Minister with his wife Cherie arriving at the Sedgefield Count. A lot of people to speak to on his way in. We caught him as his car pulled up, and he's now lining up there waiting to hear the results. 15 candidates standing in Sedgefield. Of course, Reg Keys, one of the most notable ones on the anti-war ticket.
I mean, it's an interesting result that in Cardiff Central. Again, the Liberal Democrats targeting the student vote. Now, we have seen two-way traffic. We saw Newbury earlier on going to the Tories. Michael, you're still fairly confident we're going to see more than a dozen Liberal Democrat gains through the evening?
I am, particularly when I see Cardiff Central. I mean, that's just playing greedy, isn't it? They were 659 votes behind Labour after the 2001 election, and now she's just gone and won it by over 5,500 majority. And, you know, the Liberal Democrats throughout this campaign have been talking up their ability to target student voters. And this is a heavily student-populated constituency.
Kevin Norris, you too think it's going to be a relatively good night for the Liberal Democrats?
Well, I don't think Cardiff Central is so unexpected. And indeed, the game they had in Dunbartonshire East was also within their target list because they only had a majority of 6.3. But the stunning result is the one in Hornsey and Wood Green, with a majority that basically had 25%. It had been a Conservative seat. Remember, it has parts of Highgate, Crouch End, all the thoughts that might turn some of the more affluent...
We've got the results on the screen there.
Let's have a look at that. A majority of 2,395. And, of course, it's the swings out. I mean, I should say Lynn Featherstone, the new MP for the constituency, a lady of means who's also been in the constituency quite a long time. So clearly there's personal factors there as well.
That's right. But a 14% swing is an immense achievement, I think, for the Lib Dems in the
Yeah, there we have it. Look, Labour down 11.6%. The Tories down as well, interestingly there, and other parties. All of that being squeezed out and going to the Liberal Democrats. And Barbara Roche, a very interesting figure. Of course, she was the immigration minister at one stage. She then fell out, really, with Tony Blair, was a critic of the war, but she's gone down. We're seeing the Lib Dems, by and large, holding on in Kingston there. And no surprise, Labour holds Scunthorpe. But is there, do you think, Pippa, a political difference between the majority of mid-60s and the majority of 80?
Oh, yes. I mean, in both cases, you can say that the Labour Party is obviously being reduced, and with a 60 or 80, you've still got a manageable, comfortable majority, but nevertheless, there can be rebellions. And as we've seen with things like votes over student fees, backbenchers are becoming more and more rebellious over the years. That started under Thatcher and then under Major, and it continued under Blair. So in practical terms, it does mean that they'll have to consider more what the backbenchers are thinking and be very sensitive, and the whips will have to work with it.
I kind of take a slightly different view. If you look at the post-war House of Commons majorities, a majority of 60 plus would be, you know, in the top majorities in the post-war era. Most
Yeah, but it's a question of where you're falling down from.
Well, that's true, and as Pippa says, in terms of backbench rebellions, and in terms of, if you like, Tony Blair's personal comfort zone, if you like, that here's a man who's been used to, you know, gargantuan majorities. How is he going to manage with a, you know, 60 or 80 majority? Well, most post-war prime ministers have actually managed with much less than that.
Okay, let's go to Hove now. We saw Celia Barlow there making her acceptance speech. She, of course, is newly elected as the MP there, Ivor Kaplan having stood down at this election. We couldn't hear her earlier on when she was making that speech. What was going on exactly? Who was shouting you down, Celia Barlow?
Well, to be honest, I couldn't see who was shouting. There has been quite a lot of heckling during this campaign. There are a lot of minority parties standing.
A lot of people are surprised that you managed to hang on in Hove. What's the secret?
I think it was good teamwork. We had a huge team out on the streets. We didn't have a lot of money, but we certainly had a lot of very willing workers who went out there, knocked doors, delivered leaflets, and did all the things that make a campaign work.
I should just say one piece of breaking news. This result has not been declared, but they've had 2 recounts in Battersea, and Labour have held on by something like 150 votes. So Martin Linton will, by the narrowest squeak there, he had a majority of more than 5,000, remain the Labour MP for Battersea. That result unofficial. We're waiting for the declaration. But a lot of people thought, particularly in Brighton, that the war might be a big issue which would cost Labour pretty dearly. Has that not been your experience?
Well, in Hove, the war was an issue. Everyone knew my feelings about the war, but now I think it's time to move on from there.
Now announce the result.
Well, spare us a moment. Your leader is about probably to get re-elected in Sedgefield now. Let's go over to Sedgefield, Julie.
Indeed, I think some 15 candidates standing
the
there.
election is as follows. Bernie Ann Abraham, 209. John Barker, alias John Bradfield, 45. Anthony Charles Linton Blair, 24,421.
So Tony Blair's vote is down, but little doubt there that Sedgefield is sending him back.
Blair Gillam, 82. Julian Fraser Brennan, 17. William John Brown,
UKIP,
646. Robert Woodthorpe Brown,
Liberal
4,935.
That figure up by
Jonathan
some thousand.
McQueen Corburn, 103. Mark Neville Farrell, 253.
Here's a list of independent candidates
Helen
here.
John, 68. Reginald Thomas Keyes, 4,252.
Well, he'll be pretty satisfied with that. He was there, of course, on that key anti-war ticket.
Alan John Lockwood, 5,972.
There's a drop in that Conservative vote.
Fiona Christina Luckhurst Matthews,
Veritas,
218. Terence William Pattinson, 97. Melody Elizabeth Staniforth,
so the list of independents
157.
that are reasonably satisfied
And I
face
declare
there
that
on
Anthony Charles
Tony Blair
Linton
and
Blair has been duly
his wife,
elected to serve as member for the Sedgefield constituency.
So applause there. Let's listen to see what Tony Blair has to say on this night. He is re-elected as MP for Sedgefield.
First of all, I would like to give my thanks to Norman, the Chief Returning Officer, and all the staff who've worked so hard here today. Thank you very much indeed, all of you. Can I also say a special word of thanks to the police and the security here? For obvious reasons, it's been a little heavier than usual, but I'd like to thank them very much. I know they've given up their evening to come here and look after us. Thank you. And thank you most especially to the people of the Sedgefield constituency for re-electing me as your Member of Parliament. I'm proud to serve you. You've always been loyal and good and true to me. And I will do my best in this term of Parliament for Sedgefield, for this constituency, for the people in it. If, and I say if, the predictions are right, it also looks as if the Labour Party is heading for the first time in its history for an historic third term. It's not yet clear, obviously, what the majority is. It seems as if it's clear, but also that the British people wanted the return of a Labour government, but with a reduced majority. And we have to respond to that sensibly and wisely and responsibly. We have to make sure that we focus on the things that matter to people, the things that they've talked about to me during the course of this campaign: jobs and living standards and the National Health Service and schools and law and order, and the problems that we have in some of our communities where still far too many young people find it hard to get on in life. Far too many young couples find it hard to own their own homes. People worry about disrespect on the street and law and order in their communities. So we have to respond to those things. And I know too that Iraq has been a divisive issue in this country. But I hope now that we can unite again and look to the future, there and here. I would also like to say that this constituency of Sedgefield is one I'm not merely proud to represent, but proud to show people as a place where real change has happened over these past years. I'm delighted that the majority I've received this evening is actually an increase in the majority in 2001. And I like to think that that is in part due to the fact that in this constituency there are more jobs, there are higher living standards, there is investment in schools and in hospitals and in extra police, and that people in Sedgefield genuinely believed that this government is trying to be a government delivering for them. I would like to thank people again here tonight. I'd also like to thank my wife Cherie and my family who've stood by me so well and given me such support, and my party supporters and members here, John Burton, my agent, and all his team. It's not always easy for them, but they do a fantastic job. And sometimes I don't think they know just how grateful I am to them. So many thanks indeed for re-electing me again this evening. If it is correct and we are returned to government, thank you for that also. Our job is to serve people. It's what I've tried to do in Sedgefield. It's what we'll try to do for the country. Thank you.
So Tony Blair there, MP, returned to Parliament, promising to listen more in this third term, but saying it was a historic victory. We're projecting a majority of 80. This is Birmingham Yardley. We believe that Labour may be in some trouble there, and yes indeed, we're seeing the Liberal Democrats have taken Birmingham Yardley. You can see the results there in the corner of your screen. John Hemming, the Deputy Leader of the Council for the Lib Dems, he's got a majority of 2,672, defeating Jane Innes.
I had another speech which was written for 1997, but we didn't manage to use that one.
Jane Innes replacing, of course, Estelle Morris, who stood down this election. Let's go to Hornchurch now.
But this time,
Julie.
Indeed, another key Tory target, and we're seeing also the Conservatives gained Wimbledon alongside Putney. They'll be pretty happy with that result. Let's have a listen in to the Hornchurch.
Madam Returning Officer, ladies and gentlemen,
they've gained Hornchurch.
It is a great privilege for me to be once again re-elected as the Member of Parliament for the Romford constituency.
This is Romford, this is Andrew Rossendale.
You, Madam Returning Officer,
this is not Hornchurch, but let's just dwell a little bit on that Wimbledon result. That's Roger Casale, who's been defeated there as the MP. Now, on Monday, Tony Blair went to Wimbledon, and that's where he launched that poster saying if 1 in 10 Labour voters switch, then the Tories win. Now, of course, that didn't work in terms of a national share, but did it work in Wimbledon? Stephen Hammond, you see there, the new MP, he's got a majority now of 2,301. Let's have a look at how that broke down. 41.2% for Conservatives, 35.9%. So in that sense, it's a comfortable victory. Now let's look at the swings. This is the key point. 9.8 down for Labour, and as you see, 9.8 down for Labour, and that vote going half apparently to the Conservatives, increasing their share by 4.6, but by slightly more to the Lib Dems. So in other words, a move from Labour to the Lib Dems let the Tories through, precisely as Gordon Brown and Tony Blair were warning. Now, Oliver Letwin joins us from Dorset West after various bits of drama. Oliver Letwin, you seem pretty cheery. Are you hanging on down there? Still got your head?
As far as I can see, my head is intact, but of course it's too early to tell yet, and it's hardly worth speculating because we'll know in a little while.
Turnout's up quite significantly in your constituency, as indeed it was in Maidenhead. Now, Theresa May thought that was a good sign. She turned out to be right. Is that a good sign for you?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I think so, Adam. I have been going around this constituency to the extent that my feet are now hurting a lot. And as we've gone and knocked on door after door, what we've found is Conservatives, many of whom had stayed away for the last couple of elections, who seem enthusiastic to vote. And I suspect that one of the things that's brought up the turnout is exactly that. And if that prediction proves accurate, then we should be all right. Although I've said throughout I don't take anything for granted, and I still don't now.
How do you feel about being personally targeted in the way that you have been for decapitation by the Lib Dems?
Oh, I mean, it's a perfectly legitimate thing for the Liberal Democrats to do. I don't think, we'll see, but I don't think it's played particularly well here. I've worked pretty assiduously as a constituency member here for 8 years now, And I don't think many of my constituents actually wanted to see my head roll. I suspect there are quite a lot of people who voted for other parties here who would admit that I've been a seriously conscientious constituency MP, and I think under those circumstances decapitation is not a strategy that's particularly appealing. But my impression is that there was an overwhelming desire on the part of Conservatives here, at least, to see a change of direction for the country. I keep on finding people on the doorsteps, have kept finding them, who wanted to see that.
Well, I do have to put it to you that we've had nearly 250 seats in now, and in fact we've seen you, I think, have picked up 4 or 5 net, and the Liberal Democrats have picked up the same amount. Tony Blair's predicted to get a majority of 80 by Sky News. Basically, this has not been a watershed moment, has it, for British politics?
Well, it's a very significant set of advances that have been made so far. I'm no psephologist, and I don't know what the final result will be, but it looks to me as though in the cases we've seen so far, where there's a tightly fought Labour Conservative marginal, we're beginning to see some quite impressive shifts.
What do you think
continues through the night? I think it may produce some interesting results.
What do you think the future for the Conservative Party is now? More of the same, or do you need a real step change in the way you're approaching politics to get back into the game?
Oh, I think if tonight goes as I hope it will, and as I think we're beginning to see it's likely to go, it will represent a very considerable shift in our favour, and a very considerable demonstration of the fact that the kind of campaign we fought, focusing on the issues that really matter to people, the questions of hospitals and schools and police and tax, controlled immigration, the things we've majored on throughout the campaign, that's paid dividends. And I think there's every reason why it should, because the fact is that as we go forward over the next few years, people will find that the message we have been trying to persuade people of, that an awful lot of tax has been paid and an awful lot of money has been wasted, and the public services haven't got better, is abundantly true, and I'm afraid it'll go on being true unless there's a change of direction.
Okay, final quick question. What time's your results? Are you expecting it?
I don't know, Adam, but looks to me as if it may not be for another hour and a half or something of that kind.
Thank you very much indeed, Oliver Letwin, for joining us from Dorset West.
Slightly weary note there, I think we can detect in his voice this evening. OK, let's take you to another constituency where we've been hanging on, waiting for some detail. Wait to find out what's happening there. A key Tory target seat of Battersea. What's going on? Anna Botting's there for us. Anna, what's the latest?
Yeah, 2 hours later, I think, this result coming through to us. We were expecting it between 12:30 and 1. There have been 3 counts in total, 2 recounts, one demanded by one of the parties. We didn't know which one until now, and I can confirm that Labour has held Battersea. But it could be one of the smallest majorities in the country at the end of this election. We think it's 163. We're going to have to wait for the declaration, which is coming any minute now.
I wonder if I could just butt in, Anna, because we've got elsewhere in London, in Enfield Southgate, the suggestion is that this minister you see there, Stephen Twigg, pulling a face, the man who beat Michael Portillo, has now been defeated by the Conservatives. The Conservatives looking very pleased with themselves, embracing each other. Stephen Twigg, as you see, not looking so delighted. Also, we're seeing that in Manchester, Withington, there's been a Liberal Democrat gain, as far as we can tell. And of course, the Conservatives have held John Major's old constituency as well.
Right, so we're waiting for all sorts of things now. We think we may be going now for that Battersea result.
Battersea result. Martin Linton on the left of your screen there, we believe has hung on by a narrow margin. He had a majority
in 2005 was
of more than 5,000.
Nosheen Mahfouz Party, Liberal Democrats, 6,006.
So that vote up from 4,450
William
last
Hugo
time.
Charlton, Green Party, 1,735. Terence Frederick Jones, UK Independent Party, 333. Martin Linton, the Labour Party candidate, 16,569.
That's down about 2,000. It'll be interesting to see what that Tory vote was.
Dominic John Schofield, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,406.
So it was extremely tight. As we'd indicated, Martin Linton holds Battersea for Labour, but on a tiny, tiny margin. We'll get the breakdown and details of that. Majority of 163 journalist Martin Linton, formerly as was. There was 16,569. Dominic Schofield, the Conservatives, 16,406. Lib Dem vote up once again, 6,006 for them, up from 4,450 last time round. Let's have a look at the share of the vote as it carved up there. 40% for the Conservatives, 40.4% for Labour, just the narrowest of margins there, 14.6% share of the vote for the Liberal Democrats, 5% for the others. And let's have a look in the... we're just getting some other news.
Well, we heard about the southeast effect, as Labour are calling it. That was one of the reasons why they've already lost Battersea, they've lost Putney and they've lost Wimbledon. Had such a close call in Battersea, but also things aren't going too well for Una King in Bethnal Green and Bow, we hear. Joey Jones is there. Joey.
A team that she has actually lost this seat, that it is very, very tight. There's still a bit of counting going on behind me, but they believe that they can now come out and say that this is a George Galloway victory in Bethnal Green and Bow. A simply sensational result, really. He's come back from the dead, as it were, cast out into the political wilderness, thrown out of the Labour Party a couple of years ago for the criticisms, stinging criticisms he made of Tony Blair over the war. He picked this seat because he thought he had a chance of unseating Una King because of her support for the war, which was definitely very widely criticised by her constituents. This has about a 40% Muslim vote in Bethnal Green and Bow, and I think when we come to look at the figures, we will see that the vote is split pretty much down racial lines, that in fact those people who supported George Galloway were the Muslims, were the Bangladeshi community, whereas the Labour vote among white people stood up but didn't stand up sufficiently to withstand George Galloway's assault.
Of course, that is an unofficial result at this stage. Thank you very much indeed, Joey Jones. Well, joining us now from Keighley is the leader of the British National Party, the BNP, Nick Griffin, who came fourth in that constituency. That must be a disappointment for you, considerable rebuff.
We'd have liked to have beaten the Liberal Democrats, but they got a big Muslim vote and dropped out.
Still with us, Nick Griffin.
You still with us, Nick Griffin? Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry, yes, you come back now.
Oh, right.
Yes.
No,
yeah, we'd have liked to. We'd have liked.
Carry on, please.
Yeah, we'd have liked to have beaten the Lib Dems, but they got about 1,000 votes more than us. It was a vicious campaign run against us. Overall, we've got 9% of the vote for a first time out. That would have been a record at the last election for us, as it is not, but it's a perfectly respectable base for us to go on next year to look at winning extra council seats in this place.
You just said Lib Dems had Muslim votes. Do you have any problem with that?
No, not at all. I'm just stating as a fact that if it hadn't been for the Labour Muslim bloc votes shifting very significantly to the Lib Dems here, then we would still have beaten the Lib Dems. It's just a fact of politics.
Why did you choose this constituency to stand in?
I chose here because Keighley is probably the place in the country where a section of the white community, particularly the white working class, have been most badly affected and let down by the Labour Party, by the media and by the police when it comes to a wave of racist attacks on them nobody wants to know. And by standing here, I've drawn a fair bit of attention to that. Perhaps now the Labour Party will do a little bit to put it right.
But they obviously, the local people obviously don't see you as their white knight, do they?
Well, 4,000 of them did, 9%. Out of Keighley itself, in our 3 wards in Keighley, it was significantly higher than that. But the fact is that the 3 main parties launched a campaign which, while it's within the letter of the law, drives a coach and horses through the spirit of electoral law in this country. It was an absolute disgrace. You put that on top of the Labour Party's massive postal voting fraud, and I'm afraid in this country...
Well, those are fairly serious allegations. Can you back them up?
I'm afraid they're true. Yeah, a High Court judge has said that the postal voting system in this country would disgrace a banana republic. The campaign by the three other parties to break all spending limits by joining together to work with and help fund a huge campaign against us by an independent third party not even standing in this election drives a coach and horses through the spirit of electoral law in this country. It is a disgrace.
Other than tension, what do you believe is the unique thing that the BNP bring to British politics?
We certainly don't bring tension to British politics by allowing
people to... What do you do? Because you're, I mean, I have to say... Well, I must just break off there. The Conservatives have gained Shipley. That is the Chris Leslie, the government minister, has lost his seat. We also believe Stephen Twigg is in trouble in Enfield. Let's go now. Thank you very much, Nick Griffin. Let's go over to Shipley. This is the new Conservative MP.
Thank you very much. Could I start off by thanking the returning officer and all his staff, particularly those people who have endured at least 3 counts there, for all of their hard work, the people who have been at the polling stations all day, for everything that they do. It's a thankless task, and somebody has to do it, and we wouldn't have a democracy without all of those people. So thank you very much for all of your hard work. It really is very much appreciated, I know, by all the candidates. I'd also like to thank all of my opponents of this election for the way that they've all conducted themselves in this campaign. I'd like to think it's been a very fair election.
And that's also confirmed there that Stephen Twigg has also been defeated. So 2 rising stars of New Labour have lost their seats. Enfield Southgate, of course, a iconic constituency because it was Michael Portillo's, lost in 1997. There's also David Davis we're seeing there. We believe he has hung on in his constituency of Holton Price. Maybe worth just listening to either Chris Leslie or Stephen Twigg, their concession speeches in a moment. But the news of the hour, 2 ministers have been turned out. Stephen Twigg has been turned out in Enfield Southgate, the man who turned out Portillo, and also Chris Leslie in Shipley. So we'll have more on that in a moment. Julie.
Yes, as we're watching those pictures of David Davis, looks a pretty happy chap tonight, doesn't he? He's one of those on that list of the Lib Dems that they were hoping to decapitate. That may be fading away now as a strategy, and one bit of living proof for that is Theresa May from Maidenhead. Many congratulations, Theresa May, on your win tonight. What did you make of the carver for the vote and indeed your rise in your vote?
Well, I think the rise in the vote here was a clear sign that people in Maidenhead were first of all fed up with 8 years of broken promises from the Labour government, and also were concerned about some of the Liberal Democrat policies like their local income tax. And we had a very positive message about what we as Conservatives were doing, would do in government, but what we were doing here in the constituency.
We're just seeing some pretty happy pictures from David Davis there, suggesting he may be back home and dry as you have been. What word have you been getting from other areas of your campaign tonight?
Well, certainly I've been hearing from other areas that the Liberal Democrats' claims of decapitation weren't going to come to fruition, that they weren't going to do as well as they thought they were. And of course they've also lost some seats, and significantly we have taken Newbury from them, which was a very good game for us.
Sorry to interrupt you, Theresa May. We're going to go to Sky News swing seat of Rossendale and Darwen and listen in there.
Janet Anderson defending this for Labour, had a majority of 5,200 last time round.
15,397. Anderson Janet, the Labour Party candidate, 19,000.
Janet Anderson has been re-elected. The challenge came from the Conservatives in this constituency. In our swing seat tonight, which I suppose shows that we picked the right one, confirming that Labour are heading back to an overall majority. Janet Anderson has been re-elected in Rossendale and Darwen.
Party, 740. McIver Kenneth Graham, the Green Party, 821. Wentworth Anthony John, the British National Party, 1,736. And I do hereby declare...
So Janet Anderson re-elected in Sky News' swing seat. This was the constituency we picked because if it changed hands, Tony Blair would be in trouble. Well, Tony Blair has a reduced parliamentary majority, although he says he's got an increased majority in Sedgefield, but he's not in trouble. He is on the way back to Downing Street. We are predicting with a majority of 80 seats. But the Conservatives, meanwhile, have held neighbouring Ribble Valley. That's Nigel Evans back. Let's go now to Holton Price and Howden. David Davis defending here.
I, Nigel Pearson,
being the Deputy Acting Returning Officer at the parliamentary election for the Alton Price and Howden constituency held on the 5th of May 2005, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. David Michael Davies, the Conservative Party candidate, 22,792.
That should do it for David Davis in Halton Price and Howden.
Edward Alexander Hart, the Labour Party candidate, 6,104. Philip Anthony Lane, United Kingdom Independence Party, 659. Jonathan Patrick Mainprice, British National Party, 798. John Neal, Liberal Democrats, 17,676.
So David Davis, a relieved man, Shadow Home Secretary, of course, in Michael Howard's Shadow Cabinet. He is back. There's been some concerns with that name on the decapitation strategy, but he is back this time round on that vote. Significant rise in his vote there for David Davis. And on the right-hand side of the screen there, Tony Blair leading his count there in Sedgefield. Let's listen to David Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Returning Officer. If I can start by saying, I think on behalf of all of the candidates, a heartfelt thank you to you and all your staff who've had an extremely long day.
OK, we're going to leave David Davis. We'll bring you that again later. Let's go to Enfield Southgate. Could be grim news for Stephen Twigg, we believe.
Yes, indeed. Remember, were you still up with Portillo? That was the catchphrase. That was when Stephen Twigg beat Michael Portillo to take this seat. We now believe he's on course to lose it, although, of course, Michael Portillo long gone from the constituency.
Enfield Southgate constituency. I, John Patrick Egan, returning officer at the election in the above constituency on Thursday, the 5th of May 2005, hereby give notice that the number of votes cast at the election were as follows. David John Barrington Burrows, Conservative Party candidate, 18,830 votes.
That's up 2,500.
Trevor Doughty, Green Party, 1,083 votes. Brian John Hall, UK Independence Party, 490 votes. Ziz Kakoulakis, Liberal Democrat, 4,724 votes.
That's up 2,000
Stephen
nearly.
Twigg, the Labour candidate, 17,083
So Stephen Twigg
votes.
has gone. The Conservatives have taken the seat of Enfield Southgate with a majority of 1,747. Turnout in that constituency 66. That is up some 3%. Lib Dems we're also seeing have gained Rochdale, so defeat there for Miss Fitzsimmons. But let's now hear briefly from the new MP for Enfield Southgate, David Burrows, defeating Stephen Twigg.
Firstly, I would like to thank the returning officer, the police, and all the counting assistants and supervisors for what has been a very fair, professional and good process tonight. I would also like to thank my fellow candidates. Throughout this campaign, it's been a positive, open and very civilised
Let's have a look at that result. I think we'll see again the effect that Ziz Kakoulakis' Lib Dem vote going up by some 2,000 effectively cost Stephen Twigg his seat. We're seeing there Ed Balls, another rising star of Labour. He's got back. He's got a safe seat for Normanton, although it may go in the boundary revisions. But there we are, 44.6% for the Conservatives, 40.5% for Labour. And we can have a look again at the swings. Now a big drop, it has to be said, in Stephen Twigg's Labour vote, down 11.3%. The Tories picking up the lion's share of that. The Lib Dems also making gains. So what we are seeing is an illustration of what Labour have already dubbed the South-East effect. They seem to be having more trouble there. One would speculate that this is on the issue of the war. Can't say for certain. but certainly we're seeing traditional voters, Labour voters who supported New Labour, defecting to other parties. Also, we're seeing that in Hornsey there is a recount. On the first count, the Labour were behind the Tories by 440 votes.
OK, with that ticker on our screen, the bottom of your screen there a few moments ago, showing those gains for the Conservatives at +7 net gains so far tonight. Time to take stock of what Michael's mission is, Michael Howard's plan of attack tonight. Let's cross to our virtual House of Commons and Martin.
Julie, we listed them all on the boards here. This is what Michael Howard had to do if he was going to become Prime Minister. He had to take all these constituencies and turn them. They were held by the opposition parties in the 2001 election. He had to turn them Tory blue. And you can see it's a job barely half, not a quarter done. A lot of results still to come in, but you can see some of these constituencies, look, they are still Labour successes, Liberal Democrat successes. Now, the Conservatives have held on to many seats, they haven't lost any, and they have made some gains. This is all good news. It's all increased representation for the Tory party. For instance, in the first, the easy column, if you like, some of the results, Shipley should have gone Conservative, and so it did. We wait for a lot of other results. Then let's show you up the top here of our second column, the 26 to 50 easiest seats to get. We can see it target 33 on their list, Ilford North. That was a success, so they'll be pleased with that. And they're certainly going to have increased representation in the House of Commons as a result of this. Let's have a look at column 3, the 51 to 75. Putney was target 52 for the Tories tonight, and they've had some success. That's what I'm trying to say there. We await the result from Hemel Hempstead. Wimbledon, though, was another good one for them. But you see other results in this column, which they should have taken as well if they were going to be serious about forming the next government, hadn't gone their way. The story continues, though, and the penetration into this ever more difficult zone for them to take. Well, Enfield, let's just show you that. The Enfield-Southgate, we've just seen that result come through, and there it is on the board just behind us here. There we are, just above Cleethorpes in terms of difficulty. Enfield-Southgate has gone Tory blue. So, the partial success is the story of this, certainly not increased in terms of he had to take all these and fill them right up to the end of our diagram here tonight if he was going to become Prime Minister, but Michael Howard may well be satisfied with the results so far. So, that's the story of this side of Michael Howard's task, and we'll be back in 30 seconds with more coverage on Vote 05.
You have to block the keeper, and you have to believe you can score. My life is about keeping one step ahead. That's why my car is American Express.
Hello again. While we were away, we saw that there was a gain in Dundee East for the Scottish National Party. But let's go now to two newly elected MPs, Martin Linton holding on in Battersea by a very narrow margin, and Philip Davis defeating Stephen Twigg in Enfield-Southgate. What went wrong, Martin Linton, for you?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I was just saying, what went wrong? Why was it such a tight squeak for you, do you think?
Well, I think, you know, it's been a long night, and I'm relieved to get through on this on a much reduced majority, but I don't think anything different happened in Battersea from the rest of London. We've seen some swing back to the Conservatives since the really outstanding results in 97 and 2001. Some of the seats that we never really believed we would win, and we did win in 97, the Conservatives have won back, but they haven't really won back anything like enough seats to call it really a comeback. I mean,
gentlemen, if I could just hold you for a moment, if I could hold you for a moment, I just want to hear from David Davis, who's speaking now.
It is a huge vindication of Michael Howard's strategy, and as I said earlier, a strategy which I am proud to be associated with.
And
thank you.
Into the next
Yes, thank you very much indeed. I now want to get some sleep. Good night.
So David Davis there throwing his weight behind Michael Howard. Many people see him as a possible future challenger or even replacement to Michael Howard after tonight. Let's go to Shipley now. Apologies to Phil Davis there. Shipley, of course, was an easy target, so in a sense it's a very modest, big development for you, but a modest scalp for the Conservatives.
Well, you might think it was an easy target for us. It's been an awful lot of hard work that's been put in to win this seat back for the Conservative Party.
Yes, but all I'm saying is the swing is very, very small to put you into Parliament.
Yes, it is, and you know, I'll be the first to pay tribute to Chris Leslie, who's made a remarkable achievement to win this seat twice and almost win it for a third time. It's been a very, very hard battle here, and I wouldn't want anyone to underestimate the hard work that's had to go in to win this seat back.
How many years do you think it will be before, if you hold on to that seat, that you'll stand a chance of being a minister in the government?
Well, to be honest, I don't want to be a minister in the government, in any government. I just want to be the MP for Shipley. And people in this constituency have put their trust in me to represent their interests in Parliament. I want to do that to the best of my ability. I want to restore some faith back in politicians, and I want people in this constituency to know that when I say something, I say it because I mean it, not because somebody's told me to say it.
Is that what you think Chris Leslie did?
No, well, Chris Leslie was a government minister. He had a very successful career as a government minister, and I don't decry him for that. We need people to become ministers. It's just not for me. I don't see politics as a career. I see it as being there to stand up for the things that matter to people in this constituency, and that's what I intend to do.
All right, I should say, while we've been speaking, we've seen that Alistair Darling has managed to hold on in Edinburgh. That was one of the most marginal cabinet ministers, or one of the cabinet ministers thought to be under threat, so he'll be pleased with that. Just going back to you, Mr. Davis, what do you think the Conservative Party needs to do now, though, because this is a third pretty substantial defeat in a row, according to all projections?
Yeah, and it's disappointing that people won't have a Conservative government. We work very hard to try and ensure there is a Conservative government, but it's not the kind of result that most pundits were expecting. And I think if all of you are being honest, this is a much better result for the Conservative Party than you ever predicted.
With all due respect, this is almost entirely in line with what the polls have been projecting. I don't think anyone's particularly surprised that there have been a few gains. You know, I mean, what do you mean the pundits said Michael Howard wouldn't win this election, and he hasn't won the election?
Well, lots of people were talking about another colossal Labour majority.
Well, what's 80? 80 is quite big, isn't it?
Well, people were talking about well into three figures, that the Conservatives wouldn't be making any gains at all, and that hasn't proved to be right. Of course, I'm disappointed there isn't going to be a Conservative government, but I certainly intend to take my place there and hold the Labour government to account.
Well, very interesting. The day that you're elected, you say you won't be a minister. Thank you very much indeed, Philip Davis, for joining us from Shipley, and congratulations. Let's go now to Cardiff North.
Morgan Jonathan Barry Robert Winston, the Welsh Conservative Party candidate, 16,561.
So we're just sorting through our details there.
Julie, ymgeisydd y Blaid Lafur, 17,707.
Morgan Julie, the Labour Party candidate, 17,000.
So Labour holding on there in Cardiff North. This was 124 on the target list of the Conservatives.
17,707.
Rowland, John Morlaeth, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 1,936.
So
Rowland, John Morlaeth, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 1,936.
Taylor Dawson, Catherine, vote for yourself, Rainbow Dream ticket, 1.
Taylor Dawson, Catherine, vote for yourself, Rainbow Dream ticket, 1.
One vote.
What's the record? What's the
We,
record?
we reckon here
That's a
in the
new
studio that's a record.
That's record low poll. Getting one vote is
Managing to vote.
Not even her mother.
For oneself.
just as well she called vote for yourself party.
Okay, we're just a news alert for you now that Charles Kennedy arriving in his count. We've got two Conservative gains, though, clicking up on screens there. Conservative gain Monmouth, and they've also gained Shrewsbury. Significant gain there for Conservatives in Wales. They'll be keen now to look ahead to Clwyd too. They've also gained in Shrewsbury. Michael alongside me, two significant ones in the bag there for the Conservatives.
Well,
we'll wait till we get the details on those.
Conservatives gaining Monmouth is no surprise at all. If they hadn't have gained Monmouth, this would have been a disastrous night for them. Shrewsbury and Atcham has been a strange seat because the MP there, Paul Marsden, shortly after being elected, Labour went to the Lib Dems.
Okay, we need to go to Enfield North now. This was an easier target for the Tories than Enfield Southgate, and here's a declaration.
Yes, indeed, Enfield North now.
The results of the Enfield North constituency. I, John Patrick Egan, returning officer at the election in the above constituency on Thursday, the 5th of May 2005.
Joan Ryan defending a majority of 2,291.
The number of votes cast at the election were as follows. Patrick Anthony Burns, Independent, 163. Geoffrey Nicholas Dubois, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,135.
That's up nearly 2,000.
Terence Charles Farr, British National Party, 1,004. Simon Wynne Radford, Liberal Democrat, 4,642.
British politics in the next 5 years. Really good news. And much more to
Barry
look forward
Allen
to.
Robin, UK Independence Party, 750. Joan Marie Ryan, the Labour Party candidate, 18,000.
So Labour have hung on in Enfield North. Joan Ryan, interesting result. She had a smaller majority than Stephen Twigg, who lost his seat, but Joan Ryan has hung on.
Ryan is duly elected Member of Parliament for Enfield North constituency.
So Enfield North, well, joining us is Clive Soley, of course, a big figure in London Labour politics. There's been some discussion, Clive Soley, of a southeast effect or a London effect hitting Labour tonight. Do you believe that is going on?
There's certainly regional variations, and I think London is one of them. I think the Iraq issue has played bigger in London and the southeast than elsewhere in the country, but I don't think that's the only factor.
Pippa Norris, you have some doubts?
Yes, I don't think it's in terms of votes. If one actually looks across the southeast, it's pretty average. It's only in London itself that it's slightly worse. And again, if you look at the seats, I mean, there are clearly seats which the Conservatives have gained from Labour in the southeast and from London, like Wimbledon, Putney, Ilford North, Enfield Southgate, but they've also made many gains elsewhere, and they haven't made some of their key gains outside of the London area, such as in Hove, in Dover, and Portsmouth North. So it's a more confined
I understand.
area.
I think one of the things that's been happening is rather what we were worried about in a way. The Tory vote hasn't collapsed as much as we thought it was. The Liberal vote has gained, but not sufficient for them to do the breakthrough that they really wanted to do, to come closer to the Conservatives. And in fact, what they've done is, as rather what we feared, is taken votes off us in significant numbers and made us more vulnerable.
Michael.
That's what's been happening.
My feeling is that Enfield Southgate is kind of, it's the anti-Portello vote has simply just come back to the Conservatives. This is a very middle-class constituency in North London, and more middle-class than Enfield North, which Labour have just held. Wimbledon likewise, 17% swing there in 1997 to the Labour Party. We shouldn't be surprised 2 elections later that the Tories regain Wimbledon and that they regain Enfield Southgate.
No, I agree with that. I mean, those seats like that were bound to be vulnerable in a third election. I mean, it's quite, I mean, yes, I would like to have had a bigger majority, if you like, but being realistic, to have a bigger majority on your third historic term is actually, even on the predictions now, looks pretty good, actually. We just have to keep it in perspective, you know.
I think, can I just mention for election anoraks everywhere,
there is a new record, low vote for that person in Cardiff.
One vote for the vote for yourself.
One vote.
Rainbow Dream.
The previous record, which is in the Rollings and Thrasher British Electoral Facts, was 13 votes in 1983 in Finchley against Margaret Thatcher. One vote.
Well, I have to say the late Lord Sutch would be very envious indeed. I remember at one stage I put a by-election and he thought someone was going to get no votes. And he was green with envy, but in fact, in the end they didn't get the record, but a new record has indeed been taken.
OK, you're watching Vote 05 live on Sky News and 5 throughout the night. It's just gone 3 o'clock in the morning. Based on the votes counted so far, we're predicting a Labour majority of 80. The Prime Minister has been re-elected in his Sedgefield constituency by a comfortable majority tonight. He forecast that Labour's heading for a third consecutive term in office for the first time in the party's history. Let's have a look at the current state of the parties as they stand. The net gains for the Conservatives there, 9. Labour have lost 17 seats. Lib Dems on a net gain of 6, others 2. Labour's held on, though, to over 250 seats so far. The Chancellor, Deputy PM and the Foreign Secretary and Health Secretary all been re-elected, as has the campaign supremo Alan Milburn. Let's have a look at those Liberal Democrat gains on screen for you. No doubt Charles Kennedy relishing this list. Dunbartonshire East, Hornsey dramatically tonight. Cardiff Central, they've taken that from Labour. Ceredigion, Birmingham Yardley, they've been chasing that seat for some time, and John Hemmings took that tonight. Manchester, Withington and Rochdale, and the Conservative gains tonight. Putney, they'll be happy to get back into London tonight. Peterborough, of course, one of their top East Midlands targets. Newbury from the Liberal Democrats. Ilford North, Wimbledon, another foot back in the capital. Shipley, of course, we saw the Minister Chris Leslie bite the dust in that constituency, and Enfield Southgate, also Shrewsbury and Monmouth from the Labour candidate there, Hugh Edwards, and we're just seeing there Labour holding Edinburgh South. Let's have a zoom in and have a look at our war table as the colours gradually get filled in. We have 363 results in so far, with 283 so far. Let's have a look in at Trimdon and the arrival of Tony Blair after being re-elected in his Sedgefield constituency. Off to Trimdon Labour Club.
Should also say tonight, since it looks like there's going to be a majority Labour government again, that Alan Milburn told Sky News he will not serve in the cabinet, although he's been re-elected in Darlington. However, David Blunkett made it very clear to Sky News that he expects to rejoin the government in the cabinet. So already the reshuffling is taking place. Tony Blair has been informed, we're told, of Alan Milburn's plans. Also, we did see, while Julie was talking there, that in Scotland, in Dumfries and Galloway, Labour have held that constituency. Now, this was very, very marginal, but a bit of a blow, I would have thought, for the Conservatives, Michael Thresher.
Absolutely. I mean, Bruce, do you want to?
Well, I think it could mean the Conservatives will have no seats in Scotland, because the failure to capture Angus. Dumfries and Galloway, with the redistribution, had a notional Labour majority of about 140. Certainly my friends in the Scottish Conservative Party were hoping to take it. Peter Duncan, the chairman of the Scottish Conservative Party, a popular local figure. But the failure to capture it, it would have technically been a capture, but only a tiny swing. And the failure to take Angus is bad news for the Conservatives in Scotland. We could again, I'm afraid, have no seats in Scotland.
I mean, you are a openly Conservative supporting journalist. What sort of a night do you think this is for the Tories?
Well, the wisest remark about the Tory campaign was made by John Howard, the Australian Prime Minister, Michael Howard's namesake. He said, you can't fatten a pig on market day. Oh, I mean, the Conservatives, as far as I can see, are not going to advance in percentage terms. Now, in fact, we'll probably be, if the figures are correct, less than 2% behind Labour and about it, but we're not in favour of proportional representation as a party, so we can't complain. But you have to win intellectual arguments months and indeed years before an election if you're to capture. And I think the failure to make progress on the central issue of the economy was what we did in the Conservative
Well,
campaign.
no tax cuts, effectively.
Well, we had to make the case to people that if you can get rid of government waste, if you can make sure the economy grows, if you can control regulation, then you can have tax cuts and spending increases on desirable areas. Now, the failure, that must be part of a Conservative message. The failure to make it really crippled the entire Conservative onslaught, or which wasn't an onslaught. It is. I mean, there have been a lot of there's and other disappointing results for the Conservatives in Somerton and Frome. The Liberals have done extremely well, and the curious thing so far, the Liberals haven't gained a single seat that the Conservative expect.
So we can see there in the Trindon Labour Club, the man with the white beard is Tony Booth, Tony Blair's father-in-law, and the Prime Minister will be speaking shortly. Also here from the Liberal Democrats is Lord Delucia. Thank you indeed for joining us tonight. The one thing that does seem to have not gone right in your strategy is this whole question of decapitation. We're hearing that Oliver Letwin, like David Davis and Theresa May before him, is looking fairly secure. Was it a mistake, do you think, to personalise it?
I don't think it was a mistake, because these were the seats we thought would be within our grasp on the basis of the swing we predicted at a particular time. I think what the picture has shown is that it's basically a very patchy network of what is going on across the country. And I think we gained 7 seats, we lost so far 1, and I think 2 now. But what it effectively shows very clearly is that we seem to have made greater impact in Labour-held seats than we have in the Conservative seats. No. And that may be the reason why the strategy hasn't worked.
Ah, you've lost 3 now. You've lost Guildford. No. That was down to a recount now. Yeah. So it's two-way traffic.
The Liberal philosophy has always puzzled me in recent years. They want to replace one of the major parties, but they present themselves as to the left of Labour on certain things, and to the right, they've tried to move it a bit to the right, and it actually ends up in a situation where they don't break through anywhere. Sure. So the gains they're making are not very impressive, as opposed to what it looked like in the campaign. And it's because they haven't worked out the strategy of who they want to replace.
Well, let's see. I think Alex Salmond is with us, is he?
Hello, yes.
Yes, he is. Alex Salmond, there he is. The leader of the Scottish National Party. Good evening to you. What sort of a night is it for the SNP?
We're having a great night, Adam. We've got 6 seats already, and there's still more to be declared. So whatever happens, we're going to be 2 up at a minimum, and that'll be a super 6 for Scotland. I think I remember telling you that during the campaign, but you were somewhat sceptical. But it looks like, looks like luck was on Scotland's side.
And in terms of popular vote, are you going to keep second place, or are you going to be pushed out by the Lib Dems?
Well, we don't know until the results are declared, Adam, but, you know, to a certain extent, as you're well aware, of course, the Daily Telegraph published a poll on Monday showing that if this had been a Scottish election, then the SNP would be leading all of the other parties, including Labour, in the terms of the popular vote. The Liberals, of course, were able to pretend they're an opposition party. In 2 years' time, they're part of the government in Scotland, and I'm afraid Liberals and Labour will hang together in 2 years' time while we sweep to victory.
I want to ask you in a moment what you think of the overall picture in Scotland tonight, what's going on, the possibility of no Conservatives, but we should mention that the Lib Dems have held Tainbridge, so there won't be Boris Johnson's father joining him in the House of Commons. We haven't yet had Boris Johnson. Enough. Yeah, the Lib Dems have also made a gain in Leeds North East. But just in Scotland, what do you think the political picture of Scotland is going to be after this election tonight? How will it have changed?
Well, I think the Labour vote was down about 7, 8, 9%, which is a vast figure. The SNP number of MPs is going to be up by a minimum of 2, which is a very significant advance. You know, we haven't won a Labour seat in a general election for 31 years. It's a bit like the buses, Adam. You know, we don't do it for a while now, 2 come together. So that's an extremely good advance. And I think the significance of this in terms of Scottish politics is preparation for the elections in 2 years' time, where we intend to win. In the wider UK context, then whatever happens, the Prime Minister's majority is dramatically down. And I think
when all this is not settled, bad, though, is it? If you know.
Well, it's half of what he had, Adam. And the real question is, how solid is that majority? Because I know, and you know, lots and lots of MPs who make up that majority who would rather not have Mr. Blair leading the Labour Party. And therefore, I think our motion for impeachment, Adam, it stands a better chance in this coming Parliament than it did in the last Parliament. Who knows, it might be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Well, doesn't this election, though, show that Iraq has not been the big issue with the voters that many of New Labour's opponents were saying it was?
Well, I think, well, you've just seen a result with George Galloway winning a seat, which indicates that the length of bread for the country, it was a very significant issue with the voters. I've never said it was the overwhelming issue or the dominant issue, but it's certainly the one that gave the Prime Minister most difficulties during the campaign. And I think you'd be very foolish indeed not to believe there's a deep reservoir of mistrust, of distrust and of an anxious feeling among the people that there should be a reckoning for this. There should be a democratic process by which people who do what the Prime Minister did are called to account. That process is called impeachment, and we'll be tabling that motion in the next Parliament.
I mean, didn't get anywhere last time. You don't think a lot of people will just think, look, we've had an election, for God's sake, give it a rest. We've had enough of this Iraq stuff.
Well, no, I don't, because the majority was halved. It didn't get anywhere in the last Parliament because we couldn't get any Labour MPs to sign it because they were being threatened with deselection. That hardly applies now. You and I both know there's 20, 30, 40 Labour MPs who agree with it. If we get them, then it'll go to a debate, it'll go to a vote. I'm merely saying that don't dismiss it as a lightning conductor which may call this Prime Minister to account.
Well, I've got Clive Soley here who's shaking his head wildly.
It's serious nonsense.
Well,
and I really, what I'm amazed by, I understand different views about the Iraq War, but to actually put yourself in a position where you think the democratic leaders who are bringing democracy to a country ought to be held to account, when in fact they're enforcing a ceasefire that was breached by a dictator, is bananas. And I mean, I think at the end of the day, this SNP knows that. This is really about an attempt to make Scotland different in an artificial way.
No, Clive, it's about more than that. It's about whether a Prime Minister should be able to mislead, to lie to the House of Commons, to the public, and get away with it. Very bad lesson to set, Clive, and I think we should put an end to it.
OK, Alex Evan, we'll see you back in London. Thank you indeed for joining us. The Prime Minister now coming into Trimdon Labour Club, very much his home base in his constituency of Sedgefield. And we've seen a lot of family and friends in the audience. John Burton, who we were talking to earlier on, hobbling onto the stage there, along with, of course, Cherie Blair in Triple Pearls tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You spoiled my first word. And a great victory in this constituency, because in spite of all the rubbish and the venom we had thrown at us.
While we're watching this, we see the Conservatives have gained Hemel Hempstead. That is Tony McWalter losing his seat. He had a majority of 3,700, but it also means that Mike Penning, the former Conservative Party press officer, is now an MP.
And as agent, I'd like to thank the team I had. I mean, I had an amazing team. To pick individuals out...
Tony McWalter was the man who didn't earn any brownie points for asking Tony Blair what his political philosophy was in question time. Something Mr Blair found a little bit difficult to answer.
It will be interesting to see what happens in some of the other Hertfordshire seats. I know the Conservatives are quietly confident in Wellington Hatfield and haven't given up hope of either St Albans, Watford and even Stevenage, although that would be an extraordinary gain on the rest of tonight's figures.
But I do think, I mean, one of the things that I was talking about the regionalism a bit earlier, I do think this issue of seats around London, which actually brought us problems in 1992, everybody thought we were winning. I was going around a lot of those seats at the time, and I thought, we're not winning, actually. And this is where Michael Howard's policy might have paid off, in a way.
Right, the Prime Minister speaking. Let's hope his microphone works.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you, all of you who've been working in the constituency so hard over these past few weeks. I know you've done an amazing job. It's been difficult sometimes in these past few weeks. And I know you've had quite a lot to put up with here. It's been a slightly different election from most elections. But as John said, the team has been just unbelievable. And I feel so proud to have increased my majority. Except, I have to say, I think it's really down to you guys who've done it. And I know John as well, he's put in so much work, and he's He's become a big star on foreign media, basically, since they've all been following him around on the campaign trail. But he's big in Belgium. We won't go into that. But it's been an amazing few weeks, and we haven't got all the results in, obviously, yet. But it looks as if we will actually have an historic third term Labour victory. And I know there are lots of lessons to learn, but I do feel very proud of the fact that we've managed that historic third-term victory. And I feel proud, too, not just of the changes we have made, but of what we can now do with this mandate. Because one thing is for sure, the Conservative Party, people did not want back. And we managed, in the course of this campaign, despite everything that was thrown at us, despite all the problems, we set out an agenda for change in this country, and we're now going to take that agenda forward.
On the left-hand side, Dorset West, the declaration there to see what happens to Oliver Letwin. Look at the blue and the yellow boxes, and we'll continue listening to the Prime Minister.
On law and order, on bringing back community policing, on making sure we give affordable childcare to people, on reshaping our public services and welfare state for the 21st century, making sure our economy, strong already, can compete in the new world. And I feel a real sense of enthusiasm for that agenda in the third term. When you look back and think where we were in 1992, some 13 years ago, when after the fourth election defeat in a row, people wrote off this party. There were people then who said, Labour can never win again. And if we've actually achieved victory...
So Oliver Letwin is back. He is re-elected for Dorset West, and an increased vote for him. It stood last time round at 22,126.
...of our party. And we did it because we had the courage to change. We did it because we had the courage to take difficult decisions in government. And yes, of course, there will be disagreements and problems. There always are. But I think we can be very, very proud of what we have done. And I like to think now that we've got the chance, as a government, with all the experience behind us, but with all the dedication and commitment for the future in front of us, to make the changes this country wants to see. They want us to take the economy forward. They want us to complete the changes in the health service. They want to make sure that the investment they see in their schools is taken forward and rolled out across the whole country. They wanted us to continue to bring down crime, to put that visible uniformed presence back on the street. They want us to deal with the new issues that are coming up, how young couples get their feet on the first rungs of the housing ladder, affordable childcare, pensions, making sure that we have in this country a decent, fair society combined with economic prosperity. Now that is what has happened over these past few years. For the first time, people have been able to vote for a progressive force in politics that combines sensible, tough economic policy with social compassion, with a conscience, with a belief in helping others. And that is what we've tried to do. That's the party we've tried to create. And it actually began here in Sedgefield. Here where we learnt that we had to reconnect with the lives of people. Here where we learnt that our values were fantastic and the values of the British people, but that we had to learn how to apply them in the modern world. So when I think now of what lies ahead of us, it's a tremendous challenge, but it's one we can respond to with an enormous amount of vigor and energy and determination. It's a great, great thing and a privilege and an honor when the country elects a government. To be elected once can be difficult, as we found. To be elected twice is something, in consecutive terms of office, this party never knew before. To be re-elected for a third time is very special. So it's a tremendous privilege and it's an honour. Let's make sure we use it now for the good of our country and the people in it. Thank you.
So applause for the Prime Minister there as he addresses his closest friends and colleagues there at Trimdon Labour Club. Of course, a hug from his wife, Cherie, talking about that potential for that historic third term and what he sees in terms of its progress from here on in. We have to keep an eye, though, on what we forecast a little earlier on this evening. If that proves correct, a Labour majority of 80, what it actually might mean for the Prime Minister would lead to much discussion, no doubt. Well, whilst we were listening and watching to the Prime Minister, you'll have seen also that Dorset West result, and a very happy man in Oliver Letwin. His majority has risen on that result. 24,763, the Liberal Democrats behind a 22302 Labour vote on 4124. And let's have a look at the share of the vote there. 46.5% share of the vote against 41.9% for the vote for the Liberal Democrats. And what are the movement in that? And we see a big drop-off in the Labour vote. We also saw Tories winning Hammersmith and Fulham. Let's listen to Charles Kennedy's results now.
This is, of course, a newly redrawn constituency. Charles Kennedy had a majority of nearly 13,000 last time around.
Skye and Lochaber hereby declare that the total number of votes cast for each candidate was as follows. Philip Andrew Anderson, United Kingdom Independence Party, 500 votes. Christine Mary Conniff, Scottish Labour Party, 4,851 votes. Maurice Grant, Independent, 184 votes. John Brian Philip Hodgson, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 3,275 votes. David Jardine, Scottish Green Party, 1,097 votes. Charles Peter Kennedy, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 19,100 votes.
Charles Kennedy has been re-elected with a big notional increase in his vote.
Elizabeth MacLeod, Scottish Socialist Party, 412 votes. Mary Euphemia Will, Scottish National Party, 3,119 votes.
So Charles Kennedy, no surprise there, is back in the House of Commons, but we'll now hear from the Liberal Democrat leader for the first time this evening. His son, of about 3 weeks old, has also been brought along to the count by his wife Sarah, Donald James, but I doubt he will remember this moment in years to come.
Mr. Returning Officer, thank you very much indeed, and can I say to you and through you, on all our behalfs, all candidates in this parliamentary constituency, our gratitude to all those who have managed the process of local democracy and in deciding and carrying out the business of electing a local member of parliament. And I'm very privileged to be the recipient of this support. I will do my level best, as I have tried to do over the years, and it is a new challenge, a new opportunity for this new constituency. But it's also new politics, it strikes me, that we have in our country as we watch these results coming in tonight, and there is a long way to go yet. And I think that the era of three-party politics right across the United Kingdom is now with us. That is something that I welcome. I think it is a healthy development, and I think that what we are seeing taking place in terms of the progress of the Liberal Democrats right across the land, in Scotland, in Wales, and right throughout England, is something to celebrate. But tonight, here, locally, to the people who have backed me over these 22 years, I am just grateful. Thank you very much indeed. and I'll carry on doing my very best. Thank you.
So Charles Kennedy there saying he's got something to celebrate this evening. He certainly can celebrate an increased majority in his constituency. And he, like all the other party leaders, will now be heading back to London. Tony Blair, we're seeing there with his wife Cherie, leaving Trimdon Labour Club on the way down. And more good news for the Liberal Democrats coming in there. A gain which they've made in Inverness. Should be said that while we were listening to the Prime Minister, Harwich and Hammersmith fell to the Conservatives. On the night so far, net, Labour have lost 22 seats. The Conservatives have gained 14. The Liberal Democrats have gained 6. And the SNP have also gained 6. And of course, there's been an independent in Blaenau Gwent taking a seat from Labour.
Well, let's talk a bit more about that as we've seen that strap on screen there saying Lib Dem gain in Inverness. And listening in there to Charles Kennedy's speech, Michael, talking about a real issue of three-party politics now. Going with your forecast, is he right to make claims like that at this stage of the night?
Oh, he certainly is, but significantly what the Liberal Democrats have not done yet is take a seat from the Conservatives, and they've missed some pretty easy target seats. Orpington, which was quite easy in numerical terms, but where the local government elections haven't gone their way. Surrey South West, Virginia Bottomley seat, which they've targeted for years, they've failed to deliver on that one. That said, they've just, as you pointed out there, they've gained Inverness, which was a Labour constituency, but they've had some absolutely phenomenal successes against Labour. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to show it because there's been such a lot of activity. But Manchester Withington
was one you wanted to pick out.
Was you know, quite an astonishing
What was
result.
the swing there, Michael? It must have been huge.
It's by-election proportions. I can't remember off the top of my head, Bruce, but it's a very big swing indeed.
On that, it'll be quite interesting to see
20%.
what happens. It'll be quite interesting to see what happens to the two by-election gains the Liberals made in Leicester.
Well, I think we can actually see the breakdown in that vote now of Manchester Withington. There we go. You asked and you received, Michael. Well, there you go. John Leach, 15,872. I know, brilliant, aren't they? Look at that, a majority of 667. Keith Bradley, 15,205.
But as far as I was concerned, you know, I haven't...
And look at the swings there, that's the key thing.
This is not a seat that's been kind of popping off people's mouths in terms of, oh, look at this one, look at this one.
Can I say, I was actually working in that particular constituency for about 2 days. It was pretty obvious that Labour had taken it for granted that they would hold on to that, and the extent to which the inroads that were being made by Liberals were consistently underestimated by other political parties.
Over 17% swing.
It's a 17%, 20%, which you don't normally get at general election.
Well, interesting seeing that the Conservatives gained the Wrekin. Last time I saw Wirral West, there was also a recount there. But let's go to another man who's made a Conservative gain this evening, David Burrows, who is the newly elected MP for Enfield Southgate, defeating Stephen Twigg, Mr. Burrows.
Yeah.
Do you see this as do you see this as revenge for Michael Portillo being defeated by Stephen Twigg 8 years ago?
It's nothing to do with revenge. Certainly there was 8 years of hurt and Enfield Southgate's come back home to the Conservatives, but it was a positive vote for a local representative who wasn't going to be going down the lobby with Mr. Blair.
The theory has already been postulated on this programme that what in fact is going on is that the hostility, if you like, the negative vote amongst traditional Conservative supporters towards the Tory party has now dissipated. Would you agree with that?
Yes, we've put 1997 behind us, and as far as Enfield Southgate is concerned, it's no longer thought of in the terms of a defeat in 97, but the green shoots of recovery in 2005.
Should say we got an interesting result there that Liberal Democrats have made a gain in Bristol West, another one at the expense of Labour, of course.
It's another student seat as well. Cardiff Central, Manchester Withington, Bristol West.
But just back to you, David Burrows.
Yes.
You've got life in a marginal ahead of you as a politician.
Absolutely.
That must make you feel a little bit uneasy knowing the precedence of what's gone before.
Well, no, it's my local seat where I've grown up, so it's a great life to have, basically, and I'm keen to make sure that it not just doesn't... Last time around it's talked by the media about as a Labour stronghold, so I'll be happy to make it a Conservative stronghold by the time of the next election.
And what do you want to do in your political career?
Well, fundamentally concerned, and I campaigned on the issue of safety and restoring our streets to law-abiding residents, and that's my priority. That's my background as a solicitor seen inside of a criminal justice system that's failed many of law-abiding citizens, and that's probably a hint of where I'd like to go, and that's my priority locally, and who knows what, we'll see what happens, but primarily it's to get on and be a good local MP, indeed to take it further from Stephen Twigg has been a good local MP, but to carry on and ensure that I'm being a good local MP, but not with Mr Blair.
And how long do you think Mr Howard should stick around as leader of your party?
As long as he wants to. He's had a fine result. This has, in the words of someone else, been a truly dreadful night for Labour, and he's got every right to, he's earned the right to carry on as leader as long as he wants to do.
All right, thank you for that. I see the Liberal Democrats have, thank you for joining us tonight, Mr Burrows. I see the Liberal Democrats have held Eastleigh. Now, of course, that was David Chidgey's seat. It now means that Chris Hoon, the MEP, an economist, former Guardian journalist, will be the new Liberal Democrat MP for Eastleigh. Julie.
Speaking of Hoons, Labour hold Ashfield, Jeff Hoon's back. Let's have a look at some of those Lib Dem gains and how it's shaping up on our wall table, and in a few moments' time we'll take you to our virtual House of Commons, so those Lib Dem
I have the impression, Michael, that the Lib Dems have gained just about every target from Labour that has so far come up, and I'll be interested in both Cambridge and Oxford East. I think they could be quite interesting. Whereas they haven't, although it's a real blow to the Tories not to take Eastleigh. That was one we really were expecting to take. But so far, oddly enough, the Liberal Democrats haven't gained a single Tory seat. Of course, the night is not over yet.
I think that's an interesting point, because I mean, as far as I'm concerned, although this is not as good as I would like in an academic term, for us to gain a third term with this level is good news. But having said that, I think what's happening here is to some extent the Tories are now beginning to fight back rather more effectively, and that Liberal vote is taking it off us. But it would be very interesting to know how much of that is about anger about local issues and how much of it is feeling that the Labour Party should have been a bit more radical on things in the Iraq War and so on. And those are the things where I think we're going to have to work to get those votes back again, because I don't think they need necessarily stay
Do keep an eye on those figures on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. 288 currently in the red box. It's 324 to form an overall majority, and the results come in thick and fast, so we probably won't be that far from that.
No, indeed. We're keeping our eyes on that very closely, of course. Let's return to this Lib Dem story that is emerging tonight. We can cross to our virtual House of Commons and see how it's shaping up there with Martin. Martin.
The lobby roof looks splendid from this angle, doesn't it? Let's just take you down here where we've put the boards showing you exactly how Charles Kennedy is doing. This was the task he had. He had to hold on to the ground he already had, defend that tonight, and then he had to push on into other territory if he wanted to increase his parliamentary majority. And he hasn't quite done either job, as we shall see. This is the seats they had to defend, and already we know that they've lost a few that they would not like to lose, in many cases to their bitter rivals, the Conservatives. So we have some of the results coming in here, and there we can show you in the first, the more difficult ones, or the ones where the Liberals have got greater majorities, everything's going okay. But look where they have lost out in some cases, in Guildford, in Weston-super-Mare and Newbury, that famous by-election result, they have gone back to the Tories tonight. So in that sense, Charles Kennedy, his back four in his defence, have let some goals in. However, the story's not complete in that, because this was their target, to try and double their representation in the House of Commons. They had to push on into constituencies like these, and in some, they've achieved just that. Not in the blue ones, of course, but let's just show you some of the easy ones that they have now got. The Cardiff Central, that was very simple on their target list, number 4. They've done that. Inverness, a nice one to get from a nominal result. They've had pleasure there. But a lot of the decapitation strategies we'll see in a minute didn't work out. Dumbartonshire has worked out for them. Maidenhead didn't. Bristol West, good result for them. Birmingham Yardley, but not consistent enough, you see. He wanted all these. He wanted to turn all this gold if he could. He has had one result, way off our board, as it turns out, but it's not consistent enough to bring him that kind of doubling of representation at the House of Commons, or something even more significant. And it certainly does seem to be that the other effort they made, a big effort in terms of manpower, in terms of resources, in terms of money, trying this strategy to try and take the head off the Conservative Party as their main rivals for being the second party in British politics. Let's just check that. Here is our representation of this decapitation strategy, as we called it, the duck shoot at the fairground. They took a pop at Oliver Letwin, and they missed. He survived, and that was the easiest one. Majority of some 1,400 he was defending. Then they had a go at David Davis. They took a pop at him, and they missed. Now, Tim Collins' result. I think we haven't got Westmoreland, we haven't got that in yet, so we'll leave that one out. Although, given the fact that they've missed on the first two, and his majority is around about 3,200, it seems likely he's going to be safe. They then moved on to Theresa May and said, well, even though we managed to halve her majority between 97 and 2001, we'll take a pop at her. But they missed completely there, in the sense her majority has gone back to sort of 97 levels this evening. And that would suggest that this last target of them, they were serious about having a go at Michael Howard himself. Well, that would seem unlikely that they're going to be that successful. A mixed picture for Charles Kennedy, but it does appear, according to our prediction, it's only going to be a matter of 10 or perhaps 12 seats on the 2001 figure. Julie?
Martin, thanks very much for that. A bit of traffic-wise, I've been listening to you there. The Conservatives held Witney. That's David Cameron's seat, of course. That is policy chief for Michael Howard, and Alan Duncan holding his seat to Rutland and Melton. Let's talk a bit more about the Lib Dem traffic tonight with Pippa Norris. What do you make of what we've seen so far? We're also waiting for the Hornchurch result as we talk to you, Pippa, another key target seat for the Tories tonight. So we'll cross there as soon as any more detail. Let's return to the Lib Dems and see what you make of the traffic so far.
I mean, what seems to be happening across the whole election so far is basically an anti-Labour vote, which is then going to various other places. So it's like a birthday party where everybody else picks up seats, whether it's a dozen for the Conservative or 7 for the Lib Dems or 2 for the SNP or 1 either for other. So it's like it goes to different areas depending on the type of tactical voting and the type of constituency which is going on out there. It's an anti-government, but it's not particularly flowing anywhere. Now, from the government's perspective, that's actually quite good. If, in a sense, you're dividing the opposition and each person takes home a small prize, then they're still going to be fine in the House of Commons. On the other hand, it is obviously, again, against the government, which is everybody's voting. And it's not a transfer between Lib Dem and Conservative or Conservative and Lib Dem, by and large, across most of the areas.
One question.
Hang on, let's go to Hornchurch, if we may. This is a target in London. John Cryer defending this for Labour. We've already seen his mother get back in Keighley. He's defending a majority of 1,400.
The total number of votes given for each of the candidates at the said election was as follows. John Peter Brockenshire, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,355. Marvin Paul Brown, Residents Association of London candidate, 395. John Robert Cryer, the Labour Party candidate, 15,875.
So Labour have lost this seat. Hornchurch has gone to the Conservatives. James Brockenshire is the new MP. John Cryer, who followed both his mother and his father into the House of Commons, has lost his seat.
Lawrence James Webb, United
it's
Kingdom
another
Independent
seat
Party,
in London that we're seeing.
Graham
There's not much of a swing, actually. And I thought there might have been an Essex effect as well in Hornchurch. Essex man coming back. But one of the key questions, suppose
Bruce, if I may, I think we're going to have to take a break in a moment. I should just say that Melanie Johnson in Welwyn has joined Chris Leslie and Stephen Twigg and the Labour ministers who've lost their seats this evening. But also we've seen Catherine Taylor-Dawson get herself in the Guinness Book of Records for the lowest number of votes. She got 1 vote. And instead of making an acceptance speech, she made an acceptance song.
So we're making you redundant, showing you the
We'll be back in 30 seconds.
We don't trust you. We don't want you.
I want you, babe, more than those other legs. I know you love me for my debit card. The one that earns you money as you shop. So if your bank gets you down, you want to meet Mr. Brown. It's the first and last, my extra thing.
Halifax, the only current account to earn you money back.
Well, let's have a look at that Hornchurch result in some more detail there. It was important marginal. The Tories have taken it back tonight with a majority of just 480. They've gained well in Hatfield. Melanie Johnson, Health Minister, out of her seat there. Let's have a look at the share of the vote in Hornchurch. 42.8% for the Conservatives, 41.6% for Labour, 7.6% for the Liberal Democrats. And the change there, the fall off in the Labour vote of 4.8%, up 5 for other parties. Just a tiny squeak, a rise for the Conservatives there in Hornchurch, but enough to take this very marginal seat. It's another important gain, though, nonetheless, for the Conservatives in London. And I think we can have a look at our map of London now and see how it's shaping up as the evening progresses. We're now standing at some 440 results in, 206 to go, 294 seats in for Labour in that corner. Keep an eye on that. Of course, the magic figure is 324. Let's talk a bit about London. Conservative Gavin Dunfreyshire, they'll be pleased with that result. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's dwell on London as we've got the map there with us, and we can see 3 good gains for the Conservatives in London tonight. They'll be happy to make their way into places like Hammersmith, Putney we saw too. Pippa, take us through it.
And Wimbledon and Enfield Southgate. But the share of the vote that we have across London in the seats we've had in so far is it's not because the Conservatives have really been pushing up their vote beyond average. London, they've gone up 1.7%. What's happened is that the Labour vote has gone down more. It's gone down 8.2. So that creates a swing.
We're just watching pictures now of Michael Howard on his way to his count for the results, and that was about it, I think.
Yeah, we were expecting that round 4 o'clock, and it's now 3:45, so things running according to plan in Folkestone. Should say that the rumours which we have are that Michael Howard's vote has gone up considerably. Now, the Lib Dems have gained Taunton. They, of course, held that and lost that at the last election. So Lib Dems...
back from the Tories.
They'll be pleased about that.
Yes.
Let's now go to Glenn Glaser, who's at Labour headquarters. Glenn.
Adam, the mood here, I think, has changed during the course of the evening, and in a way that was reflected in what Tony Blair had to say at his count, when he was very sombre, wasn't he? Very sober, talking about the way that the British people had spoken and that he had to respond to that. And then the speech he gave at Trimdon Labour Club, which was much more upbeat, talking about the challenges ahead, talking about the successes of his government, and looking altogether much happier. I think that's been the mood here at Labour headquarters as well. Here we are with a party that's won this historic third term. They think they're heading for an overall majority of around 80, which is a good majority. They're describing it now as a working majority, a good working majority. They say they're very pleased with it. And officials here, one of them described their previous majority as, quotes, ludicrous. So they're quite happy, clearly very worried about what's happening in London. And they did warn earlier that they thought they were doing badly in the marginals in the southeast, better in some of the marginals elsewhere in the country. And of course they'll be sad to lose Putney, Wimbledon, Hammersmith and Fulham and the rest of them, but particularly Enfield Southgate. Stephen Twigg there, of course, had his own Michael Portillo moment. And as you were saying, one of 3 ministers who've lost their jobs this evening, Melanie Johnson and Chris Leslie in Shipley, of course, the other 2. And if Una King does lose in Bethnal Green and Bow, they'll be very disappointed about that as well. One other thing I think to say from here, Alan Milburn, who of course has announced that he's not going to continue in frontline politics, has been saying that he made that decision before this election campaign began. So it's not a reaction to the way that the voting's gone tonight, although he told the Prime Minister this evening he actually made the decision some weeks ago. And the other thing they're saying is that the Liberal Democrat policy of decapitation has clearly failed. Adam.
Yes, indeed. Brooks Newmark, we're seeing, is the new Conservative MP for Braintree. That was 4th on the Conservative target list. So no great surprise there. He is a close personal friend of William Hague.
Indeed, got it the second time of asking, and Alan Hurst out in that seat. Good time then perhaps to take stock of how the Conservatives are doing in terms of their gains. We can have a look at our list for you and see where they've been taking them from tonight. That big win for them tonight in Putney, of course. Peterborough from Labour, Newbury back from the Liberal Democrats, Ilford North, Wimbledon. Shipley, of course, we saw the demise of Chris Leslie. Labour holding on in Redditch. The Tories are after that one. Shrewsbury, Monmouth back into Wales. Western-super-Mayor from Brian Cotter, the Liberal Democrat candidate there. They've got Guildford back in the fold. Hemel Hempstead, Hammersmith, Ian Coleman out, Greg Hands in for the Conservatives. Harwich. That was a good game for the Conservatives and also the Wrekin and latterly Hornchurch in the last few moments. Also, one of the Big stories of the night, of course, that decapitation strategy, the Lib Dems failing, and a lot of those top Tory names holding on, of course. One man very happy is Oliver Letwin in Dorset West. We can have a look at the result on screen, I believe, in a few moments' time, and we'll listen to Oliver Letwin's acceptance speech tonight.
Well, let me begin by thanking all those who have worked so hard to count the votes, and to David Clark for acting as the returning officer. Let me also thank the police and the others who've made it possible to be here tonight in safety and security. And can I also thank the other candidates who've participated in this election, which has been a good debate, and one conducted with the kind of politeness and decorum that marks out West Dorset politics, and I hope will continue to do so. It's certain that the next 4 years in West Dorset will involve an awful lot of work for me as the constituency's Member of Parliament. That won't be anything new. I've tried to work hard for the people of West Dorset in the last 8 years, and I shall continue to do that for all the people of West Dorset, regardless of their politics, over the next 4 or 5 years, if this Parliament lasts that long. Tonight has been a night in which already we've seen a very large number of people in this country indicate that they believe that the time has come for a change of direction. We have yet to see just how significant the gains the Conservative Party makes will be, but it's already clear, I think, that we have persuaded very large numbers of people of the need for a country to be governed by a government that actually delivers on the promises that it makes, that doesn't talk so much, and that takes more action, a government that's determined to get better value for money for the taxes that people pay. And I think it's also a tribute to the fact that the Conservative Party has fought a campaign about the issues that matter to the British people. The schools that people send their children to, the hospitals that elderly people have to go to and that the young are born in, the police who have to guard our streets, and the taxes...
Right, let's go now to the Midland seat of Erewash. This is the seat where Robert Kilroy-Silk is the candidate for Veritas. He already told me on Sky News he didn't think he'd done very well. Let's see if he saves his deposit. Seat being defended by Labour. Liz Blackman, since 1997, she had a majority of just under 7,000 last time round.
Blackman Elizabeth Marion, the Labour Party candidate, 22,472.
22,000. That should be enough to hold the seat.
Comments from the one that we've had over these past 8 years, and I think that's going to be healthy, whatever people's political views are. And the presence, the greater presence of more Liberal Democrats is going to add to that quality without any shadow of a doubt.
Is it the breakthrough you were hoping for?
Oh, well, the night is young, but I think we are breaking through. We are breaking through.
One more on the Highlands political landscape, Charles.
Yes.
Can I just ask quickly?
Yes, of course.
I mean,
No,
obviously,
it's okay.
there's a big change going on in the Highlands.
Indeed.
Well, how's that?
So there we see Kilroy-Silk getting nearly 3,000 votes. 2,957.
UK Independence Party, 941. Are You Serious? Official Monster Raven Looney Party, 287.
Well, Robert Kilroy-Silk avoiding the indignity of David Owen. The Loonies getting considerably less votes than he got.
The Conservative Party candidate, 15,388.
So Liz Blackman re-elected, Labour hold that seat, turnout 65%. I should say overall across the country turnout we estimate is narrowly up, just under 2%.
Elizabeth Marion Blackman to be the elected candidate for the Borough of Oak.
Labour now just 21 seats away from an overall majority. Barrett, 44.5% for Labour, 30.4% for Conservatives, 11% for others, 14% for the Lib Dems. And another Conservative gain going up, high on their target list, Lancaster and Wyre. They're gained by the Conservatives. There we see it, both Conservatives and Labour being squeezed there, although Labour hanging on in Erewash.
OK, we are keeping our eyes on the corner of that screen. 303 seats in for Labour, of course, that magic figure, 324. We are going to revise our Sky News forecast. Professor Michael Thrasher has been considering the results as they've come in, and our Sky News forecast at this stage of the night at 10 to 4 in the morning is that Labour would be re-elected with a majority. You've crunched it, I think, Michael, of 72 is your forecast on what you've seen.
Yes, we've altered it slightly downwards. Although our original forecast was 80, we're now saying 72. That looks like a drop of 8 on the majority. It's actually 4 seats difference. And really what's made the difference for us, though, is the Liberal Democrats. Although they've been picking up Labour seats, they just simply have not, apart from Taunton, they haven't really penetrated Conservative defences. Much talk about this decapitation strategy. There were other Conservative seats with Orpington, for example, they failed to take. So we've scaled them downwards, also Labour downwards.
And let's just run through those figures, Michael. So you're predicting the forecast is Labour majority of 72. That breaks up as follows, and correct me if I'm wrong, that is 359 seats for Labour. There we go, 199 seats for the Conservatives, 59 for the Liberal Democrats, so that's scaled back slightly, as you were saying, and 29 for the other parties. So almost just a whisker away from that 200 mark for the Conservatives. Let's see how this would shape up in our virtual House of Commons with our reassessment. Once again, Martin swings into action. Martin.
Yeah, those are the numbers, Juliet. Let's just show you how they would paint out here. It would still be the reds of the Labour MPs filling up the government benches here, but as you pointed out, the majority's way over halved. Here we got some 359 members of the Labour Party. The Tories, under Michael's latest estimate, not even getting to 200. That will be disappointing. It will be a kind of a figure they'd like to get past, I'm sure. 199 we're putting down for them now. Lib Dems are revised down, which would be a disappointment for Charles Kennedy. He had 51. We're putting the 59 in there now, so a net gain for them of 8. They really have been going hammer and tongs with the Tories, taking seats off Labour in some times, but losing them to Labour and so on. So a net gain for them of maybe 9 MPs by the end of the night, and then the 29 others. So Tony Blair back at that dispatch box later on next week, but with a much reduced majority down to 72.
Well, thank you indeed, Martin. Well, Oliver Letwin still hasn't gotten his sleep yet. He's very kindly stayed on in Dorset to speak to us now. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
What do you think made the difference in the end, that you had a big operation on the ground to save you from this decapitation strategy?
I don't think the decapitation strategy really ever appealed to people in West Dorset. I've fought a positive campaign, and I think that 8 years of hard work have helped see me through. I certainly know that I've got to spend the next 4 years hard at work as well.
I see we've just seen a result such as Labour holding on in Finchley going through, which was once Thatcher country. It does show really how much territory the Conservative Party after tonight still have to regain to form a government, doesn't it?
Well, evidently it doesn't look as though we're going to form the next government at the moment, but we've made very significant advances already. I hope that we will make further advances during the night. And, you know, the rhythm of politics, as you know, Adam, is very important. The Conservative Party tonight is advancing, the Labour Party is retreating. We shall be in a position to hold the government to account in a way that has been very difficult to do with a massive Labour majority, and I think politics is going to be very much more interesting the next 4 years than it has been for the last 8.
We've also got on the line here James Brockenshire, who's just taken Hornchurch for you from John Cryer. What would your sage advice be to a fresh, new Tory MP tonight, Mr. Letwin?
I don't feel old enough to offer anyone sage advice. what I would say is welcome on board. You're part of a great team that's becoming larger and more effective and is heading in the right direction, and I hope you'll be as proud of it as I am.
Do you think you can go any further under Michael Howard?
Oh, yes. I think the Conservative Party is now making advances in the most important sense of all, which is that we're beginning to win the argument. And, you know, in the end, politics isn't about just totting up votes. It's about the direction of the country. And we've been arguing that the country's been going in the wrong direction. I think that argument will have more and more power as we go forward over the next months and years. And I think that people will increasingly begin to recognise that the things we've been saying, not just in this election, but in the months and years leading up to it, are right.
Well, let's do stay on the line, but let's just go to Mr. Brockenshire there. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Why do you think you won?
I think it was a number of things. We campaigned on a number of local issues that I think really resonated with people in terms of crime, in terms of overdevelopment, protecting our green spaces. But I think it was also the fact that when the people of Hornchurch and people of this part of Essex were presented with another 4 years of Mr. Blair, they decided that that wasn't what was for them.
And what are your feelings towards the MP you've defeated, John Cryer?
I've got a lot of respect for John. He's worked very hard for the local community here, and in terms of that community work, whilst we disagree obviously on a number of policy issues, clearly, from the community standpoint, John has worked very hard for the community in Hornchurch, and that is what I intend to do as the new Member of Parliament for this seat.
Are you interested yourself in a ministerial career? I've talked to a number of people tonight who say, well, that's not for me.
I think, Adam, it's a bit early to be looking at anything like that at all. I'm just delighted to have been elected to represent this constituency, to fight for the issues that matter here, and that's what I'm going to be focused on from tomorrow, to help make a difference in this part of Essex and really get my feet under the table first, get into Westminster and work hard for this constituency.
And Oliver Letwin, you'll be back in Westminster soon. How many hours sleep do you reckon you've got to catch up on at the end of this campaign?
Quite a lot, Adam, quite a lot.
Well, thank you both for joining us tonight. We won't detain you any further.
Thank you very much.
He stayed up to talk to us, that's amazing.
Yeah.
OK, let's take stock of how the scene is shaping up tonight. In Scotland, of course, we've seen some... Indeed, whilst we wait to do that, let's go to Michael Howard's count in Folkestone and Hythe. He's just arriving there. As the cameras flicker away, we assume that's Michael Howard himself about to emerge, and there he is, of course, with his wife Sandra, who's accompanied him on practically every leg of the campaign up until here. Of course, he's another name on that list for the Liberal Democrat targets, but that's fading fast into the night now, of course, having seen Oliver Letwin, David Davis, Theresa May, all returned pretty safe and sound. So Michael Howard heading down to the main hall there where the results will be announced. Let's have a listen in to see if he has anything to say for the reporters there. Nope. And another Conservative gain being chalked up. Preseli Pembrokeshire, they'll be happy with that, a little gain in Wales after Monmouth.
The Conservatives, important to say, on the map in Scotland as well, with that victory in Dunbartonshire.
Dumfriesshire.
Dumfriesshire, I'm sorry.
And listening, just in case we catch any words from Michael Howard on their fortunes tonight. It doesn't appear that we're picking very much up from Michael Howard there, but clearly with those pictures, it's clear we're not very far away now from getting the result in Folkestone and Hythe for Michael Howard as he moves through the small crowd lined up there with him and his wife. We saw them going to the polls earlier with their daughter Larissa earlier on today. Whilst looking at those pictures, and we were talking indeed, as Adam was mentioning, about that gain in Scotland for the Conservatives, of course, with Dumfriesshire. Let's talk a bit about Scotland with Pippa and Michael alongside us. That's the pictures that we've got for Scotland tonight. That gain, as we were just mentioning there, Labour losing 5 seats, Lib Dems up 2, of course, notably in Inverness, SNP gains 2. Let's cross live to James Matthews, who's standing by for us in Edinburgh tonight. Take us through the picture as it's emerged so far then, James.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Julie. A good night for Labour without certainly being a great night. 41 seats they're standing on currently. That's down from their notional total of 45 at the start of the night. But there were many predictions, you know, before today that they could lose as many as 9 seats. They haven't done that. You know, talk that they could lose Edinburgh South here, they held on to that. Talk that they would lose others, onto which they have held. Dumfries and Galloway, notably. That was a big Tory target. It was Labour's tightest marginal in the UK. A swing of a couple of hundred votes would have done it for the Conservatives. They didn't do it there, the Tories. They have, however, gained one on the night, as you were saying, down in Dumfriesshire. So they won't be terribly happy. They were looking for 2-3 seats. Lib Dems, their share of the vote is up. In terms of the percentage share, it's actually second now to Labour in Scotland. They will be heartened by that, along with some of the specific results. They've had no Labour MPs tonight in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland. The Lib Dems largely responsible for that. The SNP, well, Alex Salmond said that he would get between 6 and 59 seats tonight. He got the increase, 6, staked his future on it, in fact, the gain of 6 seats. They've done that and really look to push on from here. So good for Labour. Could have been a lot worse for them, but not a great night in Scotland.
OK, James, for the moment, thanks for that. And with us in the studio, of course, Michael and Pippa. Pippa, let's talk a little to you a bit further about Scotland. That way back into Scotland for the Conservatives tonight. We'll get to Cameron.
Right. That's a symbolic gain, and that's important because it means that they've got a foothold in Scotland. Right. Remember that it had become a Conservative-free zone under Labour, and so now they can start to make some sort of revival. And so that's an important game for them. On the other hand, there are other seats which were also in Scotland which should have been targets, which they've managed to fail to get, including Dumfries and Galloway, and Renfrewshire East and Stirling. So it's only a small gain rather than a major landslide or a real change in that. And their share of the vote hasn't gone up that much in Scotland. It's again been this interesting four-way race that we have, where the Lib Dems have gone up most, Labour's gone down, and the Conservatives have slipped into that seat.
And what about the Lib Dems' fortunes there? Got Inverness, but didn't get Aberdeen South. They were looking towards those sort of areas again where there might be a student voter involved in pumping up their support. They didn't manage to carry it off there.
No, and again, I think that the seats which they'd targeted were much greater than the ones that they actually managed to get. So it's a spotty pattern, and I think it's partly the complexities. If you have four-way politics, of how you're going to predict who's first, who's second, it's difficult for the voters, and it's also difficult for the parties who have to target their resources very carefully.
It's even more difficult when you change all the boundaries and no one knows what the previous result was. So, but alongside Scotland, let's look at Wales as well, because I mean it is terribly important that the Conservatives do have a foothold, and that Dumfriesshire seat is so important in symbolic terms to be able to say, you know, we have representation in Scotland. But also now in Wales, they've picked up Monmouth, they've picked up Preseli, Pembrokeshire. They should really win Clwyd West on these kinds of swings. And again, it's so vital to them to be able to say, you know, we're in Wales and we're in Scotland. What isn't happening, though, for the Conservatives is outside of London. They're not picking seats up in cities like Birmingham, like Manchester, like Leeds, like Newcastle, like Sheffield, and so on.
Well, we're just hearing that we're awaiting Birmingham Hall Green very shortly. That should be a good handle on any other progress there. We've seen them, though, as you mentioned there, failing to take Edgbaston a little earlier on. There was a closely fought contest by all accounts on the ground there, but they didn't pull that one off.
But in the big cities, they simply are not a presence. And they're not really a presence in local government either. And that's the problem. Since 1997, they've made virtually no progress at all in a lot of the urban areas. And as someone was saying earlier on, you don't win general elections in this country unless you win the urban areas, and the Conservatives aren't doing that. Okay, so it's good to advance in Scotland, it's good to advance in Wales, but you know, you have to hit, start making gains in the cities, and they're not doing it.
And no great signs of that yet, Pippa, indeed. I mean, we're waiting this result in Hall Green, but...
Yes, that's right. And that also means that they're not making gains in many of the areas with high immigrants, for example, where you might have expected some of their message. Yeah.
Interesting, a recount in Tim Collins's constituency there.
Of course, he was one of the about the only name left, wasn't he, on that Lib Dem target list?
He's the only possible head which could roll for the Liberal Democrats, but we don't know whether that's because he's in trouble, but recount up in Cumberland there.
We also ought to mention, it's gone past us on the video print there a few moments ago, but we also saw that Vincent Cable staying on in Twickenham, and those areas of southwest London too, Pippa, the Lib Dems are managing to hold those seats, that little sort of corner of gold, as they call it, not vulnerable to the Conservatives in the way the Conservatives perhaps would have liked.
Yes, many leafy and fairly affluent suburbs, but out to the west and somewhat different to some of the areas closer to Essex and to North London, which are swinging in a slightly different way.
But the Lib Dems have lost Newbury, they've lost Guildford, and they've failed to take Surrey South West. So just out to the west, poor performance.
Well, let's bring in some of my guests. We've had a change of teams again. Bram Wilson joining us, and Philip Oppenheim, Lord de Luckier, still here. Bram Wilson, we've revised down our forecast to 72. I mean, it does mean a lot of Labour MPs and indeed ministers now, their heads are rolling. That won't necessarily put the party in a great mood, will it?
No, I'm sad about that and about some of the individuals involved, but I mean, by any rational standard of British political history, for a third-term Labour government to have an overall majority in this area and to have a majority over the Tories of about 150 is just a phenomenal performance. And the two features tonight is that, you know, is that the Tories have gone nowhere, that their vote has remained absolutely flat. They haven't advanced more than a percent in the past decade, and you know, so where are they going? And the other thing is, like
all other to Birmingham Hall Green.
Indeed, this will be another interesting one in terms of the Tories' attack on Labour. Let's have a listen in.
Palmer, Liberal Democrat, 6,682.
That's up significantly.
Eddie Hughes, Conservative, 10,590.
That has fallen back from 11,000.
Stephen James McCabe, Labour, 16,304.
So it's fallen back.
David James, Melrush, UKIP, 960. This represents a majority of 5,714 for Stephen James McCabe, who is duly elected Member of Parliament for the Birmingham.
So Labour holding on in Birmingham Hall Green. This was another traditional Conservative seat, fell to Labour in 1997, and Stephen McCabe holding on there.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Another disappointment there for the Conservatives. Constituency near Solihull is the sort of place where the Conservatives should be fancying their chances and haven't managed to make that breakthrough tonight.
Well, we're just under 500 seats in, 496. Labour now only need 10 to pass that magical point of confirmed results, where they will have an overall majority, 324 required. Also with us is Philip Oppenheim. Welcome to you. Is this the sort of Tory performance that would tempt you back into politics?
I don't think so, but not just because the performance is bad. The performance is not as good as it might be, although there are some good results in there, but there's some very bad ones, not getting Burton back, Finchley, Hendon, places like that, Twickenham. But you've got to ask yourself why, and why people like me aren't terribly tempted to go back. And the reason is, you know, under Michael Howard, he's really solidified the performance. They look like a professional outfit, but they haven't come to terms with the core problem, which is they're up against a very centrist Labour Party, and they haven't got, you know, what's called in modern politics a narrative to put up against that. And added to that, they haven't sufficiently attacked Labour's economic record, which actually is quite weak in a lot of ways and is becoming weaker by the day.
So they fought the wrong campaign,
in a sense, they've allowed Labour to attack the Tory economic record, boom and bust, which actually was a good record, and they haven't counter-attacked on the Labour economic record. So people have gone into this election looking into the abyss and saying, we don't much like Blair, we don't trust him, he's been dishonest on a number of issues, we don't like our taxes going up, but the economy's all right, so we're once again going to reluctantly give him the benefit of the doubt. And that's one of the core Tory failures.
Lib Dems have gained Solihull.
They are bang on
I'm delighted.
That's quite
I think overall we're seeing this pattern which has been described before, a patchy network. We had hoped that we would pick up many Conservative seats. Unfortunately, that has not happened. What we've been doing is picking up Labour seats rather than the Conservative.
Doesn't that somewhat underline the sort of widespread view that you are a party of protest, effectively?
I wish that was the case, but I mean, if you look across the country, the picture is now emerging that we are making more headway than we ever done before. And if you look in terms of the percentage poll in every constituency, you see there's an increase in the Liberal vote. And I think that's also a very healthy
Yeah, but
sign
again,
for the
wouldn't
party.
that be a protest? It's simply that people don't want to vote for Labour, so they look around and you benefit sometimes.
Yeah, I think every party has a protest element into it, and I don't think it's a total protest vote. It's as much as in local government, if you look at it, the number of seats that we now occupy in the country. So that's not necessarily true.
Brian Wilson.
I mean, the truth is, this Liberal revival week is like every Liberal revival for the last half century. I mean, a total...
Well, they are moving up steadily.
But I mean, the circumstances for them this time, I mean, are almost uniquely favourable. You know, that Labour, particularly because of Iraq, and for all the wrong reasons in my view, are vulnerable. And here they are. The Tories aren't popular. I mean, if ever the Lib Dems were going to do anything, then this would be it. At the end of the day,
hardly gone up.
The
Labour votes have fallen back. The Liberal vote's gone up a bit, but their net gain in seats. I think they've got a confused message. I have to say, I sometimes think my own party's got a confused. The Lib Dem message is confused. On the one hand, they want to get rid of the DTI, get rid of regulation. On the other hand, there's a whole slough of new regulations they want to introduce. And I think the Tory message is confused as well.
Well, there's a significant result. Conservatives gaining in St Albans. I mean, they're not having a bad time in the South East.
No, I agree. But those, let's face it, I don't want to diminish a lot of these achievements. But these were rock-solid Tory seats in the 80s and early 90s.
Who would have dreamt?
These are the ones. And people don't really know what the Tory party stands for. There's no narrative. There's no story.
You know, can I just make a very brief point? I think if you look at the last 2 days of the election, I think the Conservative and the Labour Party, particularly the Labour Party, the Prime Minister and Gordon Brown, literally went on the attack on the Liberal Democrats. So it's no good saying that they're party of protest. I think the Labour Party was big.
Yeah, but they're attacked.
Well, obviously that's politics. You attack Labour and the Tories, they attack you.
But what I'm saying is that up until then, they said nothing until the last 2 days. So it's no good talking about party of protest. It's very much that the Labour Party was seriously concerned. And that we have demonstrated does happen.
The attack is to point out the obvious, which is if you vote for the Liberal Democrats, you get the Tories. And that has happened in some seats, mercifully not a great many seats. But I mean, people who have voted...
Okay, I think we're now going to go back to Folkestone and Hythe. Looks like Michael Howard's constituency is ready to declare. Michael Howard and Sandra next to him, looking pretty unruffled, Judy.
Indeed, just a reminder of the statistics of last time round. Michael Howard stood there 2001 on 20,645. He had a majority of 5,907, a more comfortable majority than some of his colleagues in that lineup for the Liberal Democrats. So we're awaiting now the results for Michael Howard tonight. On that news also in the last few minutes, as we were alluding to, the Conservatives made another gain in St Albans. We're also looking at our figures on the bottom of the screens as we await the vote for Michael Howard. That Labour need another 9 seats for an overall majority, so we are keeping our eyes across that, of course, as well as awaiting the outcome of the vote for Michael Howard. The Liberal Democrat challenger there, of course, Peter Carroll, stood on 14,738 last time round, so we're awaiting that Folkestone result. And as we've seen throughout the campaign, Michael Howard's wife Sandra at his side, widely seen as an great electoral asset for him, and her blog apparently has proved very popular with those who follow those sort of things. Apparently she made some pretty perceptive comments on the way the campaign was going, and scored herself a few points in that process too. So we're just waiting now to see what the result is for him, and as we say that, we see Labour need 8 more for an overall majority. So I suppose, Adam, watching this, we're at that cusp where we may get that point at which Labour reach that magic 3-2-4.
While Michael Howard
is getting his results. Let's listen into Folkestone and see what happens.
Being the returning officer at the parliamentary election for the Folkestone and Hythe constituency, held on 5th of May 2005, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate
so the Lib Dem vote is up first.
Is as follows: Carroll Peter Damien, Liberal Democrat, 14,481.
Well, that's dropped by about 300. So Michael Howard, pretty safe, it seems, in Folkestone and Hythe tonight. Liam Fox back in Woodspring, holding on there.
Storr Hazel Francis, the Green Party, 688.
Yeah, let them know. A Looney landslide.
Dunn Sylvia, Peace and Progress, 22.
There. Where is it? It's all right, we're all with.
Holdsworth Patrina Alexandra, UK Independence Party, 619.
Well, that's about half from last time round for UKIP. And here we go.
Howard Michael, the Conservative Party candidate, 26,000.
Oh.
26,000. Michael Howard has been re-elected, and what's more, his vote has gone up by some 6,000. The Conservatives hold Folkestone there. Problems on the line, but we can now go back to Folkestone. And shortly we're going to hear the first words, really, from this evening since the polls closed, from Michael Howard.
Rodney, the Get Britain Back Party, 153.
Some jubilation
Jug
between some
Lord
of the
Toby,
independent candidates
the
behind.
Monster Raving Looney Party, 175.
26161 was the number for Michael Howard.
Liam
on
Graham,
big boost in his vote from 20,645 last time round. He is returned with a majority which has been practically doubled, a majority of 11,680. So that whole strategy of the Liberal Democrats fades into the night, and Michael Howard back with an increased majority of 11,618. At the same time, news of his colleague Dr. Liam Fox, his party co-chairman, also holding his seat in Woodspring. So we're looking there also at a turnout of 68%. Let's have a look at the share of the vote. 53.9% for the Conservatives, 12.5 for Labour, 29.9.
Interesting result there. That is a very good result for the Liberal Democrats.
Indeed, Sarah Tether.
Sarah Tether has managed to hang on. That's down as a gain, of course, because Labour held the seat at the last election. So their by-election victor is now a member of Parliament. Good Indeed. Personal result from her, and another victory from Labour. Michael Howard is speaking at the moment. I don't know if we can... Problems?
Well, we'll get to Michael Howard as soon as we can. Let's talk a bit about that, though, because Sarah Tether held on. Oh, can we head back to Michael Howard?
Burden on them,
Indeed.
And I want to express my appreciation for everything they too have done. I want to thank my agent, Bob Davidson.
How about that? Lovely man. Hey!
And the most wonderful and dedicated band of helpers and workers who have worked so hard, so relentlessly, and so enthusiastically to give us this fantastic result. The fact that my majority has almost doubled makes me feel very humble indeed.
Hey!
Simon Hughes is back there, we see, and we're getting very close now. 6 seats required only for that total of 318 to go to an overall majority. Simon Hughes back in Southwark North, and very much that loony there who goes by the name of Toby Jug, clearly trying to step into Lord David Such's shoes, I think.
But it's perhaps worth talking a bit, actually, Adam. I mean, we look at that nearly doubling the size of the majority. We've seen similar...
Well, Letwin's majority went up as well. I mean,
and all of those that we've seen in those seats have been... here we go, back to Michael Howard.
To do my best for all my constituents. I will certainly continue to do that, continue to work hard, continue to do all in my power to advance the interests and the welfare of everyone who lives in this constituency, and I'm enormously grateful for the vote of confidence which they have placed in me today. I'd like also to congratulate Robert Bliss and Susan Carey, the two successful county council candidates whose results have so far been announced. It looks, from the way in which the national results are going, that Mr. Blair is going to win a third term for Labour. And I congratulate him on that victory. I believe that the time has now come for him to deliver on the things that really matter to the people of our country. And if he does in his third term, then he will have my full support. If he does deliver on the need for cleaner hospitals, for school discipline, for more police, for value for money, and for controlled immigration, he will indeed have my support. But the time has now come for action and not talk from him.
Yeah.
For our party, for the Conservative Party, I think that what has happened on this election day marks a significant step towards our recovery. I am proud of the campaign that we have fought. We have taken a stand on the things that really do matter to the people of our country. We have sent a message to Mr. Blair. And in the next Parliament, we will be able to form a stronger opposition. I'm proud of the fact that we will have the first black Conservative Member of Parliament in the next Parliament.
How about that?
That we will...
Yeah.
That we will have a British Asian on the Conservative benches in the next Parliament, and that we will have many excellent new women members of Parliament in that Parliament. So for the Conservative Party, this election marks a real advance towards our recovery. The task which faces us in the next Parliament is to complete that recovery, and it's a task which I'm sure everyone in the Conservative Party will address with real relish. Thank you all very much indeed.
So Michael Howard there conceding that he's not going to win the election, using his victory speech celebrating his own personal increase in majority to accept that the Conservatives are not going to win this election. Michael Howard also very much always a constituency man. That probably comes from having a small majority and focusing too on what's going on in Folkestone. And as he spoke, another Conservative gain, an easy target on a small swing there in Kettering. But look at that grey strap at the bottom of your screen. Labour need 6 for an overall victory. Judy.
Indeed, let's show you our glittering shot on the Thames tonight. As we're looking at that countdown on the bottom of your screen, you can see that Labour needs 6 more seats for an overall majority. That magic figure is 324. We're standing, as we speak at the moment, at 23 minutes past 4 in the morning on 318 seats for Labour gained so far. And we're on 136 for the Conservatives, 48 for the Liberal Democrats. So we're keeping our eyes on those figures. Of course, as they tick away, Labour needing just 5 now for an overall majority and that historic third term.
Well, joining us now is the chairman of the Conservative Party, Dr. Liam Fox, who, while Michael Howard was speaking, in fact, held his own seat at Woodspring. Congratulations on that, Dr. Fox.
Thank you.
But not the most inspiring of nights for the Conservatives.
Well, not only is it a solid advance in terms of the seats in the House of Commons, but it also means that the seats that Labour have returned, many of them have very small majorities, and that clearly sets up the targets for us for next time. So it's as Michael Howard just said a few moments ago, it is a major step forward on our real political recovery.
Got the former Conservative MP Philip Oppenheim with us in the studio, and he's been saying he really doesn't think that on the central ground of most elections, the economy, you really offered anything essentially different or an alternative analysis to Labour.
Well, I think it's not the time to be going into a post-mortem on the campaign. I'm sure we want to sit down and look at what was said and exactly what we offered, but it was clear that we were going to be very responsible about what we offered in terms of the economy and tax cuts. It's also very clear that with the re-election of the Blair-Brown axis, that we're likely to see more taxes now falling onto the shoulders of hard-working people in this country. I think that's a great pity, because I think a tax-cutting Conservative government would have been actually better both for the economy and for the people of the country. But the people have made their choices.
I mean, yeah, exactly. The people have made their choice. But I mean, your problem was surely that, in real terms, what you were promising, William Hague back, incidentally, in Richmond, no surprise there, that you weren't really offering anything that different. I mean, many people think if the Conservatives believe in anything, they believe in smaller government and lower taxes and more personal responsibility.
Well, in fact, we were offering a different pattern in the future for the country's expenditure plans, planning to spend within our means so that we could avoid big tax rises. It's quite difficult to fight an election on the economy when people do actually feel that with the recent history of low interest rates and low unemployment that they feel quite secure. I think it's a pity that it perhaps didn't come across more clearly to people just exactly what problems now exist within the economy. But I think that will come to light in the months and years to come.
It's rather peculiar, isn't it, for Michael Howard to say tonight that he will, if Tony Blair delivers, he will support him after an election campaign in which he's called him a liar and suggested that his re-election would be a disaster for Britain?
Well, Michael Howard's always said that he didn't believe in opposition for its own sake, and where he agreed with the government, he would say so. I think it's now very interesting to see whether Tony Blair can deliver on all the promises he's made. He's promised that we will get radical reforms on health and education and pensions. We'll wait and see just what can be delivered, because the big question in this Parliament will be how long is Tony Blair going to be around?
Majority of 72 or 80 or 66, he can be around quite a long time, can't he?
I think you have to ask Gordon Brown that question, not me.
Well, we understand that you'll be pleased to hear that the Conservatives have won Gravesham by some 700 votes. Certainly there are some significant victories for you this evening. Which is your favourite one of your gains?
My next door neighbour in Weston-super-Mare, John Penrose, who's fought extremely hard for a very long time, and there's nothing I like better than seeing people who've worked extremely hard being rewarded for it. And I think that's great that I'll have a fellow Conservative MP now from North Somerset.
Well, Tony Blair just now absolutely on the cusp of getting an overall majority at Westminster. We'll just wait for a couple more results to come in. We've so far had 522 seats. There are 124 to go, although one of those will be a by-election. And just on the balance of seats now, Labour have lost 34, the Conservatives have gained 22, the Liberal Democrats have gained 10, and the SNP have gained 2, although we should point out that there has been some traffic between them. The Liberal Democrats, for example, have actually gained 13 seats, but they've lost 3. Now, just one Labour seat to go now. Watch that ticker at the bottom of your screen. Labour need 1 seat for an overall majority. What will it be that will have the honour of taking Tony Blair over the top? And I should say, all evening, no one has appeared to doubt the fact that Tony Blair would have an overall majority, but nonetheless, you've got to count the votes. You've got to get those results in. And
we hear it may be Birmingham Hodge Hill.
Maybe Birmingham Hodge Hill. We could go to Birmingham Hodge Hill, if that's it. Yes, and Birmingham Hodge Hill have come in. Now, if no other seat comes in the meantime, this will be it. This is Liam Byrne, a close advisor to Tony Blair in the past, very much a new Labour man.
The result for the Birmingham Hodge Hill constituency is as follows. Dennis Henry Adams, BNP, 1,445. Amata Beg, Peace and Progress, 329.
Labour had a majority of just 460 in the by-election.
13,822. Nicola Davis, Liberal Democrat, 8,373.
Looks like he's there.
Adrian David Duffin, UKIP, 680. Deborah Helen Thomas, Conservative,
That's it.
3,706.
Tony Blair is back in Downing Street with an overall majority. Labour has won a third term outright. Birmingham Hodge Hill taking Labour over the top. And with me in the studio is Brian Wilson, the former Labour Minister. Your reaction?
Fantastic. 20 years ago, you know, when I came into all of this, Labour was unelectable. Labour was on the point of never being a government again. Now, for the first time, there's 3 consecutive Labour terms delivering what the people of this country want and what they need, which is democratic socialism.
Okay, pictures we're seeing there of Prime Minister a little earlier, his 52nd birthday, and a birthday present indeed for him, an historic third term for Labour. Others have sought it and failed in the past, but whatever the majority turns out to be, this is an historic night for this party indeed.
Well, let's go to our election experts, Pippa Norris and Michael Thrasher. Michael Thrasher, just on a scale of political achievements, how big an achievement is this?
It's the biggest, isn't it? Because Labour's never before achieved 3 consecutive back-to-back terms such as this. And it needs to be said also that his majority will be quite a sizable one compared with post-war standards. I know we're getting carried away about the number of seats that they're losing, but to have a majority of this size, around about 70 plus, is a significant, massive achievement.
Pippa Norris.
That's absolutely right. It's a comfortable working majority in the House of Commons, and therefore for government, you know, exactly, there's going to be a substantial majority there. At the same time, there has been an anti-government vote, and all the other parties have benefited. The Conservatives have clearly made some recovery, which means that maybe there's a 2-step process here. Maybe in the next election, if they continue to make that recovery, then they can certainly be very credible and make real opposition.
OK, let's go now to Bethnal Green and Bow. This is, of course, where Una King, the Labour MP, is being challenged by the former Labour MP, now the head of the Respect Party, George Galloway.
Declaration of the result of the parliamentary election for the Bethnal Green and Bow constituency. I, Christine Gilbert, being the acting returning officer at the election of the Member of Parliament for the Bethnal Green and Bow constituency, held on Thursday the 5th of May 2005.
So Una King in this seat, and the 2001 majority of over 10,000.
The number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Syed Nurul Islam Dulu, Liberal Democrats, 4,928. Ejiro Etefia, Alliance for Change, Restore People's Freedom, 68. Shahagir Bakht Farouk, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,244. John Patrick William Foster, the Green Party candidate, 1,950. George Galloway, Respect, 15,801.
15,801 votes for George Galloway.
Una Tamsin King, the Labour Party candidate, 14,000.
So Una King is out, and George Galloway has trumped her votes. He's almost 1,000 votes ahead of her. After a bitter contest on that anti-war ticket fought by George Galloway in Bethnal Green and Bow, sensationally he has gained that seat for Respect, the anti-war ticket. George Galloway has won the seat of Bethnal Green and Bow, and Una King, who stood there with a majority of more than 10,000, is out.
Tremendous personal achievement for George Galloway, it has to be said, in picking the seat and now going on to win it.
Mr. Blair, this is for Iraq. This defeat that you have suffered and all the other defeats that New Labour has suffered this evening is for Iraq. All the people you killed, all the lies you told have come back to haunt you. And the best thing the Labour Party could do is sack you tomorrow morning as soon as they get back to work. New Labour plumbed new depths in this campaign. And now the police and the courts will try to fathom exactly what they have been up to. But it was no aberration. The reason this count has taken so long, the reason the turnout is so low, the reason that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of ghost figures on the electoral roll, the reason that the postal ballots were only 68% of those who applied for them, is because the London Borough of Tower Hamlets is in the grip of a corrupt political culture. And when we begin our campaign on Monday to take control of this borough council, it will be as a new broom to sweep that political culture of corruption away. Una King boasted she was going to finish me off. But let me be kinder to her than she was to me. I have not finished her off. Una King is an able person who will be back in politics and in Parliament, and the defeat was not her defeat this evening. It was a defeat for Tony Blair and New Labour and all of the betrayals. And I would like to thank, on behalf of everyone, Una King for the 8 years she spent as the Member of Parliament in this constituency, and wish her well in what I'm sure will be a resumed and long parliamentary career. Madam Returning Officer, I must thank the workers here tonight and on the polling stations today, but I cannot thank you or the management of the Borough of Tower Hamlets. You have presided over a shambles of an election, a shambles of an electoral roll. You have presided over postal vote applications and ghost voters, which would disgrace a banana republic. And it's about time you tendered your resignation. Thank you very much to all those who voted for me. In East London, a new political power is born. Oli Rahman, 20% next door. East Ham and West Ham, respect, have come second with 20 and 24% respectively. There is a revolt spreading throughout East London against the betrayals of New Labour, and you ain't seen nothing yet.
George Galloway there never does anything by halves, calling for the sacking of Tony Blair by the Labour Party and the sacking of the returning officer, and walking off the stage. Now Una King's concession speech.
Firstly, can I start by thanking the returning officer, the police, my agents, CLP chair, constituency staff, organiser, and my excellent and such a loyal campaign team. They've been absolutely fantastic. Thank you.
Una King speaks in Birmingham Sparkbrook. That Labour hold you're seeing there. Respect came second in that constituency with 10,000 votes.
In the East End, not just for the last
Let's go now to Milton
weeks,
Keynes, a declaration in Milton Keynes.
I joined the Labour Party over 20 years ago.
The number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows.
This is Milton Keynes North East.
Carr,
indeed,
Liberal Democrats,
Tory target number 23.
9,789.
That's up about 1,000, touch over 1,000. Let's have a look at the Tory vote here.
John Mark Lancaster, the Conservative Party, 19,674.
So that's up some 2,000 almost there.
Michael Sheridan Phillips, UK Independence Party candidate, 1,400. George Peter Richardson, Green Party 1,090, Anand Manishankar Vyas, Independent, 142, Brian Arthur Robert White, the Labour Party candidate, 18,009.
So the Conservatives have taken Milton Keynes North East. It was the most marginal of those two seats in that area. Saw some pretty fierce campaigning, of course, in the last few weeks, and Mark Lancaster has taken it for the Tories, the majority of 16.65 on a turnout of 64%. Let's have a look at the share of the vote. 39.3% for the Conservatives, 35.9% for Labour, 19.5% for the Liberal Democrats, and the movement in the vote, let's have a look at that, and that drop-off once again, that in the Labour vote, minus 6.1, just up a fraction. It took them there, though, and also that movement to the Liberal Democrats sort of eaten into that Labour vote, and once again, the Conservatives have taken a seat like Milton Keynes North East. They'll be happy to put that on their tally of 156 this evening.
Yes, indeed. Let's have a look at that biggest result, really, of the night on an individual basis, George Galloway's victory in Bethnal Green and Bow, to be a thorn in the side of Tony Blair in the third term. Respect there, having a majority of 829, as we can see, that was 15,800 votes to 14,900 for Una King, 6,000 for the Conservative candidate. Incidentally, George Galloway talking about the low turnout, that turnout of 47% is up. And we also estimate that nationally the turnout is up some 2% as well. So maybe a low turnout. It's not as low as it was in 2001. And let's have a look at the swings. This will be pretty spectacular. There you are. We haven't even got room for it on our graphic. The Respect Party there getting a 38.9% swing in its favour, and that swing coming from all the other parties to a certain extent. The point, I think, about Bethnal Green and Bow, from what people are saying on the ground, what Joey Jones was saying earlier on, is that there's definitely a lot of ethnic politics in this. It's a heavily ethnic seat, and George Galloway seems to have benefited from that. He, of course, is claiming there's also been abuses of the postal vote and organisation. Labour holding Thanet South there.
Stephen Ladyman back. That's Jonathan
We're pleased about that. Also means that Nigel Farage has failed to win the seat, the prominent member of the UK Independence Party. Just on Robert Kilroy-Silk, who we saw earlier on in Erewash, he did in fact save his deposit. So dignity, at least, I suppose, covered.
And there we go. We were waiting for that one, weren't we?
Boris Johnson.
Boris Johnson, re-elected in Henley, and not joined by his father tonight, though, didn't manage it in Timebridge. Let's now go to our virtual House of Commons, and Martin's still there.
I am here as well, and we're going to have a look at the House of Commons for you in just a moment in all the detail. We know the Labour Party are going to be running the country once again. Tony Blair will be standing there at the dispatch box. Where is everybody else going to sit, and how many of them will there be? We'll show you when our programme continues in 30 seconds.
They've destroyed careers.
I wouldn't be here this morning if I thought there was any doubt whatsoever about what I'd done, my integrity and my openness.
Threatened an election campaign.
I was advised and believed that I had every right to defend my privacy.
And even brought down a government.
The women who brought men to their knees.
Kay Burley investigates sex, lies and politics. Monday at 9, Sky One.
Welcome back to our programme. Yes, here we are in the House of Commons, and we now know that the Labour Party will be running the country for the next 4, maybe 5 years. Who knows? Let's show you exactly what's going on down in the Commons chamber, shall we? We know in terms of the numbers of MPs that have been voted in now, that here are the numbers we can show you. This isn't the forecast we've been making. We'll remind you of that in just a few moments. But in terms of the Labour MPs that we've got coming in, we know there are 324, 328 of them altogether, and that is where the winning post is on the ground floor of the House of Commons. I made my way down here, and we can show that there are more MPs on this side of the House than they are past the winning post. So that's where we're at the moment with the results so far. The prediction, of course, is by the time that every single count has come in and we've got the results in from Northern Ireland much later on this afternoon, Tony Blair is going to be facing a Commons majority of around about 72. But that's where we're at so far.
Martin, thanks very much. As we were looking at a few moments ago, there was a significant vote also for Respect Party after having seen that dramatic win tonight by George Galloway and Bethnal Green in Bow, in Birmingham Spark Brook. And it's worth having a look at the figures there, purely because of the makeup of the constituents in terms of its ethnicity there. Let's have a look at Birmingham Spark Brook. Roger Godsiff there with a Labour majority of 3,289. But that Respect figure on some more than 10,000 there, 27.5% share of the vote against the Labour 36.1. And let's have a look in that swing. I mean, we saw that massive 38% movement to George Galloway in Bethnal Green and Bow, and it's up 27.5% in Birmingham Spark Brook. Let's talk a bit about this with Pippa Norris, who's been looking in particular at issues surrounding these smaller parties like Respect. And these are extraordinary figures, Pippa.
Yes, and in some ways the independents that we've seen, for example, from Martin Bell and then in Wyre Forest, and now with Respect, are really setting up a trend where we're seeing many more independent MPs than we had, for example, in the 50s or the 60s. This particular seat, Birmingham Spark Brook, is clearly one that's highly diverse, has all sorts of politics. You may remember Roger Godsiff, for example, when he was first elected. There was a lot of controversy about that in the last election. And so there were divisions in the Labour Party about his selection. And a number of different Muslim Labour members felt that it wasn't appropriate for that seat to be represented by Roger Godsiff. So some divisions there, and Respect clearly picking up a lot of both the decline in the Labour vote and some of the Lib Dems as well.
But the Conservatives are gaining Bexley Heath is talking. Sorry. Go on, Michael.
Spark Brook and Bethnal Green, they have the two highest Muslim populations of any constituencies in the country. And if Respect were going to do well, it was going to be in those two constituencies.
But it shows the strength of that Muslim vote on the move in these places. I mean, it was one of those things that people were finding tricky to assess ahead of this election, particularly in places like Blackburn, of course, where we saw Jack Straw's vote cut there. But these are extraordinary figures, Michael. Yes,
they are indeed. I mean, again, I've said it before, and I'll repeat myself. Some of these general election performances by minor parties or the Liberal Democrats have been of by-election proportions.
And it's worth noting also that, for example, the BNP had their best ever result in Barking, which we haven't mentioned, which got 16.9% of the vote, and in Dewsbury, where they got 13.3%. So that's quite a substantial amount.
And it's the pressure they put on the other parties too,
also
as we were
worth
talking
noting,
a little
Margaret
earlier.
Hodge held on. She got back. Well, while we've been talking for the last few minutes, one significant milestone has been passed. The Liberal Democrats are now net gainers in this general election. Their tally, as you can see on the bottom left-hand corner, stands at 53 seats. They had 51 in 2001. So although it may not be the dramatic breakthrough they were hoping for, they are nonetheless gainers in this election. And of course their share of the vote, which is put at some 22%, is also up significantly. Lisa Holland is down at the Central London Party for the Liberal Democrats. Charles Kennedy, of course, making his way from Scotland. Is there much of a party mood down there?
Well, the Liberal Democrats here are saying they're very pleased with the way things have gone. I'm just hearing from the Lib Dems here. They're expecting a declaration of a gain up in Westmoreland and Lonsdale, which is, of course, the seat currently held by the Shadow Education Secretary, Tim Collins. They reckon that they're going to take that by about 267 votes. So they say they're pretty pleased with the way things have gone. They say their share of the vote is up, their seat count is up. Of course, the other so-called decapitation names that they were hoping to get, David Davis, Theresa May, they didn't happen. But what the Liberal Democrats are pointing to is the spread of seats which they have achieved across the country, the fact that they've made gains in Scotland, Inverness, of course, they're neighbouring to Charles Kennedy's constituency, and critically in places like Birmingham, Manchester, Leeds, North West, which we went to twice actually during Charles Kennedy's tour around Britain during the election campaign. Also, they've taken a seat in Bristol. So what they're particularly pleased about is the fact that they now would say that they're spreading their influence across the country, which is shaping up to put them in a very good challenging position come the next general election, when they believe they're going to be able to challenge Labour, who will be going for a fourth term, of course.
And when are they expecting to see Charles Kennedy?
Well, throughout the course of the evening, there was some sense of expectation that he might do some kind of video link, either from Fort William or from his constituency, from the Count, up in Dingwall, of course, where the count was being held for his seat, Ross Skye and Loch Harbour. However, we now would expect that he'll be on his way down to perhaps see them sometime throughout the course of the next few hours.
Thank you very much indeed, Lisa. Well, we'll await that result in Westmoreland. It would be the only head of the 5 selected by the Liberal Democrats for decapitation to roll. If it does roll, as you heard from Lisa, Liberal Democrats believe that they have won in Westmoreland, defeating Tim Collins, the education spokesman. Just to recap where we are in the evening now, 560 seats in, 86 to go. Lib Dems have gained Westmoreland there. Tim Collins has gone. Conservatives have gained Gravesham. Things are moving forward at a pace. We'll look at that in a minute. But national shares of the vote, we see Labour now on 37%, the Conservatives on 32%, the Lib Dems on 22%, and others on 8%. Of course, some fairly spectacular results, as we've been discussing, for Respect. Also, we've seen in Blaenau Gwent a victory there against the imposed woman Labour candidate. So independents having a night out to a certain extent, as Pippa Norris was saying. Michael, one thing I think when I look at that is I think that looks at the opinion, like the opinion polls I've been staring at all election.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely spot on with the opinion polls. 37, 32, that's exactly the ballpark. That one just below that graphic there, Conservatives gain Gravesham. What on earth have the voters in Gravesham done? Because that seat always goes with the party that forms the government. What have they done? In 1929 and 1951 it went the other way.
They're not a bellwether anymore.
Well, no, I mean, they've just spoiled all of our fun now.
What are you going to do next time round, Mike? You'll be lost without it.
Well, they'll just have to redraw the boundaries.
Also here is Ed Davey joining us now, fresh from his personal victory. Congratulations on that. You know, you are making gains, but it doesn't look like you're going to make the 20 gains that some people thought the Liberal Democrats were going to make.
No, but we think we're going to end up with the largest number of seats for the Liberal Democrats, or Liberals, since 1923, which by any stretch of the imagination is a superb result. We look like we're going to be the only party gaining the share of the vote. We could be over 3 percentage points up. The Tories may well be slightly down as a share of the vote. So they may have played a very clever game tactically in winning a few of the marginal seats, but they actually haven't gone up and increased their appeal. And I think that's a really strategic mistake for the Conservatives, because they've gone on this fairly unpleasant and, I would say, rather poisonous and irresponsible message in many of their campaigns. I think it's going to store up damage for them. I think they've got themselves in a little cage in the early 30s, and they're not going to be able to break out. And what we will do, I think when we look at the runes of tonight, you'll see that Liberal Democrats are the real challengers to Labour in parts of the country where the Tories can't compete. And so when you come to the next general election, it'll be the Liberal Democrats who are best placed to take most Labour seats.
Philip Oppenheim, what do you think of that scenario?
Well, I partly disagree, but I don't wholly disagree. I think the scenario for the Tory party is they've got quite a good intake of fresh, new, quite bright and intelligent MPs coming in at a time when Tony Blair's government is beginning to look, despite its third term, despite a decent majority, a bit jaded. A lot of that 72 majority will be people who are going to vote against Blair on key issues, so he won't be a big reforming government. If Brown takes over, he'll have a 6-month honeymoon at best. The economy is not going the right way. It's going, you know, productivity's down, competitiveness is down, inflation's going up, interest rates are probably going to go up. So I think there is a chance of the Tory party being a really, really good opposition. But where I agree with Ed is two crucial areas. One, yes, they did concentrate on tactical issues in this election. I don't think it was nasty. It was the sort of thing you do when you're in opposition. But they didn't overlay that with a feel that this is a party with a sense of direction, with a narrative, with a story. And they didn't on the big economic issue. You saw it with the party chairman there, Dr. Fox. He almost said the economy is going well. Well, it's not actually going that well. It actually has been going steadily downhill for 8 years now. And you'd expect a Tory spokesman to say that. Not something you can say just at an election. These are things you've got to drip into the public consciousness over several years in opposition.
Also,
so I think there's good and bad there.
Also here joining us now, Kevin Maguire from the Mirror. How difficult do you think this third term is going to be for Tony Blair?
I think very difficult. History has been made tonight, but I think for a lot of Labour MPs I've spoken to and ministers I've heard, it doesn't actually feel like history's been made because their majority is so far down. And of course, a lot of that is around the personality and the person himself, the Prime Minister, Tony Blair, partly Iraq and partly Truss.
Very conciliatory, non-triumphal tone taken by Tony Blair. I mean, that presumably is what Labour MPs want to hear.
Yeah, I think he has no alternative in a way. He's taken a hell of a personal beating over the past fortnight. People have been getting up in TV studios and on streets and shouting liar at him. It's not just been Michael Howard, the Tory leader, who's been doing that. And he's felt that very, very deeply, and he's almost been exasperated at a time. And he was limping to the finishing line, and it just wasn't because of that dodgy right knee that he hurt in the gym.
And I'm going to talk to George Galloway in a moment. How much of a problem do you think he is as a one-man band?
I think certainly more than one man. He very much so, because, of course, a lot of people on the left of the Labour Party in Parliament agree with him on that crucial issue of the war.
George Galloway joins us now from Bethnal Green and Brough. Congratulations.
Thanks very much.
MP now. How did you do it? What was the key element to making this breakthrough?
Well, I think it was Iraq, which was the predominant issue. The people of Tower Hamlets were overwhelmingly against the war, and yet both of their members of Parliament voted for it and continue to speak for it today. And that broke the hearts of the people who had loyally supported them on several occasions, 2 occasions, I think, in each case. And it's very hard to amend a broken heart. So I think that they were always up against it. And when you add in the local issues, the state of the housing in Tower Hamlets, 25% of the borough overcrowded, 50% of the immigrant families living in overcrowded houses, the worst schools in London, bottom of the London League, the Royal London Hospital, one of the dirtiest hospitals in the capital thanks to privatised cleaning contractors, Crossrail, which is going to devastate the East End in a way they would never dream of devastating the West End. When you added all that into the mix, then I think that New Labour were always going to be in trouble. And we've done very well next door in Newham, where we got two second places too.
It has been suggested by some analysis that your constituency now is ethnically polarised. Would you accept that?
Absolutely absurd. If you'd been at the tables with us tonight, you would have seen that Respect scored well in every part of the constituency. And as I say, we've done well in the neighbouring constituency, Poplar and Canning Town, which has an overwhelmingly white population, and we've come second in both of the Newham constituencies, which is unprecedented for a party 1 year old. And just learned that we got more than 10,000 votes in the centre of Birmingham. Una King was not the candidate in any of those other seats, and I was not the candidate in any of those other seats. So clearly something's going on of some political significance.
I do have to ask you, since you were very gracious about Una King, thanked her for her work, said she was a good MP, had a political future against her, why you chose that constituency?
Because Respect won the elections here last June. And obviously it's our strongest base in the country, and I'm the best known figure in Respect, so it made sense when the local Respect members asked me to stand there that I should stand there, and it's paid off. But it's paid off next door. As I say, we got more than 20% there, and 2 good second places in Newham. So there's something happening in the East End, which I remind you, Adam, you know, as a scholar of these things, is where the Labour Party itself was born, on these very streets. And I think that the evacuation by New Labour of traditional Labour policies and traditional Labour political territory has left a vacuum which we're determined to fill.
We heard your speech a few minutes ago, your acceptance speech, very abrasive, very forthright in your views. Is that how you intend to carry on as an MP, and really giving it to people with both barrels, as it were?
Well, I've been elected by people who are very angry about the way things are for them. They're very angry about the Parliament, about the government, about the town council here, and they want political representatives who will take that on for them, and that's what we intend to do. Our campaign to win control of the borough of Tower Hamlets begins on Monday, and the campaign to win control of the borough of Newham begins on Monday too.
Finally, you said tonight that you thought the best thing the Labour Party could do was to sack Tony Blair. But again, if we study political history, a lot of people would say, well, a majority of between 70 and 80 is actually a pretty safe majority and not grounds for sacking the party leader.
Yeah, but as we both know, Chamberlain actually won the vote of confidence in the House of Commons, but by the end of the day, he was out and replaced by Churchill. And Mr. Blair may have won, if you tell me, I don't know the figures, 75 to 80, but that's half what he had before, and that's the thing that counts. And there's a lot of Labour MPs now out of a job, a lot of Labour activists crying tonight at the loss of their seats, and I think that there'll be something stirring in the ranks of the Labour Party tomorrow if it hasn't started already. Trust me, I've been in the Labour Party long enough to know that.
Well, you're not in the Labour Party now. Do you think you'll ever be in the Labour Party again?
No, I don't think so. But the Labour Party that I knew, and I don't think it's changed so totally, knows when it's time to turn the face of a leader against the wall. And that's what I think will happen to Tony Blair in quite short order.
George Galloway, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Congratulations on being re-elected as an MP. And while we were speaking, another Conservative gain in Clwyd West.
Yes, indeed. That's 3 seats in Wales now. They'll be happy to be making the inroads there, no doubt. Let's return to one of those other key seats tonight that we've seen the Tories take from Labour, and that is Milton Keynes North East. We can speak now to Mark Lancaster there, who is the victor there this evening. Very many congratulations to you in Milton Keynes North East. What won it for you then, Mr. Lancaster?
I think we've been fighting a very strong local campaign. John Prescott's trying to force 70,000 houses on Milton Keynes and giving local people no say at all, and we've been fighting very hard on that issue, and I think that's swung it, actually.
And we're just seeing, as we're speaking to you, Mark Lancaster, that Labour have held on to Dorset South. That was a key Tory target. There are several of these seats which the Tories had in their sights. You'll know seats like Dorset South, highly marginal. Many would have presumed that the Tories would be able to get into the fold. What has gone wrong in places like that, do you think? What would you have changed in the campaign strategy with the benefit of hindsight?
I'm not sure it's so much the strategy, but you've got to remember these seats change enormously over the years. I mean, North East Milton Keynes is a very different seat to the seat that you probably saw 4 years ago. The population's increased. Many of the people don't live here anymore that voted in the last election. So just to look back at previous election results in certain seats, I think slightly wrong. I can't comment what's happened in Dorset South, but likewise, there's seats further up the list that we have gained. So clearly positive things have happened elsewhere.
Not the loss of Tim Collins in Westmoreland and Lonsdale, though. Your reaction to that? That's another piece of news that's just come in the last 15 minutes or so.
Well, that's a great loss, actually. I thought Tim was an excellent shadow minister, and he'll be sadly missed by the Conservative Party.
So you're now in a marginal seat yourself. How do you plan to work your lot there, and is it a comfortable or uncomfortable position to be in?
Well, listen, I've just been elected a Member of Parliament, so had I been elected by one, that would have been enough for me. I think the majority is 1,600. I'm not even sure exactly what my majority is, but I now have 4, maybe 5 years to work hard as a good constituency Member of Parliament representing the people of Milton Keynes, and if they want to re-elect me, they will, and if they don't, they won't.
And if the Tories are on the road to recovery, as Michael Howard was claiming in his speech, what would you change to make sure, in your view, that continued? What would need to change in the Conservative Party after looking at tonight's results?
Well, I think the first thing that mustn't change is Michael Howard. I think it would be a mistake to rush into a new leadership contest. Certainly, I hope that Michael Howard stays in place. I mean, there's all sorts of issues. I think many of our campaign strategies have worked because we have made progress. At the end of the day, we're trying to overturn the second largest Labour majority in history, and we've made progress. Forgive me, it's 4:30 in the morning, so I'll probably have to sit down and have a think about exactly how we move forward from here, but personally I'm delighted.
I'd sit down and have a drink. Better option perhaps at this time tonight. Mark
Yes,
Lancaster, thank you very much indeed. And congratulations
you.
on your win tonight. Thanks for joining us. Well, it is 5:04 in the morning. You're watching Vote 05. Labour has won its 3rd successive term in office, the first time it's happened in the party's history. Based on the votes counted so far, we're predicting a Labour majority of 72. The Prime Minister and the two other main political leaders have comfortably held on to their respective seats. Michael Howard has congratulated Tony Blair already on his victory.
Thank you so much.
Let's have a look at the current state of the parties this morning. Net gains for the Conservatives 26, Labour down 40, Liberal Democrats net gains of 11 seats and +3 for others, of course. We're looking at a stage now where 575 results in 71 of those to go. The scale of those losses was never going to keep the party, the Labour Party, from being returned to government. All the key members of the last cabinet, including the Chancellor and the Home Secretary, have been re-elected. Campaign Supremo Alan Milburn has also retained his seat, but he told Sky News this evening that he does not want to return to the cabinet and prefers to spend more time with his family, as he said when he first moved away from that inner circle. Perhaps the biggest surprise of the night, though, George Galloway overturned the Labour incumbent Una King's 10,000 majority to win Bethnal Green and Bow for his Respect Party. Mr Galloway was expelled from Labour in 2003 over his criticism of the invasion of Iraq.
This is for...
Well, at this time of the morning, let's wheel in, shall we, to our war table and see how those colours are shaping up on the map tonight. Of course, those Tory gains are clear in there, but that type of map, of course, not entirely representative of the exact electoral breakup. And there is our cartogram, as it's known, where each constituency is divided up into an equal size square. We can see the spread of those gains and losses over the country so far. Sky's Tim Marshall has the story of the night so far.
Historic? Undoubtedly. By the time the Prime Minister arrived at the Sedgefield Declaration, he knew Labour had won a third consecutive term. He was back.
Anthony Charles Linton Blair has been duly elected to serve as member for the Sedgefield constituency.
And Prime Minister. But for how long? His majority halved, his time in office open to question. He knows Labour's been given a warning.
It's not yet clear, obviously, what the majority is. It seems as if it's clear, but also that the British people wanted the return of a Labour government, but with a reduced majority. And we have to respond to that sensibly and wisely and responsibly.
The man who may be king knows it too, already speaking of learning and listening.
Thank you very much.
Cheers,
Thank you.
Bye. Congratulations. Already in a hurry. Sunderland South was in a hurry to declare first. It did, for Labour. But the majority was down and the tone was set. The votes were flooding in, trickling away from Labour towards the Liberal Democrats. Cardiff Central, Labour out, Lib Dems in, and on their way to their highest ever showing.
Good evening, Mr Kennedy. How's the evening going so far?
I think it's a hugely encouraging night for the Liberal Democrats and for the quality of British politics in the next Parliament. Really good news. And much more to look forward to.
His party's strategy of trying to take out Tory shadow cabinet members didn't work. But a former Labour minister, Barbara Roche, lost her seat in Hornsey to an anti-war Liberal Democrat with a 14% swing. The Tory core vote held up, but where were the 2 million or so extra votes they needed? Their appeals had fallen on deaf ears. They eyed up the early results and made a brave face of it.
Tonight has been a night in which already we've seen a very large number of people in this country indicate that they believe that the time has come for a change of direction. We have yet to see just how significant the gains the Conservative Party makes will be.
The top guns survived, for example, Theresa May in Maidenhead. There were gains, Putney returning to tradition, but not enough people were thinking what they were thinking. Tens of thousands backed the BNP.
Well.
Its leader, Nick Griffin, saved his deposit and got almost 5% of the vote in Keighley. His candidate in Barking won 16%. They're now eyeing the next local election. George Galloway won Bethnal Green for Respect, beating Labour's Una King into second place. The Iraq war seems to have figured in many constituencies, but nowhere quite like this one.
Mr. Blair, this is for Iraq. This defeat, that you have suffered and all the other defeats that New Labour has suffered this evening is for Iraq. All the people you killed, all the lies you told have come back to haunt you. And the best thing the Labour Party could do is sack you tomorrow morning as soon as they get back to work.
Conservative leader Michael Howard now eyes a future in which he again is in opposition. Where now for the Tories?
I think that what has happened on this election day marks a significant step towards our recovery. I am proud of the campaign that we have fought. We have taken a stand on the things that really do matter to the people of our country. We have sent a message to Mr. Blair. And in the next Parliament, we will be able to form a stronger opposition.
Tony Blair comes back to London with a much reduced majority, but it's a majority many governments over the past century would have welcomed. Tim Marshall, Sky News.
And that's it, the picture of the night. Tony Blair is back in control in the Palace of Westminster. We're putting his face there on the face of Big Ben, but it has not been a vintage night for New Labour. Currently, as things stand, Labour have lost 40 seats. The Conservatives have gained 26. The Liberal Democrats have gained 11. But there has, and they've all just gained there, we're seeing the Conservatives Northampton South. But it has been a night where there's been some quite extraordinary traffic, some big swings, meaning seats have fallen. We've just picked out 3 of them. First of all, let's have a look at the Liberal Democrat victory, the only one of the front benchers they managed to decapitate. This is Tim Collins, the former advisor to John Major. He was the Conservative education spokesman, and as you see there, he's now been defeated by a narrow majority, Liberal Democrat narrow majority of 267. Let's look at how things swung around there. 45.5% to 44.9% there, and this is how the votes changed. And in a lot of these cases, we've seen the Conservative vote going up and the Conservative vote going down. And there you see the Liberal Democrats gained while Labour and the Conservatives went down. So very much three-way action, as we're seeing in all these constituencies. On this occasion, that meant a Liberal Democrat gain. On the other hand, the Liberal Democrats have lost 3 seats tonight, and this, though, is a Labour seat. Now, this is an interesting one. This was Labour's most marginal constituency. You remember the day he called the election, Tony Blair went down to Dorset South to symbolise that Labour wasn't fighting for a smaller majority, it was fighting to hold everything. And quite incredibly, the majority has held there 1812, the Labour majority. Now, one of the reasons is possibly because Ed Matts became one of the clowns of the campaign when he was caught out doctoring photographs of himself standing next to Anne Widdecombe. That hasn't helped him. And you see there, he's been punished. In fact, the Labour vote's gone down, but the Conservative vote has gone down further. This, of course, marked contrast to what happened in the next door constituency, where Oliver Letwin actually increased his majority, even although he was being targeted. Some suggestion, although denied by the Conservatives, that they actually pulled workers out of this constituency and moved them in to try and save Oliver Letwin. And finally, let's look at one of the Liberal Democrat losses tonight. This is Newbury. David Rendell there, you see, scored a famous by-election victory where, if I remember, I think his majority was 23,000. But tonight he's lost. Richard Benyon, who's been trying for the constituency in the 2 previous general elections, finally victorious with a majority of 3,460. And we can see the shares of the vote there in Newbury. Very, very small Labour vote, 49% for the Conservatives, 42% for the Liberal Democrats. And we're hearing about tactical unwind there. Obviously, even if he'd had all the Labour votes on this occasion, I don't think that the Liberal Democrats would have managed to hold on. Now, Len, look at the swings there. This is, haven't seen that often tonight. Straight swing from the Liberal Democrats to the Conservatives, giving the Conservatives the seat. Now, as was pointed out earlier on by Bruce Anderson, this is very much a personal achievement for Richard Benyon, who's nursed the constituency for a long time and has come through. But that shows what a patchy night it's really been for everyone. Some Conservative losses, some Conservative gains. John Craig is at Conservative headquarters. Doesn't exactly look like there's a party mood there, John.
No, there isn't. They are, however, pleased with the gains that they have made. At the beginning of the night, they were talking about possibly making 40 or 50 gains. They're still hoping they can do that. They still believe there are some more to come. Earlier on, there were big cheers here, for example, when the Putney result was declared. That was one of the very early gains. And the phrases that people here are using are, we have cut Tony Blair down to size. That was actually a phrase used by Liam Fox, the Conservative Party chairman. Now, inevitably the inquest will begin because, of course, they have not made gains perhaps as many as they had hoped for. They have been quite successful in some seats, for example, a decent swing in Enfield Southgate, obviously very pleased about getting that seat back. But the inquest will begin, of course, despite Michael Howard saying he was proud of the campaign. There will be those on the left of the Conservative Party who say too much talk about immigration. There may be those on the right of the party who are still cross with Michael Howard for sacking Howard Flight, don't believe they were bold and radical enough on tax. So I think the inquest will begin. I'm told there is a meeting, though, of the Conservative Party board on Monday, at which the voluntary wing of the party will urge Michael Howard not to do anything rash like John Major or William Hague did in 1997 and 2001. Stay on, they're going to say to him. I must admit, listening to Michael Howard, his speech down in Folkestone there, he didn't sound like a man who was going to quit first thing in the morning in the way that William Hague did 4 years ago. The latest thing I'm being told about what Michael Howard is planning to do later on today, he's not planning to dash back here.
John, if I could just hold you for a moment, I'll come back to you, but there is a sensational result for the Liberal Democrats, that they have won in Cambridge. Now, Charles Kennedy had his biggest rally of the campaign in Cambridge, but it was by no means, in terms of uniform swing, an obvious target for the Liberal Democrats. What's obvious about Cambridge is I think it has the biggest concentration of students in it, so a big victory there. Also, we can bring you live pictures from Luton Airport. This is Tony Blair's plane wafting into Luton Airport, as the phrase goes, down from Sedgefield. Mr. Blair will be going into central London, to a central London location to thank Labour Party workers. Do just want, though, to talk to our experts about Cambridge. I don't know if we can see that picture there. Anne Campbell, the MP, losing there, the Labour MP. Michael.
Well, the Liberal Democrat vote has gone up 19%. Labour's has gone down 11%. That's a 15% swing. We've seen this in Bristol West, Manchester Withington, in lots of seats dominated by university students.
So the students are coming out to vote?
Well, the Liberal Democrats have targeted them all through this campaign. They've made it quite clear, you know, if you're against the war, if you're against student tuition fees, come and vote for us. So that clearly that message has got through.
Polls are open in the afternoon after they get up.
I think they actually took a lot of advantage of the postal vote as well, because of course with two constituencies, one at home and one in their university city, they knew that getting the postal vote was really important. So those that managed to get and use it have obviously been affected.
Hey, David.
Well, this is a great result, both the Liberal Democrats and David Howard. It's one of probably the biggest swings of the night, my guess. And it shows that with the gains we're making against Labour in Bristol West, in Leeds North West, where there's a very large student vote, and we've made a big gain there. And it does seem that against Labour in university towns, our message on Iraq, our message on student tuition fees has really paid dividends. And I think it shows that we are making some very important gains tonight.
Just waiting for Tony Blair and Cherie Blair and their party to come out of that plane at Luton Airport. They've got the sticker there, Britain forward, not back, you can see on the door. Just want to go back to John Craig, though, at Conservative headquarters. Now, John Craig, you've had the privilege this evening of talking to a man who's hidden from us throughout the campaign, Lynton Crosby, the Australian mastermind of the Tory campaign. Did he really say, as his first on-the-record comment, that they'd only made 40 or 50 gains so wouldn't win the election?
That particular claim was actually made by another senior Conservative official, but Lynton Crosby he did feel that the Tory gains would be in line with that BBC ITN exit poll. So yes, He was, I'm not sure whether he wanted his words to be attributed to him or quoted, but nevertheless we have done.
All right.
He was indeed, yes, talking about gains of 40 or 50,
John,
as were other officials here.
Right, we're just seeing the Labour Party leaving the plane, Alan Milburn going down there, Hilary Kaufman, the advisor to the Prime Minister, Alistair Campbell on his mobile, cliched shot that one, and also the Chief of Staff there, Jonathan Powell, who's been running the government while Tony Blair's been trying to win the election, and also the security men all pouring out down the steps. The one person we haven't seen yet is Tony Blair himself, but I think we'll be seeing him shortly. Large number of family and friends and supporters on the Prime Minister's plane. There's Sally Morgan, and there's Ewan Blair, one of the Prime Minister's sons, running out there.
Okay,
we're just...
Sorry to interrupt, Adam. Whilst we're watching those pictures of the entourage arriving at Luton, we're going to have a reassessment of our prediction, our forecast. There he is.
Julie, sorry to stop you. There's the Prime Minister coming down, carrying his own water bottle. Cherie Blair being left on her own on this occasion. Doesn't look as if the Prime Minister knows that he's on camera.
As he steps out at Luton Airport, wafting in from Sedgefield with Cherie behind him, we have revised our Sky News forecast this evening at 5:20 in the morning. Sky News is forecasting that Labour will have a majority of 70. The breakdown in figures we'll have for you in a moment. We'll just stay with those pictures in Luton, but this is the figure, of course, that Professor Michael Thrasher, alongside me, has been working on all night. And another reassessment from you, Michael, as we carry on looking at these pictures from Luton.
Well, all we've done all night really is move the Labour majority between 80 to 70, which is only 5 seats. But what's really been bothering us all night is what we do with the Liberal Democrat seats. We started off with them at 66, then we moved them down to 59, now we've moved them back up to 62. It's when you see seats like Cambridge, Manchester, Withington, that uniform swing, you just throw that concept out of the window and hope that you more or less get it right at the end of the day. But we're fairly confident now that Labour's majority is going to be around 70.
And 195 for the Tories tonight on that basis.
Indeed, and I think it's critical if the Conservatives don't reach that magic number of 200 seats. I think although they've made symbolic gains in Wales and in Scotland, they haven't done it in the cities. And for the third election running to fail to get 200 seats does really raise serious questions about what kind of strategy the Conservatives have during this campaign.
Well, I was just going to cross to Adam and talk a bit about those figures on our forecast, 195 for the Conservatives. I mean, we know that there's going to be this board meeting now in the Conservatives to wonder where to go next. So what do you reckon that might mean if we're accurate on that forecast?
Well, I think John Craig down at Conservative headquarters is absolutely right. I don't see a head of steam building up against Michael Howard at this stage. The Conservatives, as we've already heard all evening, will try and buoy themselves up. So we've moved forward, we've made net gains. After all, by that reckoning, they've got 30 more faces there. I think the case also does stand that there are, 30 more MPs. A lot of these people are quite high quality. I mean, obviously, Sir Malcolm Rifkind is back in. But in opposition, we've just seen the Conservatives gaining in Devon West. I think they'll be pleased about that, and we're also seeing the Prime Minister now leaving Luton Airport. This time in the morning, I reckon it won't take him anything more than half an hour to get into central London, and I bet these speed cameras don't send him the tickets afterwards either. But Michael, just Devon West quickly.
Well, the incumbent MP stood down in that election for the Liberal Democrats, so therefore it's always going to be difficult when you put a new Lib Dem candidate in to retain that seat. It's quite surprising, I suppose, in some ways, that it actually left the Conservative fold in the first case. It just shows what a topsy-turvy roller coaster kind of election.
There they are, Lib Dems gaining the seat.
That's and Solihull as
we
well.
haven't talked about Solihull yet, have we? Lots more.
And Westmoreland, of course. So I mean, if you asked me beforehand in terms of which of the decapitation seats, I would have said Halton, Price and Howden and Maidenhead, and I wouldn't really have gone for Westmoreland. How wrong could I have been?
OK, well, let's go back to your forecast, Michael, and that Labour majority of 70 that you're predicting now on the basis of what we've seen so far. Let's cross to our virtual House of Commons and see how that might shape it up there, Martin.
Well, it's still going to have the familiar Labour hue to these, the government benches. I suppose we have to say that right from the very first prediction we were doing tonight. So down this side of the House, we're now predicting there will be a total of 358 Labour MPs. Way too past, as we just see if we can jump back into shot there. 324 is the winning post at the bottom of the screen. Let's just tell you about the Conservatives now. And Michael was making the point, under 200 we reckon will be the total, 195 in total. Now that's up, of course. We have to acknowledge that from the 165 figure they left this House in dissolution, but not the gains they had hoped for. The Liberal Democrats, again, saying this was going to be their great breakthrough election. It didn't prove to be so, but they have made some gains, and we think net gain in the area of 12 to 13 seats, 63 we reckon will be serving in the new House now. That's our latest estimate. And the other parties, well, they make up 30 representatives there. So that will make Tony Blair back in charge at the dispatch box for as long as I guess he wants to do the job, with a majority of 70.
Thank you, Martin. Well, one person who's already expressed her disappointment at the Conservative performance this evening is Margaret Thatcher. She's put out a statement saying that she had hoped the party would do better. Strange enough, in the course of the campaign, the people talking about Margaret Thatcher tended to be Gordon Brown and Tony Blair, rather than Michael Howard. And of course, Margaret Thatcher was the last British Prime Minister to score 3 election victories in a row, as Tony Blair has now done. Now, on the basis of this majority, we're projecting of around 70. We've seen the Conservatives getting Rugby there. Pippa Norris, how does Tony Blair's majority, his size, matter, if you like, against Margaret Thatcher's?
Well, essentially with Mrs. Thatcher, what we had was an enormous majority, but by the problems were within the party itself. The divisions in the party over Europe and on a number of other issues meant that having that majority didn't actually help her when it came to her leadership. With Labour, what we have is a majority of 70. Now, on the one hand, that could mean that you have more problems of backbench rebellions, as we said earlier, because that has increased over the years. On the other hand, it could also be that with a smaller majority, there's actually more control within the Labour Party, because the backbenchers know the risks if they do rebel, and so there might be greater discipline.
And the sequence of them, Tony Blair having 2 smashing ones and then tailing off, is
Yes.
that what happened to Margaret Thatcher?
No, but the point is that what we've had, I think, tonight is higher expectations. The polls and the predictions of seats, everybody saying a 100-seat majority would be a substantial majority. And now, by going down to 70 against that expectation, people are somewhat disappointed. And that's why there's something of a deflation. In the longer term, however, if you think of a majority of 70, it's a comfortable majority in Parliament. And the fact that the Conservatives have gone up by 30 seats, again, needs to be put in a longer-term context. It's a progress. But in order to form a government, of course, they'd have had to double their number of MPs. So they're nowhere near that.
I think we're going to see that at the moment. Philip Oppenheim, what do you think the Conservative Party is going to do now in the short term?
Well, I think the point you made, actually, just about the majority is an interesting one, because, you know, when the Tories had a big majority, there were a lot of rebellions. When it came down, the rebellions stopped. But then when it came down even more, they started up again with a vengeance. I think the point is, a lot of the moral authority of the government will have gone, and therefore they will suffer rebellions. What the Tory party will do, I'm fairly certain, is not make the mistake they made the last 2 times of getting rid of the defeated leader quickly. Michael Howard is respected, he's had a decentish result, he will stay on at least till the party conference, probably a year. After that, there will be a massive battle, and it will be between 2 main candidates. One is David Davis, who will be buoyed up by the fact he had a very good result. And although he's not popular in the parliamentary party, he's a bit of a loner, he is well liked in the country, he is articulate, and he's one of the few people on the front bench who looks good on television, is bright and articulate, and they're in short supply. The other one, the dark horse who will be the Michael Howard candidate, is David Cameron, who is young, also articulate, also intelligent, but is a professional career politician who's done nothing but politics, PR, special advisors all his life. Some people would say he's not experienced enough, little bit hollow in the middle, no real core of principle or policy, and I think they will be the lead candidates.
Alan Duncan sees himself as a challenger as well.
No one else does. He's a very bright, very nice guy. I would like to see the party going in the direction he'd like to see it going, i.e. combining economic liberalism with social liberalism, but unfortunately very few Conservative Party members or MPs see it that way, and Alan Duncan himself isn't, I think, a big enough national figure.
Ken Maguire, is there likely to be a contest within the Labour Party?
I don't think there'll be a formal contest. I mean, the machinery Labour has for triggering a leadership election is so cumbersome, it's almost impossible to operate. And Larry Whitty, the Labour General Secretary at the time who brought it up, said, well, it was actually devised to rule out challengers. But I think we'll see pressure building up on Tony Blair. We know he's going to go before the next election anyway. He was always talking about going 3.5, 4 years, serving a full third term. I don't think he'll be allowed to do that.
Do you think something, I mean, I have to say, we've seen the Liberal Democrats gaining Falmouth, Ed Davey.
Yeah, that was on our target list. We've got a tremendous candidate there, Julia Goldsworthy. It's a seat that's actually been a three-way fight, and we've really done well there. And I think it will mean that we have all the seats in Cornwall, which I think is
we'll have to have a look at the map of the South West soon, I think, as it fills up. But just going back to the Labour Party, it seemed that something significant had changed between Gordon Brown and Tony Blair. We all know, however, the last 2 years it's been very unpleasant, really, between them. Do you think something fundamental has changed, that Gordon Brown, if you like, has accepted the second fiddle role for a bit longer?
Yeah, but only a bit longer because he knows he's going to get the top role. In a sense, during the election campaign, he was the senior figure and he was taking the lead. He was the human shield that was protecting Tony Blair from a lot of the attacks, particularly over Iraq later on. And I think we will see people switching their allegiances in the cabinet, on the backbenches. They will look for the coming man rather than the Prime Minister they know will be gone in 12, 20, 24 months, or 4 years max. But it's probably now, because of this, going to be sooner rather than later. And we look at that majority of 70. The last Parliament had 2 big domestic rows for Labour over foundation hospitals and university top-up fees. It's very unlikely Tony Blair would have got either of those through if he only had that majority.
Julie.
OK, thanks for that, Kevin. Just as we were talking there, we see that the Conservatives have held Arundel, of course. That is Howard Flight's old seat. Nick Herbert, though, quickly ushered in after the departure of Howard Flight, and the Conservatives holding on there. Well, a little while ago, we saw the Prime Minister arriving at Luton Airport, fresh from Sedgefield, with his campaign team on board. He's heading now into central London, where he's due to attend a party. As we look at the time, it's 5:30 in the morning. Memories, of course, of 1997, a very different picture, of course, this morning, just a few moments after it was clear that Tony Blair had won that historic third term. The vision we saw on our screens was that of George Galloway taking Bethnal Green and Bow in dramatic fashion from Ona King on the basis of the war. Let's cross to Glenn O'Glaser now, who's standing outside the party, which presumably gearing up to start pretty soon, Glenn.
Yes, we're expecting the Prime Minister here in the next half an hour to 45 minutes. John Prescott and Gordon Brown and others are already inside. We're in central London. We can't tell you the precise location for security reasons. Officially, the Labour Party is saying they're very pleased with the result. They think they've got a good working majority. One senior official described their previous majority as, quotes, ludicrous. But I think they're also disappointed. If you like to use a football analogy, they've done quite well, but the defence has let in a lot of goals, and they're very disappointed, particularly about the way things have gone in London. You were mentioning George Galloway and Bethnal Green and Bow. They will lament the loss of Una King, but also, of course, Stephen Twigg in Enfield and Southgate, who perhaps had his own Michael Portillo moment. It is a new dawn. It's not quite as it was in 1997, and of course, Labour, a much smaller majority now, will be much harder for Tony Blair to get some of his reforms through, given the opposition to a number of those ID cards, the anti-terror laws and others within his own ranks. So, of course, they're waiting now to see precisely how big that majority is going to be and just how good a working majority it will be.
OK, Glenn, back to you shortly. Thank you very much indeed for that. Let's check in at our virtual House of Commons, and more of your list lined up, more of your amazing graphics, Martin. Over to you.
Yeah, just have a look at Michael's mission. This was the task that Michael Howard set himself. He had to convert all these constituencies into Tory blue ones. Has he done that? How far has he got in that task? We'll tell you when our programme continues in just a few moments.
destroyed careers.
I wouldn't be here this morning if I thought there was any doubt whatsoever about what I'd done, my integrity and my openness.
Threatened an election campaign.
I was advised and believed that I had every right to defend my privacy.
And even brought down a government.
The women who brought men to their knees.
Kay Burley investigates Sex, Lies and Politics, Monday at 9, Sky 1.
We're back live down at the House of Commons, and Michael's mission was the task we set Michael Howard. If he could have converted all these constituencies to Tory blue, he might have become Prime Minister. We now know that isn't the case. This is the results as they came in. Let's show you the 2005 results here in these seats that the Tories need to grab for their own. Now, it has been an interesting election in so much as the results have been a bit patchy. These were the easy ones, and you can see that in seats 1 to 25, the Tories have had some successes. Right at the top of our board here, Cheadle, that wasn't a success. There was only 33 votes in that. But further down at Braintree and Weston-super-Mare, at Guildford, at Kettering and so on, yes, the Tories can be pleased. They've taken those seats and they've taken them from Labour and in some cases the Liberal Democrats. But as we go round our boards here, the job got progressively more difficult. And you can see this is where the Tories, if you like, ran out of steam. There was one single success we can show you this far over, but it was an isolated one, and it was the remarkable success at Enfield Southgate, which is where the Conservatives won, and Stephen Twigg no longer is now able to serve as an MP or be part of the government. But that was the challenge that Michael Howard had. Could he have pushed on his success right round here into Coventry and right round as far as Lincoln perhaps, then he, rather than Tony Blair, would have been heading back to number 10. So only a partial success for the Tories tonight. We are now predicting that up from 165 to 196 is their likely representation in the new House of Commons.
Thanks, Martin. Well, let's have a look at the national shares of the vote. The Conservatives just edging up there 1 point in the last few minutes. 37% for Labour, 33% for the Tories, 22% for the Lib Dems, and 8% for others who've had a very good evening. I should also say, let's just give you a recap on the seats. You can see the tallies at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen there. But net at the moment, Labour have lost 44 seats so far. The Conservatives have gained 29 net. The Liberal Democrats have gained 12 net. The SNP have gained 2 net. Independents have also gained 2 net. We've currently got 592 seats declared. There are 54 to go, but do remember that 18 of those 54 are Northern Irish seats, which of course don't affect the holdings of the main parties at Westminster. Right, well, still with me, Philip Oppenheim and Ed Davey. Philip Oppenheim, does it matter that the figure of 200 has not been broken, not going to be broken most likely by the Conservatives?
I think it's important psychologically. I mean, let's face it. I mean, I think to get over that 200 was important for them. But after the election's out the way, what will be important is how they react as a party. I think in a sense, the fact it's not been a great result may benefit them. I thought in 2001 it was such a bad result, they would have to shake themselves up and reform themselves. And we got Duncan Smith, so I was wrong then. And I'm now thinking, well, this isn't such a great result. They really, really will this time have to shake themselves up. And I hope I'm right this time. They've got to go forward and not just appeal to the core vote. The core vote has been very loyal. But let's face it, you're not going to get into government on the basis of the Tory core vote. And actually, it goes for all the parties. I mean, Labour have got in again with a big majority, but only on 37% of the electorate, on what is still a depressingly low turnout, despite the boost that postal vote has given it. And, you know, that's bad for all the parties.
Ed Davey, do you think there will be a discussion at all within the Liberal Democrats on their direction, on their leadership?
Well, I think Charles Kenny has led us to a very fine set of results. I mean, as I was saying earlier, this is going to be our largest number of seats since 1923. We'll be the only party gaining a share of the national vote. That is going to suggest that Charles has done a good job and we've got had a good message. Obviously, we need to look at the results and learn some lessons. I think the key lesson will be that maybe we could even better against Labour Party. We are really set now, I think, to have a lot of good second places to be able to challenge Labour in its heartlands at the next election. Because let's remember, if we're going to get Mr Blair out of number 10, a lot more Labour MPs have got to fall, and if Liberal Democrats are in the position to do that at the next election, will be seen increasingly as the ones where people have got to go to if they want to get rid of Mr Blair.
And yet, simply because your party is growing, you're also seeing, aren't you, that you can lose seats as well as win them. I mean, traditionally over the last 20 years, Liberal Democrats made a by-election gain, then they dug in, and then they moved forward. Now, what we're seeing now is you can't always hang on in any sense at all to your
But that's not uncommon in elections. You lose some, you gain some, but we've made big net gains. I think that's the key message. I mean, the Tories, I think, they've got most to worry about tonight. If they're not going to break 200, they're not even going to get 209 seats, which is what Michael Foot got, the nadir of the Labour Party, in 1983. They actually won't have increased their share of the vote. So it might have been a clever election, pouring money into a few marginals, because I think the Tories have spent huge amounts of money in a small number of seats. That's why they've made a few gains on no increase in the share of the vote. But it hasn't actually dealt with the issue that Philip keeps talking about. Until they actually decide what sort of party they are, they're not going to be able to get out of this box they've got themselves into. And I actually think the Tories are in possibly even a worse situation after tonight's result. Some of them will actually think they've done quite well, and they will say, let's keep on going, one more heave, and there'll be others, I'm sure...
Ed, you've got the same problem. Face it, the Liberals have got exactly the same problem. They're not sure what they are. You've got a bossy, nannying wing, and you've got an old-fashioned liberal, libertarian wing. They're appealing to completely different sections of the electorate. On the one hand, your manifesto says, less regulation, get rid of the DTI. On the other hand, there's a whole raft of nannying regulations, telling supermarkets what to do, So you've got exactly the same problem.
No, I think you're wrong there. I think you've misread our manifesto. A lot of our you used to call regulations are actually more competition power. We are very economically liberal in the Liberal Democrats.
But there are
you don't like it.
The orange book which came out last year, I mean, that did show that there were some young Turks in the party who wanted to go in a different direction.
Well, actually, I think it was very mainstream. If you look at that, with our position on competition, our position on trying to get rid of industrial subsidies and using that money on things that is more sensible, like education.
But your problem is you're trying to appeal to both sides. That's your core problem. You need to be to the left of Labour to appeal to Labour voters, and you need to be a Liberal Party to appeal to Tory voters. And you can't really do both.
No, we got a lot of Labour votes because of the Iraq War. That has actually changed people's perceptions of us. We've actually stood up for international law, unlike Mr Howard, who actually said he'd have gone into Iraq even if there weren't weapons of mass destruction. I mean, he was standing as a putative British Prime Minister saying he would have broken international law. I thought that statement he made on
not quite what he said,
was absolutely scandalous.
I mean, take London, for example. I mean, I know your seat and Richmond Park next door, but actually you've done nothing across London, as you did nothing in the mayoral elections as well.
Well, we've gained Hornsey and Wood Green. I think it was spectacular. We've held on to Brent East, and we haven't heard about the Islington South result. We may have had our best election ever in London, or at least since the 1920s. So I don't think you can call that doing nothing.
Does that compare to the gains which the Tories have made?
Well, they've made a few gains in London, absolutely, but we've gone up, and it will, as I say, be one of our best results since the early 1920s in the capital.
Julie, let's talk about some of those seats that came in that we haven't looked at the results of so far this evening, and they are the Tory gain in Devon West and Torridge, and we'll also look at that Lib Dem gain in Falmouth. We'll have a look at that first, and then have a look at the map of the southwest. Of course, only 16 seats in that patch could have been considered safe anyway, so some interesting traffic there tonight. Majority there for the new Conservative MP for Devon West and Torridge, 3,236. On 42.7% share of the vote, 37.2% of the vote for the Liberal Democrats. And let's have a look at the movement in there, and we can see it's pretty much straight from the Liberal Democrats there, Michael, to the Conservatives. Other parties there gaining at the Lib Dems' expense too, clearly. There was a problem in this seat in that the incumbent was on the way out, and a new candidate was being put in.
No, he just stood down. But I mean, if we look at that, if we just try and keep that picture in our minds of what's gone on there, you know, the Conservatives taking that seat, and then if we look at another seat like Falmouth and Campbell, again, in the neighbouring county of Cornwall, you can see there the Julia Goldsworthy, 16,747, and a majority of 1,886. But she's come from third place to win that seat. So a topsy-turvy election, and you know, in every sense of the word. That you've seen Liberal Democrats gaining seats like Taunton and Falmouth and Camborne, but also losing some seats. So it really is a very, very hard election to call, because there are such local factors, and here there were all kinds of ramifications when it was discovered that the Conservative candidate was gay in this particular seat, and there were all kinds of local protests amongst the Conservative members. And that didn't help the Labour candidate, the sitting MP, one iota. The Liberal Democrats have come from third place with a change in share of the vote of over 10% to take that seat. And you're absolutely right that that the Liberal Democrats will have every seat in Cornwall now. The whole of the Southwest Peninsula for Cornwall will be Liberal Democrats.
Let's zoom in. Can we have a look at our map? There we are.
All we've got to remember,
zoom in and have a look at
St Ives doesn't count until later today because of the, well, that's the way they do it in St Ives, and of course they have to bring in the votes from the Isles of Scilly.
And perhaps worth winding back as well, right to those early hours of this evening, Pippa, and remembering Torbay, one of those first seats declared. Tories not making any ground there particularly, and indeed the Lib Dem guy increasing the vote, and Adrian Sanders increasing his vote there.
Yes, that's right. And Michael has precisely explained why, if you look at the national share of the vote, any projection normally on a uniform swing, as we said earlier yesterday, would have produced a 100-seat majority, but clearly with 70, it's exactly these sorts of local factors and the differences in who's second and who's third, and the regional effects, which is making these sorts of these sorts of patterns. So a very predictable loss of the Labour vote in all the areas, in all the regions, and in many different seats. But who it swings to, as we said earlier, is really the local area.
How do you see across the country the regional differences? I mean, can you make sense of them?
Well, in terms of the vote, it's really remarkable. I mean, the Labour vote goes down about 5%, 6% across all the different major census regions. In contrast, the Conservatives, for example, they basically are flatlining in some areas, the East Midlands, for example, or in North West, or in South West, as we've just been looking at. But in other areas, they go up a couple of percent, not a lot, but something. And then the Lib Dems vary a lot again. They're doing, for example, best in the north, not the area where they're going to build up the seats, but still, in terms of their share of the votes, they go up 7%. And they go up, for example, 6% in Scotland, and in contrast, far less in some other areas like the southeast. So again, it's these local factors are driving these sorts of changes of vote against the Conservatives, against Labour.
We are doing well in the north, and that's the sorts of areas that the next election we will be able to gain a lot of seats from Labour. So seats like Newcastle Central, other Manchester seats, other seats in the big urban conurbations where there are no Tory present at all now. Right. And when Mrs Thatcher first came to power, a rather small majority, the Tories had MPs in those areas.
Doesn't that make it look like
another
it was 100 years ago?
There we're seeing in the Forest of Dean.
That's
Indeed,
a good one.
that was a fairly safely predicted one, I think, in the run-up to this. But just to pick that point up with Ed Davey, I mean, it's fine saying that those gains have been made by the Lib Dems at this stage, and look what you might do in another 4 or 5 years' time, but the key factor that played very strongly for you in many places tonight was Iraq. Now, for that to be sustained as an issue, or for you to find a replacement issue for it, which would give you the same sort of momentum, perhaps would be difficult, presumably.
I think Iraq played bigger in the large student population places, but I think if you look at Newcastle or Durham, where we've done very well, it wasn't just Iraq, actually. It was the failure of local Labour government. They've seen Labour rule there for many years, and they don't like it. It's not delivered. And then they've seen our policies on fairer taxes, on getting rid of student tuition fees and free personal care. And these have played really well with those traditional Labour voters. And I know Philip would say, well, you're trying to play two audiences at once. Actually, those sorts of votes played well in Kingston and Surbiton, those sorts of policies and those sorts of messages. So they are playing well across the country, but we're now being placed much better in the Labour heartlands. And that is strategically very significant. I think it's one of the most significant messages of tonight's results.
Just on this whole question of both your parties now being in opposition, Tony Blair having reduced majority, is there any issues you think where you can work together?
What, Conservatives and Liberals, or?
Well, I would hope ID cards would be one.
I would have hoped that, yes.
Michael Howard, I think, sold the past, unfortunately, and left the Liberal Democrats to defend civil liberties and the libertarian arguments. Maybe, under a new Conservative leader, they will see the strength of our arguments and come and join us on that.
I think tactically there will be moments they could work together. I would have hoped that if the Tory party had taken a more socially liberal direction to match their economic liberalism, there would be more of an alliance, a natural alliance between the sensible, traditional, liberal, libertarian wing of the Liberal Democrats and the liberal wing of the Tory party, which is actually quite substantial in part. There are quite a lot of them, there just aren't quite enough.
Is there actually a mutual interest in doing that? I mean, is it in both your mutual interests now to try and
I would love to say that I think this is possible. I don't think that what I would call the proper liberal wing of the Liberal Party is strong enough, and I don't think the proper liberal wing of the Tory party is strong enough. That's why I think they'll remain largely divided, although they'll cooperate on tactical issues.
That may be true, but a lot depends on the direction of the Labour government. If it continues along its path of centralism, of quite authoritarian approach to things, then I think there will be more room for working together. But there are big divides between our parties. Europe is a classic one, but also the fairer taxes.
Tax is an obvious issue.
But we've been more in favour of fairer taxes. If you look at the IFS's analysis of your tax proposals, you had the biggest tax cuts for the richest 30%. We had the biggest tax cuts for the poorest 70%.
IFS analysis at 6 in the morning.
It's too much.
I was going to add, there's another reason why the Lib Dems might have been doing well in Scotland and the North, and quite simply, most voters now do see them to the left of Labour on the key issues of public spending and rising of taxation. Blair is clearly very much in the centre, with the Conservatives moving a little bit off to the right on issues like immigration.
What about other parties? What about the SNP? What sort of a night have they had?
Not a good night in terms of the number of votes, but on the other hand, with a couple more MPs, they can be quite happy because that'll really be very important, and they can place themselves in a good position for the next assembly election, parliamentary elections in Scotland as well.
And these independents around the country?
Well, they've done rather well, haven't they? It's, we started with Martin Bell, we then moved to Richard Taylor, and now we've got one. Richard Taylor's come back, of course, in Wyre Forest. We have another one in Blaenau Gwent, and we have George Galloway in Bethnal Green and Bow. In terms of the broader picture, why the Conservatives simply haven't made that breakthrough that they so desperately needed. If you go down the Conservative target list of seats, if you're a Conservative candidate and you are trying to unseat a Liberal Democrat incumbent, you drew the short straw. If you were up against a Labour incumbent, you had much more of a chance of winning. It was just the Tories' failure to take seats like Cheadle, like Norfolk North. I mean, these are very, very easy seats, and they've simply failed to unseat the Liberal Democrats, simply because when the Liberal Democrats win a seat, and Sarah Tether has demonstrated that in no uncertain terms in Brent East, they are terribly difficult to remove. And the problem that the Conservatives...
they're not in power. I mean, that's one of the reasons.
But that's...
So they're a little bit of a sort of...
That's going to be there at the next general election,
isn't it? Also
yes, of course.
The national mood, if you like, that whether you want a Conservative or whether you want to protest against Labour. I mean, effectively, that there's a difference, isn't there?
There is indeed, and Labour may very well turn around and say at the end of the day that although it's lost seats, it's, if you like, it's a protest vote election. That the Conservative vote has hardly moved at all. But it's
also the tax issue. I mean, I think you put your finger on it. The Liberals have said they will put taxes up. They've positioned themselves to the left of Labour. The Tories have said they'll cut taxes, but not by very much. And they haven't made the ethical case for tax cuts, which Thatcher did. There is an ethical case, which is if you tax too much, the economy will cease to grow, therefore you'll end up with less money to put into public services. That was a message which was dripped into the public consciousness in the 80s. The Tories have forgotten it. So they look like the low-tax party, but not that much lower, and they're mean as well. They get the worst of all worlds.
But we were making an ethical message about taxes, that they should be fairer. And I think that actually resonated, and that's why I think we've got one of the reasons why we've got a better performance. But going back to some of these different results across the country, I think your point that Liberal Democrat incumbents defend us very well, I think that's not just about protest votes or tactical voting or things like that. It's about good local constituency MPs.
I couldn't agree
more. And we haven't talked about that tonight. Right. If you look at someone like Norman Lamb in Norfolk North, he has been an outstanding constituency MP, and his constituents have rewarded him. Sarah Tether in Brent East. These people work very, very hard, and people respond to that. They don't actually respond to some of the bigger national message, which we all get very heated about. If they see someone who's working hard, they say, yes, let's give that person a chance, because we know they will champion us.
Isn't it partly because people are less ideological, less tied to parties, so they will vote for a good person who's working for them locally. But at the same time, it's also true that the Liberals probably spend a little bit less time in Parliament than, let's say, Labour MPs who are stuck there.
I think we just work harder.
Well, I mean, it's a nice line, but the reality is,
we're going to break in there. Lots more from you guys to come, of course, but we're going to draw breath for a moment in our conversation and take stock of where we'd be in our virtual House of Commons as light dawns once more on Martin. Off you go.
Julie, thank you. We're in the lobby of the House of Commons here. Going to have a look at the challenge that Charlie Kennedy had set himself tonight as a new dad. This was the problem. He had to do good defensive work on the constituencies he already owned, and then push on and attack some which he wanted to take as new territory. Let's show you what I mean by that. Here's the defensive strategy. These were the constituencies that Charles Kennedy had won in 2001, and some of them he managed to defend, but not all. Let's show you the data from this time around in 2005. And you can see, look, he's allowed some insurgents. His defensive squad, not perfect in the sense of the Conservative seats that you can see now on our screen. Conservative scenes like like Newbury here, and Ludlow, Devon West also. Now that was Liberal territory in 2001. And he's let them go. We've still got a handful of seats of the more difficult ones which have still yet to declare. They're still counting. Now, the other challenge he took on is to push on into rival territory, and we listed another 100 constituencies here, or another 50, I beg your pardon, which could have added up to the total of 100 had he been able to win them all. And you can see it's a bit of a patchwork quilt. By and large, the Liberal Democrats not making those huge gains that they wanted to in these areas. It's Tory blue. Let's go to Taunton, for instance. Now, that was an area where they managed to hold on to their seat, or rather make that gain. But then, you see, having made that and doing well in Cardiff Central and winning the new seat around Inverness, they didn't win in Dorset West. They didn't win in Halton Price. They didn't win in the Isle of Wight, and so on. And that's really the story of the night. Not one clear strategy for the Lib Dems has come in. Now, we know that on the balance of our expectations now, they are going to up their numbers in the new House of Commons from the 51 or so they had last time around through the Parliament. It's going to be up in the 60s, but certainly not that breakthrough up into the 70s or 80s that some Liberal Democrats have been hoping for.
Well, we did know about the Conservatives getting Welling Hatfield some time ago. One man I suspect we're going to hear a lot more of in the new House of Commons is George Galloway. He is a party leader, although at the present moment he's only going to have one person to lead in the party in Commons, and that's himself. Now, both of you have known George Galloway over the years as a Member of Parliament, as a Labour Member of Parliament. What do you think of him?
He's articulate, he can be very amusing and very good company. He's been wrong on almost everything throughout his life. I'm not necessarily saying he's wrong on this particular issue, but he has a history of being wrong on a lot of the big issues. I think he's what the House of Commons needs. It's a very colourless place full of apparatchiks, political professionals, PR people, people who've been special advisors. He's got a little bit of experience of the real world, or certainly a different world, and I think he'll at least add a bit of passion and a bit of colour and a little bit of tension to the House of Commons, and that's got to be a good thing.
David?
I really agree with Philip. I think it's quite a worrying development for Tony Blair, because there are some quite left-wing members who've been returned to the Parliamentary Labour Party, and if they've got this person who's speaking out on issues that they agree with, maybe it's a catalyst for rebellions on the left of the Labour Party.
Now, we better be careful, because he's very, very litigious, but he does have a reputation.
I said he's a nice guy, actually.
He does have a reputation for being a bit of a rogue. Is he a rogue, do you think?
Definitely, definitely. I mean, I was with him in the House of Commons, I don't forget, was it 14 years or 12 years, I forget. He's a rogue and he's a character, underneath the serious political message which he gets across, and he is serious about it. He enjoys life, he's a bon vivant, he is a bit of a rogue, he's got an eye for the ladies. And again, you know, great, that's what the House of Commons needs. It needs a few more characters with a bit of passion and a bit of ideology.
I don't frequent the same bars.
Maybe you should.
Or if you did.
And Lib Dems holding on Oxford West there, I don't think a great surprise. That's Dr. Evan Harris, I think, back. But what about the other independents? What about Dr. Taylor, for example? I mean, can they have much of an impact?
Well, in their constituency, clearly they can do, otherwise they wouldn't have been returned. In the House of Commons, they are a bit of a lone voice, often seem confusing about where to go in votes because they haven't got the party machine supporting them. But, you know, they can make a value contribution, and it's very important about the style that they choose. If they decide that there are one or two issues that they will really go for, then maybe they can make an impact. But the more constituency-based the issue, the more likely it is that ministers will listen to them and respond positively.
Well, we're just coming up to 6 o'clock, and turnout we've been talking about in this election. We should say that that is, in fact, across the nation up some 2% to 61%. So this election perhaps wasn't quite as boring as some of the cynics suggested.
In a sense, it's a terrible result for democracy.
Just coming up to 6 a.m, Tony Blair and the other leaders all making their way back to London.
Well, good morning. You're watching Vote 2005 on Sky News at 6 o'clock on Friday, the 6th of May.
The British people wanted the return of a Labour government, but with a reduced majority. And we have to respond to that sensibly and wisely.
Making history, Labour wins a third term in office, but with a reduced majority.
I believe that the time has now come for him to deliver on the things that really matter to the people of our country.
Net gains for the Conservatives. They keep their heads after the decapitation strategy fails. Gains too for the Liberal Democrats, but not the big breakthrough they'd hoped for.
Waiting in the wings, Gordon Brown to assert his influence on the new cabinet.
Mr. Blair, this is for Iraq.
And Galloway's revenge. Respect claims a major Labour scalp.
Well, good morning. Labour has returned to government for an historic third term, but Tony Blair has acknowledged the divisions caused by Iraq. He's promised to govern sensibly and wisely and has called for unity in the years ahead, but he'll be doing it without one key ally. Alan Milburn told Sky News he wouldn't take a job in the new cabinet.
And here's the current state of the parties. As we can see, net losses for Labour of 45. The Conservatives have made net gains of 30. The Liberal Democrats have made net gains of 12. And others have also gained 3. That includes 2 gains for the Scottish National Party and George Galloway taking the seat of Bethnal Green and Bow for the Respect Party.
Sky's Tim Marshall has the story of the night.
Historic? Undoubtedly. By the time the Prime Minister arrived at the Sedgefield Declaration, he knew Labour had won a third consecutive term. He was back.
Anthony Charles Linton Blair has been duly elected to serve as member for the Sedgefield constituency.
And Prime Minister. But for how long? His majority halved, his time in office open to question. He knows Labour's been given a warning.
It's not yet clear, obviously, what the majority is. It seems as if it's clear, but also that the British people wanted the return of a Labour government, but with a reduced majority. And we have to respond to that sensibly and wisely and responsibly.
The man who may be king knows it too, already speaking of learning and listening.
Thank you very much.
Cheers,
Thank you.
Bye.
Congratulations.
Already in a hurry. Sunderland South was in a hurry to declare first. It did, for Labour. But the majority was down and the tone was set. The votes were flooding in, trickling away from Labour towards the Liberal Democrats. Cardiff Central. Labour out, Lib Dems in, on their way to their highest ever showing.
Good evening, Mr. Kennedy. How's the evening going so far?
I think it's a hugely encouraging night for the Liberal Democrats and for the quality of British politics in the next Parliament. Really good news. and much more to look forward to.
His party's strategy of trying to take out Tory shadow cabinet members didn't work, but a former Labour minister, Barbara Roche, lost her seat in Hornsey to an anti-war Liberal Democrat with a 14% swing. The Tory core vote held up, but where were the 2 million or so extra votes they needed? Their appeals had fallen on deaf ears. They eyed up the early results and made a brave face of it. The top guns survived, for example, Theresa May in Maidenhead. There were gains, Putney returning to tradition, but not enough people were thinking what they were thinking. Tens of thousands backed the BNP.
Well.
Its leader, Nick Griffin, saved his deposit and got almost 5% of the vote in Keighley. His candidate in Barking won 16%. They're now eyeing the next local election. George Galloway won Bethnal Green for Respect, beating Labour's Una King into second place. The Iraq War seems to have figured in many constituencies, but nowhere quite like this one.
Mr. Blair, this is for Iraq. This defeat that you have suffered and all the other defeats that New Labour has suffered this evening is for Iraq. All the people you killed, all the lies you told have come back to haunt you. And the best thing the Labour Party could do is sack you tomorrow morning as soon as they get back to work.
Conservative leader Michael Howard now eyes a future in which he again is in opposition. Where now for the Tories?
I think that what has happened on this election day marks a significant step towards our recovery. I am proud of the campaign that we have fought. We have taken a stand on the things that really do matter to the people of our country. We have sent a message to Mr. Blair. And in the next Parliament, we will be able to form a stronger opposition.
Tony Blair comes back to London with a much reduced majority, but it's a majority many governments over the past century would have welcomed. Tim Marshall, Sky News.
So pictures there of Tony Blair arriving at Luton Airport, what, about an hour ago? I think it was. Now we're looking at those pictures for you. Let's have a look in our virtual House of Commons with Martin Stanford to see what might lie ahead now we've got so many of these results in. Martin.
Hope I'm not being presumptuous, having a bit of a sit down, Julie, at this hour of the morning. 20 results still to go. They're still being counted. Then we have the pause before the Northern Ireland results will come in this afternoon. But we can show you our latest projection for what the new House of Commons. Let me get out of the way of the new government as they come in. Some 358 of the Labour MPs will be forming up once again on the government benches, so way past the winning post. Mr. Blair definitely in charge, but with that reduced majority. Why? Well, because the Conservatives have increased their number, and so have the Liberal Democrats. The Conservatives up to 195 in the New Look Parliament is our projection now. The Liberal Democrats have also increased their number up from the 50s into the 63 position. That's what we're expecting to see from the Liberal Democrats when all the results are in, and the other parties will be represented by 30 other MPs.